All the way home, Song Yunxian is in a bad mood. She doesn't want to sleep at all. At night, Chu Machin has called her more than a dozen times, but Song Yunxian does not answer even one call. However, seeing Chu Machin call over and over again, Song Yunxian feels better. Wearing a white bathrobe after taking a shower, Chu Machin calls Song Yunxian while reading a book. As expected, Song Yunxian does not answer. Seeing this, the servant who comes to send milk tells Chu Machin's father immediately. His father knocks at the door of his son's room and asks him with concern, "What happened? Is there something wrong with the company?"
"No."
The servant said that you have been calling someone all the time but still can't get through. Entering in, he sees the phone which Chu Machin has put on the desk. Chu Machin, a little surprised, can't help smiling. "Dad, these are my personal affairs, which are not related to the company. You don't have to worry about it." Hearing this, his father nods. But just before leaving, he adds, "If the Song family's little daughter is too willful." "Dad, Yunxian is not willful at all." He interrupts before his father finishes the sentence. In fact, since the Chu family is so rich, if they want to find a woman to marry their only son, she must be perfect. At the very least, she must be learned and sensible and live in a rich family like the Chu family. However, although Song Yunxian is the daughter of the Song family, which is a rich family like the Chu family, she has been living in a small town until this year when she is 18 years old. Such a young girl is not as attractive as women who are over 20. Besides, she is willful. "Machin, you shouldn't spoil her, or she will be willful forever." "Dad, I know what you mean." Chu Machin sends his father back, returns to his room and continues to call. He has called about 30 times until he stops. In fact, at that moment, Song Yunxian has fallen asleep and her mobile phone is turned into vibration mode. But if Chu Machin doesn't call her repeatedly, she will probably not forgive him, and she will stay up all night. Chu Machin has a dream this night. In his dream, both he and Gu Chang'e are young. Chu Machin is playing chess with her. He takes a step but wants to repent. Gu Chang'e stops him. "You can't undo what you have done. If you take this step, you can't repent. We are just playing chess. My father said that playing chess is the same as being a man. If you are wrong, you can only make up for it. There is no time machine for you to go back and change everything." Chu Machin is speechless. After finishing the round of chess calmly, Gu Chang'e looks up. "You have to apologize for the thing you did. But you have won this game anyway. But you still have to apologize for your mistake." "What mistake? Don't come to house before you apologize to me." Then Chu Machin leaves. He calls Gu Chang'e dozens of times, but she does not answer any of them. When he pays a secret visit to the Gu family, he finds that Gu Chang'e is waiting by the phone and watching the phone. She rubs her temples and says, "I have not answered it dozens of times, but he is still calling. Since he is so sincere, I will forgive him." Oh. Song Yunxian wakes up the next day and takes the ring off to see the dent on the ring finger. Chu Machin bit this finger yesterday. Now the dent has disappeared after a night. But when she looks at the ring finger, she can clearly recall the heat of his lips and the strength of his teeth when Chu Machin bit her. She raises her hand to touch her earlobe and gets up to wash her face. After eating breakfast, Song Yunxian goes out. Song Yunxian goes to Song Yan's room to see him. Song Yan's condition is stable, but he doesn't seem to get better. Song Yunxian stays with him for a few hours until a nurse comes to help Song Yan take medicine. Song Yunxian does not know what medicine Song Yan has been taking. She doesn't know whether Song Yan will recover or not. Song Yunxian knows little about the Song family. Her brother and sisters all know their father's condition well. However, when she is asked about her father's condition, she doesn't know anything about that. Others may consider her as a ruthless child because of that. In fact, she doesn't care. She has her way to deal with it. After leaving Song Yan's room, she packs up her things and goes to the Fanqing magazine. Xiao Hong has not seen her for 10 days. When she sees Song Yunxian come to work, she greets her warmly. "Miss Song, you come to work." Song Yunxian nods and says gratefully, "These days I haven't been in the magazine and you have been dealing with everything for me. Thank you, Mississippi Xiao. Xiao Hong responds shyly. Miss Song, since you pay me, I should do everything for you. Song Yunxian can't help laughing out loud. Mississippi Xiao, you are so dedicated. They walk to the office together. The staff members of the magazine greet Song Yunxian with nodding. Song Yunxian smiles and nods to them. On the way to the office, she sees that Xiao Shui holds a few new magazines. Seeing her come to work, Xiao Shui is a little surprised. Then she goes into the office together with them. Xiao Hong presents the reader survey statistics to Song Yunxian. Readers think highly of ZY Prince Charming. The number of readers and sales has exceeded that of ZY Queen. Last issue of ZY Prince Charming we interviewed Luo Shi. Which people should we interview in this issue? Haven't we already decided that? Su Youyu, the son of the Su family who returned home recently. Xiao Hong moves her lips. It is obvious that she is thinking of something. But Miss Song, Su Youyu is the new chairman of the Su family. Moreover, the Su family always keeps a low profile. Su Youyu may not accept our interview. Song Yunxian uses a pen to make a mark on the readership statistical table. After that, she looks through the previous readership survey of ZY Queen. After that, she says, in the readership survey of ZY Queen, Yao Mimi, the new goddess of the entertainment circle, ranks first. Let her be the person on the color page of the exclusive interview and the cover of the next issue of the magazine. Xiao Hong nods. So what kind of photo of Yao Mimi should we use? Song Yunxian looks up and smiles at Xiao Hong. Recently, it is rumored in the entertainment circle that Yao Mimi has a relationship with Su Youyu, the chairman of the Su family who returned home earlier. We will make 2 magazines in the same time. One uses Su Youyu as the cover and the other uses Yao Mimi as the cover. It is better to use their current photos as covers. Try to make them couple photo. Xiao Hong thinks that it is difficult to put it into practice. Yao Mimi has got along well with Su Youyu recently. People think she might marry him. As for herself, she is an arrogant people. Small magazines like us may not be able to let her take photos in person. Song Yunxian answers Xiao Hong coldly. Famous as Luo Shi, we interviewed him successfully. Is she more famous than him? Luo Shi, the superstar in the entertainment circle, spent a day on the exclusive interview with Fanqing magazine, let alone a female star who has just become popular recently. She will agree to be interviewed as soon as Fanqing magazine asks. Besides, if Yao Mimi really wants to marry Su Youyu, as long as she hears that Su Youyu is ZY Prince Charming's cover person in the next issue, she definitely will agree to take photos for the cover of ZY Queen. Seeing that Song Yunxian is confident, Xiao Hong asks, Miss Song, in your opinion, who should we send to make an appointment with Mr. Su? Song Yunxian hands over the readership survey which she marked before to Xiao Hong. I will go in person. Xiao Hong is shocked. Song Yunxian adds, you go to make an appointment with Yao Mimi. Xiao Hong nods and then goes out with the documents in her arms. Xiao Shui closes the door, then puts the magazines in her arms on Song Yunxuan's desk. When I gave the cake to Gui yesterday, you asked me to thank you. Song Yunxian smiles. Please tell him I have received his gratitude. Xiao Shui looks at Song Yunxian and continues. Miao Miao woke up before 12 o'clock last night and made her wish as expected. She is a serious child, isn't she? Xiao Shui nods. She really made a wish to let her mother come back soon. Song Yunxian is a little surprised and then continues to smile. If her mother knows that she misses her so much, she will be very happy. Xiao Shui, who is upset, says, Miao Miao and Gui have been sent to Yunqing Private Primary School today. After checking the documents on the computer and the information of Yao Mimi, Song Yunxian says to Xiao Shui, is Gu Chengel going to be discharged? Yes, in the afternoon. You have to pick her up. You can get off work earlier today. Thank you, but... Hearing the word but, Song Yunxian feels that there is something wrong. Is Gu Chengel still hostile towards you? Xiao Shui shakes her head. No, but I am confused. Why has my brother been close to her so fast? Song Yunxian looks down. It's easy to understand. Xiao Tianzi didn't like Gu Chang'e in the first place. He likes Gu Chengel all the time. But he lived with Gu Chang'e for more than a decade. He must love her. As time passes by, his affection to her has faded away. It's more exciting for him to have an affair with other women. Men are all like him, who follows his feelings. Xiao Shui nods and suddenly says, "There is a swimming pool in Gu's mansion, which was made to bring luck to Gu Chang'e. The water in it had been circulating round the clock. However, a few days ago, because Gu Chang'e dislikes it, Xiao Tianzi let people fill it in." When Xiao Shui finishes her words, she suddenly hears a snap sound. When she turns to look at Song Yunxian again, she finds that Song Yunxian snaps the pen in her hand. Xiao Shui is a little scared by that and asks, "Yunxian, what happened?" Song Yunxian is very gloomy. Her long eyelashes can't cover the coldness in her eyes. That was built for Gu Chang'e by her father. Gu Chang'e's mother died in her childhood. She was brought up by her father. Her father Gu Chang only had one daughter, Gu Chang'e. She had been the apple of her father's eye since she was a child. Fortune teller said that she was short of water, one of the 5 elements. Although she was smart, she would be short-lived. If she wanted to live longer, she needed to live in a house with running water. Gu Chang had already had an illegitimate child then, but he let people dig up the grassland in the backyard and build a swimming pool. Everyone in the Gu family knew that Gu Chang loved Gu Chang'e most among his kids. Now, the swimming pool which her father let people dig for her is filled in by Xiao Tianzi? Ah! For a long time Song Yunxian says just one word. Xiao Shui still worries about her. "Yunxian, what's wrong about the swimming pool?" "Nothing." She lowers her head and throws the broken pencil into the trash bin. Finishing that, she gets up. The ashes of Gu Chang'e were sprinkled in the high seas, but there should be a memorial tablet for children to commemorate her, right? Xiao Shui now recollects what Xiao Tianzi and Gu Chang'e once said. Xiao Tianzi and Gu Chang'e said that Gu Chang'e's memorial tablet is in Tianxiang Temple. Song Yunxian nods. I see. Xiao Shui feels that Song Yunxian is a bit strange today, but Xiao Shui can't figure out what makes her strange. Song Yunxian let Xiao Shui get off work earlier in the afternoon to meet Gu Chang'e in the hospital with Xiao Tianzi. After Xiao Shui leaves, she takes an umbrella and set off to Tianxiang Temple in Xiangshan Mountain in the outer suburbs by taxi. Tianxiang Temple is located at the Xiangshan Mountain. When autumn comes, there are many red leaves flowing in the sky. The scenery is so beautiful that many people go sightseeing there. In fact, most people don't know that there had been many cemeteries all over the mountain. Later, the one has been assigned to manage those cemeteries planted many maples and made Xiangshan Mountain what it is today. Because it is late winter, it often snows. There are traces of snow melting on the road, and it is wet everywhere. Holding a purple umbrella, Song Yunxian walks on the stone steps towards Tianxiang Temple in a big red cashmere coat. A drop of snow water falls on her umbrella. Song Yunxian raises her head, sees the Tianxiang Temple built on the mountainside and walks faster. When Gu Chang'e was alive, she had already selected her own cemetery near her father's and mother's. She had never thought that she would not been buried in any cemetery since Xiao Tianzi threw her ashes in the broad high seas. However, Xiao Tianzi will never expect that even if her ashes were thrown in the high seas by him, her soul is still at Yunqing. Moreover, she will reveal the truth that Xiao Tianzi killed his wife step by step. Let him lose his standing and reputation. She enters the Tianxiang Temple. The master of Tianxiang Temple comes over to ask her what she comes for. She just smiles slightly. I'm here to pay tribute to Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e also came to the temple when she was alive and donated some money to it. Of course, the money she donated to Buddha was only a small fraction of the money she spent on charity every year. She believed in Buddhism, but she did not believe in it blindly. She preferred to donate the money to students in schools than to Buddha. Hearing the name of Gu Chang'e, the master in the temple bows to her and shows her way. Miss Gu's memorial tablet is in this way, please come with me. Song Yunxian follows him. Then she sees a row of stone cabinets like bookshelves in the temple. There is a photo on each small square cabinet, and the name of the person is below it. When Song Yunxian gets there, the master sees that she wears a big red dress and reminds her, "It is not suitable for you to pay tribute to the dead in red clothes." Song Yunxian smiles and replies, Miss Gu should like me to visit her in red, which can prove that I have been living well and I am still dynamic. The master probably also finds Song Yunxian very weird. After saying ba, he makes an excuse to go first. Song Yunxian stands alone in front of Guchanga's little stone cabinet and stares at the photo of Guchanga on the cabinet that is almost as tall as her. In the picture, she was 18 years old. She reaches out and touches it. You died when you were 32 years old. Why did Xiao Tianzi put this picture in which you were 18 years old? The smiling 18-year-old woman does not speak, but her lips and eyebrows shows that she was young and beautiful at that time. Song Yunxian looks at Guchanga in the photo and uses her fingers to gently touch the name of Guchanga, which is engraved on the stone. Once you died, Gu's belonged to Xiao Tianzi. Gu's has changed a lot by him. The traces that you had existed were wiped clean. Can you accept all these? The woman in the photo looks at her and says nothing. She nods. I know you can't, but I guarantee to you that I will help you get them back. Everything. She will get everything back for Guchanga. Xiao Tianzi will pay the price he deserves for tampering with the Gu family. She doesn't feel sorry for her death and she doesn't cry. She just smiles and looks at the woman on the photo. As if the time and space changes instantly, she sees the 18-year-old herself. She frowns and recalls the time when she was 18 years old. Suddenly she can't remember the things she did at that time. That year she seemed to get to know Xiao Tianzi. Then she was together with Xiao Tianzi. Then her relationship with Xiao Tianzi settled down. Most of her memory is related to the succession of Gus. At that time Xiao Tianzi was gentle. He would take her hand to review the subjects to be tested and watch the small fish in the pond in the evening. He would also pull her into his arms while it was raining and cover her with his most important book. She was a strong woman, but at the age of 18, she spent some idle youth time. However, she lost her life because of that. She lost her life too early. Song Yunxian thinks that she will feel sad when she thinks of the past. However, although it is cold outside, when she holds the freezing stone tablet and rubs the photo, she only finds that she does not feel very painful. She can't shed any tears. When she was brought back to life, she was totally different. Now all those pains and hatred are carved in her bones. She will not shed tears for Xiao Tianzi, which shows her weakness. She smiles slightly, takes back her fingers and opens the umbrella in her hand. She says, Guchanga, I will come back to pay tribute to you again. Wait for me. When I let Xiao Tianzi taste the pain you suffered in the past and let him know the suffering of being painful but can't shed tears, I'll come and visit you. She opens her umbrella and returns by the way she came. Leaves in the mountains are stacked and the bottom leaves have rotted into the earth. When she leaves the mountain, she reaches out and throws a coin into the cauldron in the temple. She smiles and looks at the majestic golden Buddha. Buddha, please help me to make more money. The master next to her shakes his head, sighs and then watches her leave. In the eye of such an erudite Buddhist scholar, she must be a very material woman. However, in fact there are only two kinds of people in this world: the rich and the poor. The rich can easily get everything, while the poor always have to use their lives to exchange for the money that rich people spend like water. She is willing to be superficial. If she is not superficial, she will not be able to climb up and beat down Xiao Tianzi, the chairman of Gus, who is surrounded by the rich. In order to beat down Xiao Tianzi, she needs the huge financial resources in the business circle. No, in other words, she must get the huge financial resources in the business circle. Her eyes are cold. When she walks down to the foot of the mountain, the phone in her pocket suddenly rings. She takes out the phone from her pocket. Song Yunxiang's number is displayed on the screen of the phone. She hesitates for a while and then presses the button to answer. As long as the phone gets through, she hears the anxious voice of Song Yunxiang. Yunxian, where are you now? Hearing his nervous voice, Song Yunxian asks him, Brother, what happened? Yunxian, come to People's Hospital immediately no matter where you are. Father's condition suddenly deteriorates. Come soon. Song Yunxian is stunned and knits her eyebrows closely. I will come right away. Song Yunxiang hangs up the phone quickly and turns to look at Song Yuning and Song Yunjia. who have already waited in the corridor of the People's Hospital. Yunxian will come soon. Song Yunjia nods to him. However, Song Yuning, who stands next to Song Yunjia, says, "Brother, the father's will has already been written. The thing Yunxian will get is unworthy of mentioning compared with what we will get. Why do you ask her to come?" Song Yunchang glances at Song Yuning and says in an indifferent tone, "She is Dad's daughter too. We are the same from this aspect." At this moment, Song Yunjia interjects coldly. She is an illegitimate daughter from a small town. When she sees the will, she may think that father is partial. Song Yuning smiles and agrees with Song Yunjia. What sister said is true. Instead of letting her come to the hospital to make troubles, it is better to let her never come. Even if Dad is dead, the inheritance disparity can also be attributed to that she have no filial piety. Hearing what she said, Song Yunchang is worried. He realizes that his second elder sister has become smarter since she married into the Shui family. She can think of such an evil idea. Song Yunjia is too lazy to say anything else. Only Song Yunchang defends for Song Yunxian. Now even if Yunxian just gets a small part of the inheritance, it doesn't matter. After she marries into the Chu family, she will not care about the legacy that our Song family gives her. Song Yuning sneers. Brother, you think highly of her. Song Yunxian loves money. Song Yuning will never forget that Song Yunxian has extorted her 80 million yuan. Song Yunchang and Song Yunjia know nothing about that Song Yuning was extorted 80 million yuan. Although they hate Song Yunxian, they do not show it too much. This is the case with large families. There are many children and all of them live with a mask. Although the Song family only has 4 children, it isn't different from other families. Anyway, they are the children of different women. Song Yunings doesn't like Song Yunxian anymore after the Shui family's failure to win the bidding contract of Chu's. Thinking about that she has been cheated by Song Yunxian several times before, she becomes even more annoyed. When she is going to say something, the phone in her hand suddenly rings. Song Yunjia and Song Yunchang looks at her at the same time. Song Yuning walks a few steps away from the corridor and says with a smile, "It is Shui Tao's number. I will pick it up. He may worry about me." Song Yunjia bends her thin lips. "Shui Tao, such a useless person, is so concerned about you. That's unexpected." Her disdain and ridicule surprise Song Yuning. Then Song Yuning takes the phone and goes farther from them. Song Yuning knows that Song Yunjia dislikes Shui Tao because he is a playboy. Even Song Yunchang dislikes him either, considering Shui Tao as a good-for-nothing. But it was until she got married that she finally realized that her elder sister and elder brother were very disdainful of Shui Tao. However, despite her older brother and older sister disdaining Shui Tao is already her husband. He is the one she has made up her mind to live with. Since Shui Tao is already her man, she will help him. She walks to the end of the corridor, stands by the window and presses the answering key. "Has your old father already kicked the bucket?" Song Yuning frowns. "Tao, my father's condition has worsened. He is still alive." Shui Tao is at a rather noisy place. There is even the woman's laughter coming from the phone. She feels unhappy about that. But Shui Tao continues to say, "Although your father is not dead now, he will not last for a few days. Take a good look at your father's will, lest the old man only give you a tiny part of the estate. I have already seen the will with my older brother and older sister. He will give 35% of his share to my brother and sister respectively. I will get 20% while Yunxian will get 10%. Shui Tao becomes sarcastic. "It is unfair for the old man to divide the estate in this way. You will only get 20%. Are you his biological daughter? Tao, I have already got married to you. 20% is quite a lot. What does the old man mean to give your brother and sister 35% respectively? Does he want them to compete with each other? Tao, this is my father's decision. I can get 20% of the share, while Yunxian will only get 10% of it. Song Yunxian, this little bitch has no place in the Song family. You are the daughter of Song Yan who was raised in the Song family. How can you compare yourself with her?" Shuetao calls Song Yunxuan's names with foul language. The sound of him in the microphone even spreads around. Song Yuning looks pale. She gradually feels that her father really gives her too little estate. They are both his daughters. Why Song Yunjia can get more? Her brows knit tightly. Listening to the voice on the phone, she is lost in thought. Song Yunjia and Song Yunxiang. Standing in the distance to see Song Yuning. Watch her answering the phone. Song Yunxiang wears a woebegone look. Shuetao has barely seen our dad since he married Yuning. Song Yunjia sneers. It is not surprising at all. He is Shuetao, the dregs of the society. Do you still expect him to do anything good? Shuetao, a man who is notoriously useless in Yunqing, relying on the wealth of Shui family, lives a dissipated life. He has had affairs with a lot of women. Yuning is so unreasonable. There are a lot of men she can marry. How has she fallen in love with Shuetao? Song Yunxiang says with pity for Song Yuning. However, if Song Yunxiang knows at the moment that Song Yuning is not pregnant with Shuetao's child, he will not think that Song Yuning is blinded by love. Song Yuning is not only sensible, but also smart. Song Yunjia puts her hands in the pocket of her white coat and takes a glance at Song Yuning, who is answering the phone. Her voice is so cold that it seems she is talking about some irrelevant things. We shouldn't blame Shuetao for being bad for Yuning. Yuning herself is eager to get married to Shuetao and to become a member of Shui family. That is why she has been treated badly in Shui family. Song Yunxiang sighs and turns to see the ward where his father is being rescued. Song Yuning has been talking on the phone for a long time. To kill time, Song Yunxiang chats with Song Yunjia casually. I heard that Gu Changel had a car accident a few days ago? Yes, but she is okay. She was just shocked badly. After changing her heart, she is still so easy to be shocked? Song Yunjia laughs and looks up at Song Yunxiang. Brother, although Gu Changga is daring, she was dead already. Even her heart is still beating in Gu Changel's chest. Gu Changel is not Gu Changga. Since Gu Changel is not Gu Changga, how can he expect Gu Changel to have the courage of Gu Changga? Song Yunxiang nods. Gu Changel's personality is much worse than Gu Changga's. There is no blood relationship between them after all. Song Yunjia is not surprised at all. Half an hour passes. Song Yunxian, who is very nervous, hurriedly runs up along the stairs, with a layer of sweat on her forehead. Song Yunxiang, seeing her running over, moves forward to greet her. There is an elevator. Why did you climb the stairs? Song Yunxian doesn't have time to wipe the sweat on her head. She takes a glance at her brother, then wants to see Dad. Where is Dad? How is he? Seeing that she is anxious, Song Yunxiang reaches out to grab her shoulder. Calm down, Dad is under rescue in the operating room. When I saw Dad this morning, he was still fine. How come he came to the hospital? Song Yunxuan's fingers clutch Song Yunxiang's sleeves, and her voice is accompanied by a sobbing tone. Seeing that she is going to cry, Song Yunxiang's voice softens. Well, don't cry, Dad will be okay. But... The tears in Song Yunxuan's eyes fall down at last. The teardrops hang on her fair cheeks. The black eyes of her grow misty, which makes her look more fragile. But what happened to Dad after all? Seeing Song Yunxian crying while being supported by Song Yunxiang, Song Yunjia feels nothing at all. She only looks at her coldly, then she finds herself a chair outside the operating room to sit down and wait. Song Yuning, seeing Song Yunxian come, steps forward quickly. Yunxian, here you are. Sister. Song Yunxian loosens Song Yunxiang's hand to catch Song Yuning's. Song Yuning holds her hands, and when she sees her crying, she is surprised. She didn't expect that Yunxian would shed tears for their old father. Song Yan has 4 children in his life, but he is not close to them as it should be. Although he is now under rescue in the operating room, her 3 children haven't shed a drop of tear when waiting outside the operating room. Song Yunxian is crying in a low voice. Song Yuning pats her back to calm her down. Yunxian, don't cry, our dad will be fine. It's just that his cancer cells have spread too. Cough. Song Yunxiang's coughing sound suddenly interrupts Song Yuning. Song Yuning stops talking. Song Yunxian looks up at Song Yuning with tears in her eyes, waiting Song Yuning to finish her words. Song Yuning immediately turns back and swallows down the words she was going to say. She provokes another topic. Look, the surgical light is off. As expected, Song Yunxian is distracted. She turns to look at the door of the operating room. The surgical light outside the operating room is off. Song Yuning lets Song Yunxian go and walks forward with Song Yunjia and Song Yunxiang. A male doctor with a mask comes out of the operating room. The doctor is about 1.9 meters tall. When they surround him, he takes off the mask on his faces and says, "Are you patients' family members?" Song Yunjia has an acquaintance with the doctor. Hearing his programmatic questioning, she feels impatient. She asks directly, "Ning Yuan, they are my brother and sister. Don't beat around the bush. Please tell me about my father's condition." Ning Yuan takes a quick glance at Song Yunxiang and Song Yuning. He says routinely, "The patient is now awake after the rescue, but his condition is not optimistic. Come to the office with me. I will tell you the specific situation." Song Yunxiang and Song Yuning follow him closely. Ning Yuan goes forward, followed by 3 people. Song Yunxian stands in the distance and watches Ning Yuan go forward. She feels that she has met the doctor before. With terror in her eyes, she watches Ning Yuan walk past her. Just as she tries to remember where she has seen the doctor, Ning Yuan suddenly stops and turns to ask her, "You are also the patient's family member, right? Come over together." Song Yunxian, called by him, looks up and meets his sight. There is basically no expression on Ning Yuan's face. After saying this, he turns back and continues to move forward. Song Yunxian walks fast to follow them. But she is stopped by Song Yunjia when she arrives at the door of Ning Yuan's office. Ning Yuan's office is too small. "You can wait outside for a while. But I also want to know father's condition." Song Yunjia, seeing Song Yunxian really want to go in, smiles faintly. "You wait outside. I will tell you what the doctor says later." Song Yunxian wants to follow her, but the wooden door closes before her. Song Yunjia shuts her out of the door, just like guarding an outsider. Standing outside the room and looking at the closed door, she does not move for a long time. The passing-by nurses see this scene and feel sorry for Song Yunxian. I can't think of that Song Yan's youngest daughter is actually blocked outside the doctor's office when he is badly sick. It is Director Song who does not allow her sister to go in. It's not surprising. I heard that young girl has been sent to Song family recently. It seems that Director Song and her brothers and sisters all reject this girl. These nurses lower their voices and walk away. The tears, once blurred Song Yunxuan's eyes, fade away gradually. She looks at the closed door, moves a few steps, then sits on the chair in the hallway. In fact, it is unimportant to know what kind of illness Song Yan has. She only needs to know that Song Yan will not live long. It is probable that Song Yan personally has told her brother and sisters to keep an eye on her, so she doesn't even know what her father's illness is now. However, although Song Yan is so shrewd, his children seem to misunderstand his words. She thinks that the reason why Song Yan wants her children to keep an eye on her is nothing more than fearing that she may annex Song family after attaching to Chu family. It is reasonable for Song Yan to think this way, because he himself knows that although he is the father of Song Yunxian, he doesn't treat her well. He is afraid that Song Yunxian will hate him because he is partial to his other children, so he tells her eldest son and eldest daughter to keep an eye on her. What Song Yan thinks is right. However, although she is Song Yunxian, she will not hate Song Yan. Instead, she will be very grateful to him. She raises her hand to rub her eyes. Her eyes soften with a touch of light flashing quickly by. She stands up and walks toward the ICU ward where Song Yan is at. In Song Yan's attending Dr. Ning Yuan's office, Ning Yuan put the X-perspective film on the light box to let Song Yunjia, Song Yunchang and Song Yuning have a look. The patient's cancer cells have spread all over his body. It is vain to give him another surgery. I hope that you can be mentally prepared. Not until Ning Yuan finishes his words, Song Yunchang and Song Yuning know what he is going to say. The doctor tells them Song Yan's present condition in detail. To sum up, Song Yan's cancer is incurable. All they can do is to give him conservative treatment and wait him to die. There is a blank expression on Song Yoonja's face. As a doctor who has been in the hospital for more than 10 years, she won't be touched by life or death as much as she did when she just became a doctor. She seems calm and indifferent. Song Yooning, sitting in a chair, uses her hand to cover her mouth and starts to whimper. Although Song Yoonchang says nothing, he looks rather sad. Ning Yuan sees the reaction of them and then says, "You can go to visit the patient when he wakes up. In the following days you can choose whether to care for him at home or in the hospital." Song Yoonja does not think much about it. He will stay in the hospital since Aunt Xiao lives abroad now. Aunt Xiao is Song Yooning's biological mother. Song Yoonja mentions Aunt Xiao because she wants Song Yooning to call her mother back to serve Song Yen in his last few days. Song Yooning hears Song Yoonja's words, looks up and says in a sobbing tone, "My mom has always opposed me to marry Xue Tao. I called her a few times before and she didn't answer once. Why not brother and sister call my mom and tell her to go back to visit dad?" Song Yoonja looks cold. "If you can't get through her number, let it be. Father is so sick that he may not recognize Aunt Xiao." Song Yooning's mother had been living in the Song family for 20 years, and she can almost be regarded as the woman of the Song family. Song Yen is seriously ill. However, when Song Yoonja asks Song Yooning to call her mother back, Song Yooning declines. Song Yoonchang asks tentatively, "Yoonja, is Aunt Lan going to come back?" Aunt Lan's name is Lan. She is Song Yoonja's mother and Song Yan's first wife. It was a pity that they got married out of business consideration. After Lan was married to Song Yen for a year, she gave birth to Song Yoonja. Then Song Yen took Aunt Xiao, who was pregnant with Song Yooning, home. Because her husband had brought home another woman, Lan felt that her pride was hurt and went abroad in a fury. Up to now, Lan has been living abroad for more than 20 years. During these years, Lan has never returned. Now Song Yen is in a critical condition. Song Yoonchang proposes to call Lan back, who is the real hostess of the Song family. He is rejected by Song Yoonja. "My mother is not as important as Aunt Xiao in the Song family. If my father can't remember Aunt Xiao, he won't remember my mother." Song Yoonchang frowns. They are still registered couple. Song Yoonja looks at Song Yooning thoughtfully. "Brother, since we are both single, we don't know too much about marriage. Yooning, in your opinion, shall we call my mother or Aunt Xiao back?" Song Yooning's face is pale, and she can't say a word for a long time. They have read the will. Song Yooning will get 20% legacy from her father. However, when she called overseas and told her mother Chao Chi about this, her mother was still angry with Song Yen. She said that although she had been serving Song Yen for so many years, he forbade her to give birth to another child and gave her daughter so little legacy. He was so merciless to her. Since Chao Chi said those words, how can she come back to accompany Song Yen for the following days? Song Yoonchang's mother and Song Yoonchuan's mother passed away many years ago. Now Song Yen is in a critical condition, but there is no one who is close to him caring for him. People in Yunqing will gossip about it. Song Yooning is aware of that. She says, "I will take care of father until my mother comes back." There is no expression on Song Yoonja's face. "You are pregnant. Will you feel too tired to take care of father?" Song Yoonchang also echoes, "Yes, Yooning, you have to take care of yourself first. You are not only the daughter of the Song family, but also the daughter-in-law of the Xue family." Song Yooning nods. "I know, I will bear that in mind. Brother and sister, you don't need to worry." Song Yoonja and Song Yoonchang are actually not worried at all. Because Song Yooning volunteers to do it, they don't have to take the responsibility if she gets herself into trouble one day. And Song Yooning volunteers to take care of Song Yen because she has other intention. Song Yooning looks gentle. She comes out from Ning Yuan's office with Song Yoonja and Song Yoonchang. They walk in the hallway and head for the ICU ward where Song Yen lives in. In the distance, they see a girl stand still outside the glass wall of the ICU looking inside. When they move closer, it turns out to be Song Yoonxian. Song Yoonchang looks surprised and walks over. "Yoonxian, have you been here all the time?" Song Yoonxian nods. "Brother, what did doctor say about father's condition?" Song Yunxiang turns to look at Song Yunjia and Song Yuning. Song Yuning does not say anything. It is Song Yunjia who answers. Father's condition is stable, but since he is old, the disease will come on him now and then. You don't need to worry. Song Yunxian relives slightly. Song Yuning insists on taking care of their father this night. As the only son of the Song family, Song Yunxiang unsurprisingly will stay with Song Yuning. Song Yunjia feels a little tired after a day's work. She pays a visit to Song Yen after work. Since she is sleepy, she goes back to her apartment to rest. Song Yunxian buys Song Yunxiang and Song Yuning something to eat. Song Yunxiang sees that she hasn't left yet, then says, "Go home and have a rest. I will stay here with your sister Yuning. I want to wait until father wakes up," she whispers. Song Yunxiang says like a gentle brother, "Yunxian, you go back to rest. When father wakes up, I will call you, okay? Brother, listen to me, go home. I will call Uncle Zhang to pick you up." Song Yunxiang insists that he sends Song Yunxian back, and Song Yunxian has no other way. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Song Yunxian is sent back by the Song family's driver. There are a lot of vehicles on the road so that they block for a long time at the crossroad in the city center. She is bored and looks at the scenery outside. Suddenly she sees a familiar figure. Looking carefully, she discovers that this is the doctor she saw during the day. She gets an idea. Song Yunxian opens the door and gets off the car. The driver in the driver's seat calls her. "Miss Song? Where are you going?" Song Yunxian waves her hand. "Go to wait for me ahead. I will go for you later." She is in a hurry, and the driver can't leave the car to follow her. Helplessly, he can only drive forward. Song Yunxian runs a few steps to chase the man in light white clothes. However, when she comes to the corner of the commercial street, she finds that she has lost the man. She looks around strangely, trying to find the figure of that person, but does not find the trace of Ning Yuan. She frowns and stands there. Suddenly, there is a faint voice behind her. "Are you looking for me?" Following the voice, Song Yunxian is a little surprised and turns to look at him. Ning Yuan appears in front of her with a bag of fresh oranges, which he just bought from a convenience store. Ning Yuan does not seem to recognize her. "You are. I am the youngest daughter of Song Yen, the family of the patient you rescued during the day." Ning Yuan has long eyebrows and narrow eyes, and the profile of his face is smooth and beautiful. He looks like an academic researcher who is ascetic. To sum up in a simple way, he is a dissocial top student who won't be influenced by others. Song Yunxian talks bluntly. "Because I didn't get into your office during the day, I don't know what disease my father has." "Your big brother and sister didn't tell you?" Song Yunxian looks at him and says softly, "No, so I hope you can tell me." Ning Yuan walks forward with a plastic bag. "Your father has been removed 1/3 of his stomach because of stomach cancer, but the cancer cells have not been completely eradicated. Now cancer cells have spread to the liver and spleen. He doesn't have much time." Song Yunxian follows him. Ning Yuan feels strange and stops the pace. "I have told you why you are still following me?" Song Yunxian smiles and says, "I still have something else." "About what? Do you know Xiao Tianzi?" Ning Yuan frowns and stares at her. "I don't know." After saying that, he turns to leave. This time Song Yunxian does not continue to follow him. He replies so fast that Song Yunxian immediately affirms that Ning Yuan knows Xiao Tianzi. Moreover, he not only knows him but also is impressed with him. She remembers that Ning Yuan and Xiao Tianzi studied in the same medical school. Moreover, he is Xiao Tianzi's schoolmate who is younger than him. He is a very upright schoolmate. He has never deceived patients and their families. She goes to the car and finds it in the place ahead where parking is allowed. The driver asks her worriedly, "Miss Song, you shouldn't go alone on the busy street of this bustling city." "It's okay. In the past, Gu Chang'e was hit at the same place and lost her legs by high amputation." Song Yunxian smiles. "The car accident here was so serious." The driver also sighs again and again. This place had not seen such a car accident for decades. Gu's chairwoman had such bad luck. Song Yunxian smiles without speaking. She seems to sympathize the chairwoman of Goose who is mentioned. Song Yunxian smiles all the way. Only doctors who did the surgery at that time know whether Guchanga must have a high amputation after the car accident. However, most of those doctors are missing except Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianza. Song Yunjia not only did Guchanga's high amputation surgery, but also did the surgery to dig the heart of Guchanga. Therefore, Song Yunjia won't personally tell the truth about Guchanga being amputated until she dies. And Xiao Tianza will not reveal anything about the surgery. However, in addition to Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianza, there are some other doctors who did the surgery at that time. In fact, there is another person who knows the truth very clearly. Moreover, the man also had a serious dispute with Xiao Tianza and Song Yunjia about whether Guchanga had to have a high amputation. That man is Ning Yuan. At that time, Ning Yuan had been assigned to the People's Hospital, but was forced to move away because of this dispute. Now Guchanga is dead. Unexpectedly, Ning Yuan goes back to Yunqing again. Anyway, the thing is too coincidental. However, since the arrangement of God is so coincidental, she'd better use this coincidence to make a friend with Ning Yuan. Song Yunxian goes back home and takes a shower. She gets a call from Chu Machen when she lies down in the bed. She frowns, guessing that Chu Machen must have been informed of the hospitalization of Song Yan. She adjusts her mood before answering the phone. Sure enough, Chu Machen indeed calls for this matter. How is your father's condition? My older sister said that father is fine. He is only getting older and older. Chu Machen has been silent for a while, then he says, you need to take good care of yourself. Song Yunxian feels strange. At this time, shouldn't Chu Machen tell her to take good care of her father? She feels confused, but she does not ask him. She nods, talks with Chu Machen intermittently for a short time, and then hangs up the phone. Just when she is about to hang up the phone, there is a woman's charming voice in Chu Machen's place. Child Chu, haven't you finished your phone call yet? Song Yunxuan's heart throbs. She clenches her fingers and her eyes are cold. Chu Machen doesn't explain the woman's voice but says, sleep early, good night. Song Yunxian suppresses the turbulent feeling she feels at that moment and tries hard to say yes calmly. Then she moves her finger and hangs up the phone. She puts the phone in front of her and stares at the phone for a long while, as if she would stare at it forever. Amma outside knocks the door and sends milk to her. Song Yunxian is shocked by the knocking at the door and comes to herself. Amma opens the door and walks in with a smile. Miss Yunxian, go to bed early after drinking milk. Okowo. Song Yunxian seems calm as usual. Amma puts the milk on the table in the bedroom, then takes the tray and leaves. After seeing Amma leaves, Song Yunxian looks at the milk cup and holds the phone in her hand firmly. There are other women around Chu Machen. There are other women around Chu Machen. Who is that woman? Her heart throbs. She can't fall asleep even she has drunk the milk. At 5 o'clock in the morning, feeling tired and suffering from headache, Song Yunxian gropes for the pills in the bedside drawer. She takes a few out and puts them in her mouth. She feels dizzy and soon becomes unconscious. When she wakes up again, there is a smell of disinfectant. Feeling uncomfortable for the smell, she opens her eyes in exhaustion, only to find that she is not in her own room. She hears the voice of Amma. Sounds like Amma is about to cry. Child Yunxiang, I couldn't wake Miss Yunxian up, so I called you. Why did she take medicine? Did she want to commit suicide by taking so many sleeping pills? Child Yunxiang, Miss Yunxian. Brother, don't blame Amma. I couldn't sleep, so I took sleeping pills last night. Weak as she is, she wants to sit up from the bed. Amma sees and comes over to help her. At this time, someone pushes the door open and gets in with checking record in his hand. You wake up. Ning Yuan's voice is faint. Until now, Song Yunxian realizes that she is in the hospital. Why am I in the hospital? She frowns. Ning Yuan comes over, uses his hand to raise her eyelids and checks her eyes. Someone sent you over at noon yesterday, saying that you were so desperate that you committed suicide by taking sleeping pills. Song Yunxian feels awkward after hearing that. I am fine. Why did I want to commit suicide? She thinks for a moment and sighs. Last night, I was worried about my father's condition and couldn't fall asleep, so I took a few sleeping pills. After checking her situation, Ning Yuan says, "You can be discharged after 2 days of observation." Song Yunxian nods. "Thank you." Ning Yuan writes a line of words on the checking record and answers without raising his head. "It's my job." Song Yunxian smiles and watches Ning Yuan leave with a few young doctors. Song Yunqiang comes over. "You are too careless. You should not eat the psychotropic drugs such as sleeping pills anymore." "I see." Song Yunqiang sees that she is sensible and adds, "Child Chu has come twice but you didn't wake up." Song Yunxian asks him casually, "When did he come?" "He came here at noon yesterday and came again at 10 o'clock in the evening." Song Yunqiang is pity about that. "You didn't wake up at that time. Chu Xiao has been very worried about you." Song Yunxian answers politely, "I'm so sorry that I let him worry about me." Song Yunqiang faintly feels that something is wrong. Song Yunxian slips into the quilt. "I feel a little sleepy. I'd like to sleep for a while." Song Yunqiang can't stop her from sleeping, so he goes out. When Song Yunqiang goes out, Song Yunxian opens her eyes and asks Amma, who is pouring water besides her, "How long has Child Chu stayed in the evening?" "About half an hour." Song Yunxuan's eyelids twitch. She reaches out her hand. "Bring me today's newspaper." Amma hesitates for a while, then answers awkwardly, "The newspaper is still at home. It has not been sent here yet." Song Yunxian curls up her lips and looks a little cold. "Go downstairs to buy one. If it has been sold out, go home and fetch one." "Okowo." Takes Amma 10 minutes to come back. Reading it carefully, Song Yunxian doesn't find the information she wants, so she puts it aside to have a rest. Before resting, Song Yunxian reminds Amma, "Remember to bring me tomorrow's newspaper." After Amma promises that, she falls asleep. Probably because of the strong efficacy of sleeping pills, she sleeps for a long time again. When she wakes up in the midnight, she sees Amma dozing off next to her. She gets up and heads to the bathroom. On the way, she puts a coat on Amma. When she walks into the outside corridor, she suddenly smells a pungent smell of smoke. She frowns and looks in the direction of the smell. Then she sees a flash of fire between the fingers of a man besides the corridor's window. The fire is weak. Obviously, it is a lit cigarette. She feels strange, then walks over to the man who is looking at the night sky. When she comes closer, the man notices, slightly turns sideways, then recognizes her. "Miss Song, it's so late. Why are you still awake?" "Director Ning, you probably didn't let the doctor give me gastric lavage. I slept too much during the day and woke up at night until the sleeping pill's efficacy was gone." He nods. "You didn't take a lot of pills, so you are fine. That's why we gave you a medic rather than gastric lavage." Song Yunxian walks over to the window and looks at the sky with him. "There is no star tonight." "Yeah." He puts out the cigarette in his hand and throws the unfinished cigarette into the metal trash bin next to him. Song Yunxian holds the window and looks at the night sky outside. Ning Yuan turns and wants to go. Song Yunxian follows him to walk along. "May I go to your office for a cup of coffee? You are only suitable for drinking water." "Then I will drink water." Song Yunxian walks forward, and Ning Yuan does not want to get rid of her. When they arrive at Ning Yuan's office, Song Yunxian finds that it is about 2 o'clock in the night. She can't help admiring Ning Yuan. "I'm so surprised that you can stay up to 2 o'clock. Ning Yuan hands her a cup of lukewarm water as expected. "Some patients will have symptoms in the evening. Since I am on duty, I must be clear-headed." "But shouldn't you be off duty today?" Ning Yuan pauses and answers, "We took another patient later in the day. I was a little worried about him, so I stayed." Song Yunxian nods. "You are so responsible for your job. I just don't want to kill others." What he said stuns Song Yunxian. The coffee in Ning Yuan's cup smells good. He takes a sip casually. Song Yunxuan's minds drift away while she is watching him. "You really worry about your father? Is he awake?" When a patient like him is awake is uncertain, not to mention he has undergone rescuing surgery. Will he wake up at night? Probably. Then excuse me, I want to see him. She gets up and leaves. Ning Yuan stands up and takes his coat on the hanger next to him. The temperature on the 19th floor may be a bit low. You can wear this coat before you leave. Song Yunxian accepts it willingly and says, "Thank you." She takes the elevator to the 19th floor. It takes her a while to find Song Yan's ward after she comes out of the elevator. She walks over and finds that Song Yuning is lying in bed in the next room and Song Yunqiang is dozing in the sofa. She stands outside the glass door and looks tenderly at Song Yan, who is lying on the bed for a long while. Gu Chang's father Gu Chang died after he had been lying in the ICU ward for dozens of days. She was only 20 years old and she waited outside the glass door of the ICU ward every day. Gu's board of directors concealed Gu Cheng's condition in order to keep Gu's stock trading volume unaffected. Moreover, some doctors were asked by Gu's board to tell her that Gu Chang could wake up. So, she watched her father outside the glass wall after she had finished her business every day. He was the man who had been raising her up alone at the age of 26. She believed that Gu Chang could still wake up, because Gu Chang has never left her in the 20 years of raising her. However, after waiting confidently for 60 days, she got the death certificate of Gu Chang. She watched the doctor remove the medical equipment from Gu Chang slowly. It took her a long time to cry out. Xiao Tianzi was hugging her from behind. He wanted to support her body so that she would not kneel down. She grasped Xiao Tianzi's hands firmly in order not to fall down. She remembered that at a very young age, Gu Chang told her that as a human, as long as he lives, he needs to stand up and walk by himself. In this way, she shouldered her responsibility. Gu Chang'e didn't think that he was right when she was young, and cited various examples to refute his father's statement. However, Gu Chang insisted that he should be right. Later, she took over Gu's. Only then she realized that if people don't stand up and walk on their own, then the one who is helping them will take away everything from them. Xiao Tianzi helped her and then took away everything from her. She looks at Song Yan in the ICU ward, as if she saw her father. She can't help stopping her tears falling down along her cheek. You can rest assured that I can support Gu's. Song Yunxian has no symptoms of discomfort the next day. Ning Yuan, who comes to go the rounds of wards, says she can be discharged. Song Yunxian goes through the formalities of discharge. And when she is ready to go home with her things, she suddenly catches sight of a sapphire Porsche sports car parking outside the hospital. She stands there frowning over there for a while. The window of the car finally opens. However, the person inside the car is not Chu Machin. The 17-year-old boy inside blinks at her. "Miss Song." Song Yunxian walks over. "Mr. Rong. You can just call me Rong 6. Rong 6 seems to be very familiar with her, asking her to get in the car quickly. "Please get in soon. I can't be seen driving without a driver's license." Song Yunxian nods. "In this case, it would be better for me to take the car driven by my driver. But I can drive well, Miss Song." Song Yunxian doesn't turn back. Rong 6 has no choice but to get off the car and stop her. "It is Child Chu who asks me to pick you up. He wants me to send you back personally. Don't bother. I can take anyone's car." She walks over to Song family's car. Rong 6 stops her and insists, "Please take Child Chu's car." Seeing he insists that, Song Yunxian feels suspicious. "Why?" "I will tell you after you get in the car." Although Rong 6 is young, he is hard to get rid of. Song Yunxian has no choice but to get in the car. Rong 6 drives away with window glass closed. Song Yunxian sees a newspaper in the car, so she reaches out, wanting to have a look. Rong 6 takes away the newspaper quickly. "There is nothing worth reading today. You can wait to see tomorrow's newspaper." Song Yunxian reaches out to turn on the radio. Rong 6 says immediately, "The things they broadcast are nonsense. Let me tell you about the 4 new stars in the recent entertainment circle." Song Yunxian is not interested in this. "Do your family want to invest in film and television dramas?" Rong 6 is surprised. "No. If your answer is no, then you don't need to tell me that." In Song Yunxuan's opinion, as long as people in the entertainment circle don't have interest relationship with her, then it's unnecessary for her to listen to gossips and the current situation information of them. Rong 6 has to pass a crossroad in the center of Yunqing on the way sending her home. It happens to be red light when they arrive and weekly entertainment is being broadcast on the huge LCD TV, installed on the Ginza building next to the crossroad. Song Yunxian, who is bored, looks at the subtitles above. She catches Chu Machen's name immediately. Then she sees the photo of Yao Mimi, the new goddess of the entertainment circle, talking and drinking with Chu Machen. Seeing Song Yunxian stares at the LCD screen on the Ginza building, Rong 6 turns to look at it too. Then his face turns pale. I feel dizzy. Child Rong, please send me home soon. Rong 6's face twitches uncontrollably, and then for a moment, he doesn't know what he should do. He sends Song Yunxian back to the Song family quickly as she demanded. However, it is obvious that Song Yunxian is not happy when she enters the Song family. The result is worse than Rong 6 has imagined. Rong 6 feels that he can't go back to meet Chu Machen now, so he goes to the bar to have a drink on the way back. Unfortunately, he comes across the Su family's Su Yoyu. A glamorous woman wearing a black short skirt strikes up a conversation with Su Yoyu. He just smiles politely, then gets rid of the woman. When he walks to Rong 6 and orders some vodka for them, Rong 6 can't help but give him a thumbs up. Mr. Su is so self-restrained. That woman is so hot and you can resist her charm. Su Yoyu's face is a little feminine with his sharp chin, and he looks more beautiful than the average man. Now ridiculed by Rong 6, he just smiles. That woman is beautiful, but unfortunately she is not my style. Rong 6 takes a sip of wine, then starts to gossip. Then, Brother Su, which kind of women do you prefer? I like. He thinks about it, then smiles faintly. That kind of women is not very easy to find. The kind of women like Yao Mimi? Rong 6 asks. Su Yoyu's eyes squint. She seems to be a female star who has recently got along well with Child Chu. Rong 6 feels he has said something inappropriate. He raises his hand and pats his mouth. Sorry, I accidentally mentioned Child Chu. What's done is done. Since I heard it anyway, how about telling me about it in detail? Su Yoyu is a little bit naughty. Rong 6 is very cautious. That is Child Chu's business. I can't talk about it. Su Yoyu stares at him. Sounds mysterious. Whether it is mysterious is unimportant. You know, the Chu family's affairs are none of my business. Seeing Rong 6 is not going to say it anyway, Su Yoyu stops inquiring. Rong 6 is restrained in drinking. After drinking a few cups, he feels that it is time to go back and gets up. Su Yoyu stands up and watches him leave. When his figure disappears from the bar, he sits back on the chair and looks at the glass in his hand with a smile. The wine in the glass is as transparent as gems. The smile on his lips is getting more and more obvious as he shakes the glass. It seems that Yao Mimi is very good at seducing men. Now, she is having an affair with Chu Machen. Oh. When Song Yunxian comes home, she feels that there is a fire burning in her chest. This fire makes her hard to breathe. But she feels cold as if she was covered with a layer of ice. Even if the fire is burning inside, it can't melt ice. Amma comes over to take her bag and coat. Song Yunxian holds her forehead and says, I have a headache suddenly. Then go back to the room and take a break. Amma answers. Song Yunxian shakes her head. No, Dad is still in the hospital. Find me some medicine for headaches. I will take a bath, change my clothes and go back to the hospital. Amma is very worried. But Miss Yunxian, you just get discharged from the hospital. The doctor said that you should rest more. Rest? She couldn't help but smile. There is no need to rest now. If I don't get busy now, I will rest for a lifetime. Amma is shocked by Song Yunxian's words. Song Yunxian is tired. She opens the door, then enters the room. She is very clear about what she should do now. Song Yan is seriously ill in bed. Song Yunqiang and Song Yuning are taking care of him. These two people are not stupid. They are taking care of father probably because they want to get more inheritance from him. She has not seen the inheritance division agreement in Song Yan's will until now. If Song Yan dies suddenly, this Song family will possibly be divided by Song Yunqiang. At that time, Song family will be gone because of the separation. Amma brings her the headache medicine. She eats the tablets with lukewarm water, then changes her clothes and sets off to the hospital. Amma still feels worried about her. She hands over a towel to Song Yunxian when she is about to leave. Miss Yunxian, you haven't dried hair after bathing. It is easy to catch a cold. Use this towel to wipe your hair. Song Yunxian is moved by her. It is as if a warm current has flown in the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but smile gently. Thank you, Amma. Miss Yunxian, take care of yourself. Seeing the wrinkles on Amma's face, Song Yunxian feels a little sad. She is becoming less and less important in Song family. Amma will be dismissed by Song Yunxiang in this way. Amma has no relatives. Song Yunxian is her closest relative. If Song Yunxiang fires her, where can she go? Even if it is for the people around her, she should take the initiative to have Song family in her hand. She grasps the towel in her hand firmly, then goes outside. Her eyes look firm and calm. Song Yin will die at any moment. Song family will be unrest during this period of time. The little tricks before are supposed to be moved to the table soon. She sits on the leather seat behind the car and looks out the window. She looks calm and cruel. Her eyes are as cold as a deep pool. When Song Yunxian arrives at the hospital, it happens that Song Yin is awake. Song Yuning and Song Yunxiang are so happy that they weep. Both of them surround their father's bed. But no one has asked to call Song Yunjia and Song Yunxian. Seeing that her brother and sister Yuning are around father's bed, Song Yunxian clasps her fingers, then steps forward to open the ward door. Does father wake up? Song Yunxiang hears the sound and turns his head in amazement. Yunxian, doesn't she just go back home? Why does she come back so soon? Song Yunxiang is rather confused. Seeing Song Yen has woken up, Song Yunxian walks quickly towards his bedside. Dad, do you feel better? Song Yen hasn't regained his consciousness. When he sees Song Yunxian, he looks confused. Song Yunxian smiles. Dad, how do you feel? I'm so glad that you have woken up. I will fetch the doctor right away. After saying that, she turns around and rushes to look for the doctor. At this time, Song Yen, who has been in a coma for more than 36 hours, murmurs a word, Yunxian. This is the first word that Song Yen says after he wakes up. Song Yunxiang and Song Yuning immediately realize what Song Yen says. At the same time, they are shocked about that. The first people their father calls after waking up is not her eldest daughter Song Yunjia, nor the only son Song Yunxiang, nor her second eldest daughter Song Yuning, who he has valued originally. However, it is his youngest daughter who is unimportant in the Song family. Why? Song Yunxiang is so shocked that he frowns, leans over to hold Song Yan's shoulders and shakes him with force. Dad, are you awake? Can you recognize me? Song Yan, shook by Song Yunxiang, moves his head a little. Seeing his only son's annoyed eyes, he feels he can't breathe. Song Yuning next to him reacts quickly. She holds down Song Yunxiang's arms and persuades. Brother, Dad has just woken up. Don't shake him so hard. Song Yunxiang turns his head, stares at Song Yuning and says worriedly, But. Song Yuning pulls Song Yunxiang's arm away from their father's shoulders and tips Song Yunxiang a wink. Brother, since Dad has recognized Yunxian, we should let Yunxian accompany him. We go to fetch doctor instead. After saying that, she takes Song Yunxiang out. Song Yuning drags Song Yunxiang out and goes not far away before Song Yunxiang shakes off Song Yuning's hand. Why did you drag me out? Song Yunxiang says angrily. Song Yuning draws her hand back, and her delicate eyebrows gradually smooth out. Being yelled by Song Yunxiang, she can't help laughing out. Big brother, why are you angry? Song Yunxiang turns to look at Song Yuning. Shouldn't you be crystal clear about that? Song Yuning certainly knows why Song Yunxiang is angry, but she does not want to speak out. She just blames. No matter what you are angry for, you shouldn't shake father so hard. Father's condition is rather bad. You might make him go into coma again by doing that. You worry that I will shake him into a coma again, but I am afraid that although father has woken up, his mind is not clear. He raises his hand, takes a cigarette from his pocket, then reaches out to fumble for lighter restlessly but fails to find it. Song Yuning takes out her lighter from her bag and snaps open to light the cigarette for Song Yunxiang. Brother, you are so small-minded. You are angry for Dad calling Yunxuan's name first after waking up. Song Yunxiang takes a hard draw on his cigarette. You also know that Dad dislikes Yunxian. How did he wake up and then call her name? Yunxian is also his daughter. It is not surprising that Dad called Yunxuan's name first. Not surprising? Song Yunxiang shakes the ash into the metal trash bin next to him. It shocks me a lot. Father has already written his will. What we will get is pretty clear. Father called Yunxuan's name probably because he gave Yunxian the lease property, and then felt a little guilty. Song Yunxiang takes another draw. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Song Yuning comforts him. Brother, you are thinking too much. Father has given the will to his lawyer. He won't bother to rewrite it for Yunxian. Song Yunxiang is in a fret. That is not impossible. Brother, you don't have to worry about it. Song Yuning tries hard to appease Song Yunxiang. Although Dad has just awoken from coma, he is still reasonable. He will never redivide the inheritance. Besides, even if he has the intention, he won't do that for Yunxian as long as we three don't agree with that. Song Yuning's soft words make Song Yunxiang calm down a lot. Song Yunxiang stands in the hallway and smokes his cigarette. Song Yuning sees he calmed down and then says, I am going to call the doctor. You just smoked, so you should stay outside until the smell of cigarettes is gone. Song Yunxiang does not follow Song Yuning up. Song Yuning goes alone to find the attending doctor of Song Yan. When she is about to arrive at the doctor's office, the mobile phone in her hand suddenly rings. She looks down and finds the call is from Xue Tao. She hesitates for a moment and decides not to pick it up. After entering in the doctor's office and telling the doctor about her father's condition, she finally finds a quiet place to answer the phone. Xue Tao over there is very impatient. Have your father woken up? Yes, he has just woken up. Since he has woken up, you don't have to stay there anymore. My mother is going to the United States tomorrow. Come back and go with my mother. Song Yuning breathes out to calm herself down. Tao, listen to me. What are you going to say? No one has forced you to marry into the Xue family. If you don't even want to accompany my mother to the United States, then you shouldn't be so desperate to marry me. Song Yuning feels her temples beating quickly and becomes restless. However, it's rather quiet in the hospital. She can only lower her voice and try to speak with Xue Tao peacefully. Tao, after my father woke up, he called my sister's name first. Your sister? Xue Tao really changes his attitude and asks with uncertainty. Song Yunxian, that little bitch? Song Yuning nods. Yes. What do you mean by saying that? Xue Tao also becomes alert. Song Yuning takes a few steps towards the window, and her voice is still low. If what I guess is not wrong, my father might consider that he gave too little property to Yunxian. Xue Tao immediately responds. You mean your father, this old guy, wants to redivide his property? Probably. Song Yuning, you only get 20% of his property. Is it possible that your dad still wants you to give half of it to Song Yunxian? Xue Tao says with sarcasm. Are you Song Yan's biological daughter? Song Yuning turns to look back and finds no one is looking at her. She continues. You can rest assured. I only get 20% of my father's property. Even if he wants to give my share to Yunxian, he can only give 5% to her so that both of us will get 15%. When people find out that, they will think my father is partial to my eldest daughter. Xue Tao doesn't forget to pour oil on the flame. It is reasonable for your dad being partial to his eldest daughter because Song Yunjia is the daughter of his legal wife, while you and Song Yunxian are both illegitimate children. Song Yuning certainly understands that. However, only my mother has been with my father for more than 20 years. Xue Tao becomes silent for a while then asks, Are you sure that your father won't cut your share? Song Yuning shakes her head. I guess even if he plans to rewrite the will, he will cut the share of my brother and older sister but not mine. That's good. Xue Tao is slightly relieved. After that, he feels that there is nothing to talk to Song Yuning and says before hanging up, "Since you don't plan to accompany my mother to the United States, I will accompany her personally. You should keep an eye on your father to make sure he won't do something stupid." Song Yuning hears Xue Tao hang up and puts her phone away. To conclude, Xue Tao is just afraid that Song Yan may give her share of property to Song Yunxian. The Xue family is shrewd. Although they dislike their daughter-in-law, they want her to get more share of property. She raises her hand on her belly and whispers, "Tao, why do you calculate me like that? The child will become the master of the whole Xue family in the future." Oh. The doctor arrives soon. Song Yunxian walks away in order to avoid coming across him. The attending doctor is still Ning Yuan. After checking the situation of Song Yan, Ning Yuan turns to ask Song Yunxian, "What did he say after waking up?" "He only called my name." Song Yunxian is somewhat worried. "After that, no matter what I speak to father, he didn't say a word." Ning Yuan goes to check Song Yan's eyes. Song Yunchang and Song Yuning follow him to enter in the room. After Song Yunchang enters into the room, he asks Ning Yuan, "Doctor, has my father regained his consciousness?" Ning Yuan checks Song Yan's eyes again and says, "He might not fully regain his consciousness since he has been awake for only a short time. He might be more sober when he wakes up next time." Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Song Yunchang is obviously relieved. However, Song Yuning is slightly stunned. Song Yunxian looks at Ning Yuan gratefully. "Thank you for coming so quickly. I will call you when my dad wakes up again." Seeing Song Yan is fine, Ning Yuan nods and leaves. Song Yunxian stays in the hospital until midnight. They all think that Song Yan will wake up again before long. But it's 3 o'clock at night now. Song Yan does not wake up. Song Yunchang asks the driver to send Song Yunxian home to have a rest. Song Yunxian proposes to take care of Song Yan with Song Yunchang in turn. But Song Yunchang rejects that. Song Yunchang says to her, "If you want to see father, come over during the day. Don't come over at night, or both your sister and I will worry about you." Song Yunxian nods. When she gets home, it is past 4 o'clock at night. Because she stays up too late, she sleeps for a long time. It is already noon when she wakes up the next day. No one has called from the hospital. Song Yunxian has an ominous presentiment. Fearing her father may have woken up, but Song Yunchang and Song Yuning in the hospital may conceal it from her. She calls to ask Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan tells her Song Yan's situation in the hospital. Song Yan has not woken up. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, she becomes more restless. She goes to the Fanxing magazine at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Hong, the editor-in-chief of the magazine, seeing that she is rather serious, follows her to the office immediately. "Miss Song, is there something wrong with the magazine?" "No." She opens the drawer, pulls a piece of paper and writes down a phone number on it. "You contact the detective agency. I want to ask them to investigate one thing for me." Xiao Hong looks at the phone number and feels confused. "Miss Yunxian, are you going to make an investigation on Yao Mimi?" "No, not her." She shakes her head and looks up at Xiao Hong, who is standing before her desk. "Cut down the passage of the scandal between Yao Mimi and Child Chu. I want you to write a long article about Song Yan, chairman of the Song family. Call this number. I want them to investigate my father's will." Xiao Hong proposes. "Shall we cut the passage about affairs and entertainment cycle?" Song Yunxian puts her hands on the table. She looks calm, but there is a touch of coldness in her eyes. Compared with rich families' intrigue, the affairs of the stars and entertainment circle are trivial things. It's up to you how much the passage should be cut. "I see."
Xiaohongnu.
"I will keep Song's news on the first 2 pages of the magazine's color page." Song Yunxian nods, looks up at Xiao Hong and warns, "Editor Xiao, I am the youngest daughter of the Song family. If I lose, Fanxing magazine may not continue to run." Xiao Hong's eyes become wide open. She doesn't expect such a serious consequence. She is confused. "But, Miss Yunxian, although Child Chu and Yao Mimi have an affair these days, you have already been engaged with Child Chu, and you will marry into the Chu family sooner or later. Why should you?" Why do you want to fight for the Song family?
Xiaohong nous reluctantly.
Song Yunxian stands up and turns to look at the skyscraper which belongs to Gu's outside the window. I want the Song family not because of money. In fact, she does it to take revenge on Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Hong does not understand Song Yunxuan's purpose, but she is willing to listen to her no matter what her purpose is. Because what Song Yunxian said is right. It is her who supports the entire Fanqing magazine. If there is no Song Yunxian in the magazine, then there is no reason for Fanqing magazine to exist. Xiao Hong puts away the note with the phone number and leaves. Listening to the sound of the wind outside the glass window, Song Yunxian sits alone in the office for a while, then gets up and goes to the French window to see the world outside. It is drizzling and the whole world is gloomy. Xiao Shui gently knocks at the door. Song Yunxian turns around. Come in, Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui comes in, looking at the expression on her face. Your father is sick? Song Yunxian nods. He is always in a poor health, but this time it is slightly more serious. Being explained by her, Xiao Shui understands. When an elder who is very important in a big family is sick, the whole family usually falls into disorder. In fact, it is true. Since Song Yin became ill, the atmosphere of the entire Song family has become more complicated. Although the Song family still maintains peace on the surface, in fact, some people who are shrewd have already planned in advance. Song Yunxian sighs. These days, I may not be able to stay in the magazine. You need to observe the movements of Gu's in case they interfere with our affairs. Xiao Shui wonders. If Xiao Tianzi steps in, will he help Song Yunjia to win the entire Song family? Song Yunxian does not deny. It is possible. Your big brother is the eldest son of the Song family. It is reasonable to say that the eldest son will inherit the family business. Do they need to fight? Song Yunxian smiles. Not all the crown prince of every dynasty can ascend the throne. Her analogy makes Xiao Shui understand what she means. You mean, is it very unlikely that your brother will inherit all the property of the Song family? Song Yunxian nods. It's just a guess. The three of them have seen the will, but only I have been kept in the dark. Now, I need to wait to see the contents of the will so that I can know if I am right. Xiao Shui is a little worried. Have you seen the newspapers in recent days? Song Yunxian looks at the worried expression on Xiao Shui's face. No need to guess, what Xiao Shui said is actually the gossip between Chu Machin and Yao Mimi. She nods gently. Xiao Shui adds, the gossip of the two people recently has been raging. Have you met Child Chu? How did he explain it to you? Xiao Shui asks with concern. Song Yunxian massages the middle of her eyebrows. I only knew this thing yesterday. I have not seen Chu Machin. Xiao Shui is anxious. Yunxian, although your relationship with Child Chu has been very stable, you need to ask since he has hooked up others. It doesn't matter if I don't ask. Xiao Shui frowns and feels worried. It seems too cold and indifferent if you don't ask. What Xiao Shui said is right. Ordinary women will always go to question each other directly after finding their boyfriends hook up with others. But she can't do it, especially at this moment. Her voice was flat. I can't ask him. Why? Xiao Shui is puzzled. Song Yunxiao smiles. I need him to support me. There is no good breaking up with him. Xiao Shui looks at Song Yunxian with some confusion. Song Yunxian adds, I live in the Song family so stably only because that I am Chu Machin's fiancé, so I can't have a conflict with him at this moment. I have to carve out a niche in the Song family. Just because of this, you can bear that he has affairs with other women? Xiao Shui feels incredible. Song Yunxian has always been wearing a light and elegant smile. Why shouldn't I bear? As the saying goes, forbearance makes the steel. At this moment Song Yin is going to die, and the entire Song family is in an uproar. Song Yunxiang is the son of the Song family, and he has the qualification to master the Song family. Behind Song Yunjia there is the big group Gu's help. Song Yuning has the Shui family to give her suggestions. What does she have? She only has the prestige of Chu's to support her. At this moment, if she breaks up with Chu Machin because of a woman, it isn't worthwhile. She counts clearly the gains and losses of her own interests, and she knows clearly what to do next. So, she puts up with this Yao Mimi. The love of Chu Machin is important, but as long as this love can let her gain a foothold in the Song family and support her to achieve success is enough. Let Yao Mimi accompany him to do those romantic things. Her eyes are cold and beautiful, with a lukewarm and indifferent expression. In the following days, because the color page launched by the Fanqing magazine gives a large-scale report on the elder of the Song family who is sick to death, other newspapers and magazines also begin to have a scorching speculation on who will get the majority of the Song family's power. Su Yoyu is drinking afternoon tea and reading the newspaper at the Su family. The man opposite him is Rong Six, who rarely comes to him. The elder of the Song family is already sick to death? Rong Six feels bored. There is nothing unusual about the replacement of the old and the new. Then, who do you think will get most of the power of the Song family? Of course it will be given to Song Yunxiang, the only son of the Song family. Su Yoyu sips the tea leisurely and says, "Do you think there is possibility that the power will be given to Song Yunjia?" Rong Six hesitates. It was hard to say in the past, but now this Song Yunjia is not filial. Song Yan's 3 children are accompanying him almost all day. However, the media stares at the ward every day and has not seen Song Yunjia take care of her dad for more than 20 minutes. You mean Song Yunjia is not filial? Yes. Rong Six presses the newspaper in his hand to the table. According to the newspaper, the most filial child is Song Yunxian, the illegitimate daughter of Song Yan. When her father was unconscious, she couldn't sleep all night because of sadness. She could only sleep by taking sleeping pills. When she accidentally ate too much, she almost died. Su Yoyu sneers. The little daughter of the Song family is really very filial. It is unusual that a rich young lady worries about her parents. Moreover, her position in the Song family is not high. Rong Six nods, turns to look outside the window and trims his nails. Oh. In the hospital, Song Yunxian wears 2 big dark circles on her face. When Su Yoyu comes, she is drinking water. Su Yoyu asks Song Yan's situation politely, then comforts Song Yunxiang and greets Song Yuning before going to find Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian just comes out from the toilet after making up. Su Yoyu smiles at her and asks her politely, "Can I talk to you?" Song Yunxian looks at him. "You come to find me specially?"
No.
"You have dark circles. Haven't you rested well recently? My dad has been in hospital. You should pay attention to your health. Child Chu talked of you with me inadvertently. He is busy and let me take care of you. In fact, this is a complete baloney." So when Song Yunxian hears this sentence, she can't help sneering. "You can meet Chu Machin these days? You are too serious. I bring peanut milk from home for you and it's warm." Then he shows her the vacuum cup in his hand. Song Yunxian sighs helplessly and goes to the tea room near the hospital with him. She does not refuse the peanut milk brought by Su Yoyu. After taking a few sips, she asked him, "Don't you come to me for sending milk?" Su Yoyu slowly uses the boiled water to wash the teacup in front of him and waits for the Kung Fu tea to boil. Song Yunxian smells the tea. It is fresh and fragrant, but now she only feels that her temples suddenly throb. "How much have you earned for me?"
Su Yoyu laughs.
His good-looking smile is as soft and pure as the crescent in the night. "Yunxian, you are too anxious. I can't make it increase to 10-fold in such a short time. What are you coming for, then? If I can help you get the entire Song family, isn't it better than make 70 million jump 10-fold? Hearing that, Song Yunxian pauses and stares at Su Yoyu's face. "What do you mean?" Su Yoyu persuades her. "Don't look at me with such a serious look. Give me a smile." Song Yunxian is very annoyed. "I don't sell my smile." "Then you sell yourself?" Song Yunxian puts the mug in her hand on the table, shakes her head without anger and says, "I don't sell myself. So how do you trade with Child Chu?" Song Yunxuan's eyelids convulse. There is a sense of anger being peeped and guessed. Seeing her want to talk, Su Yoyu smiles gracefully and speaks before her. "Don't be angry. I don't know the things about you and Child Chu. I only know that you made a deal with me, so I guess that you also made a deal with Child Chu. I know nothing else." Song Yunxian hates other people knowing too much. She looks at Su Yoyu and her expression becomes calm. You come to me because that you think our Song family is profitable. So you come to corporate with me, right? It isn't good to say that it is profitable. I come to you only wanting that we can help each other equally and reciprocally. Song Yunxian can't help shaking her head and smiling. It is rare to see someone who can make the venality so pure and fresh. Su Yoyu is very humble. You are praising me, Yunxian. Song Yunxian reminds him unpleasantly. You should call me Miss Song. I treat you as a friend. What friend? You need friends to plan your future together. Song Yunxian shakes her head. No, I can plan my future alone. Even Chu Machen's relation with Yao Mimi makes you feel being betrayed. You can't deny all of us. Maybe I can help you go further. Song Yunxian is silent. Since Su Yoyu comes to cooperate with her, he must know what she needs. Since it is like this, she looks at him. Let me see what you have. Hearing that, Su Yoyu smiles and touches the green jade ring on his finger. Su Yoyu apparently has got the answer he wants. Song Yunxian looks a little unpleasant. Su Yoyu takes a piece of paper out of his pocket. It is very thin and even the writing is going to pierce it. However, it is this paper that makes Song Yunxian shocked. This is. I thought you would need it, so I made a copy for you. After that, the folded paper is pushed towards Song Yunxian along the table. She can clearly recognize that this is Song Yan's handwriting. Very fierce slender gold font. This is the will of Song Yan. Or it is a will with a clear division of property. She reaches out and takes the piece of paper. Su Yoyu's beautiful woman-like fingers press the paper and he raises his eyes slightly. He smiles and looks at Song Yunxian. It took me lots of efforts to get this will. Do you want to thank me by treating after reading the will? I will ask you out when I have time. After that, Su Yoyu lets her take the paper satisfactorily. She takes the piece of paper and unfolds it. There are a dozen lines of words. It is actually an appropriate distribution of all the property of the Song family. Su Yoyu obviously has seen the content of the will. Now seeing Song Yunxuan's eyes wide open to see the will, Su Yoyu smiles and analyzes. I guess your big brother and your big sister get the same share because that your father wants to see which child is more likely to success. After reading, Song Yunxian puts the paper on the table and denies. No, you are wrong. My dad definitely doesn't think so. What does he want to do? He wants to sacrifice one of my big brother and big sister. Su Yoyu pours the tea which has a golden yellow color into the transparent teacup in front of Song Yunxian and asks her with interest. How? My eldest brother is the only son of the Song family, but he doesn't have the ability to manage the company. Although my older sister is smart, she has never paid her attention on the business. My second sister has already married into the Shui family. The daughter who has married is an outsider. My dad has kicked her out of the ranks of the master of the Song family. That's why he gives my big brother and sister the same share. You haven't made the point yet. Point. Song Yunxian smiles and asks Su Yoyu in turn. Her smile contains a beautiful seriousness. She sneers. My dad just doesn't want the Song family to decline after he dies, so he gives my big sister and my brother the same property. So my big brother will definitely be dissatisfied and will think that my dad is partial. Song Yunjia is going to marry anyway, but he still gives her so much property. He obviously gives my older sister's future husband an opportunity to take over the Song family. So after my father's death, he will definitely try hard to get back the property from my older sister. If my older sister doesn't want to lose everything, she will definitely quit her doctor's job to take care of her assets, and then fight with my brother until one of them fails completely. Who do you think will win? Song Yunxian tears up the piece of paper slowly. In the clear sound of the torn paper, she says calmly like a demon. In my father's opinion, no matter who wins, it proves that the winner has the ability to take over the Song family, and can hold the Song family in his or her hands. What do you think of your dad's last ditch? Song Yunxian snorts and throws the shredded paper in her hand into the trash can. She squeezes out 4 words. It is a mistake. Su Yoyu is slightly stunned. Song Yunxian has already got up and walks towards the door. Su Yuyu calls her. Yunxian, I have to go back to take care of my dad. Let's talk about it another day. She walks quickly and her ambition seems to float. She seems to give Su Yuyu a clear answer in her equivocal words. Su Yuyu takes the teacup and looks at the ripple in it quietly. Sure enough, Song Yunxian has the qualification to trade with him. It seems that it is worthwhile to take a risk for her under the eyes of Chu Machin. Getting this woman is like getting a treasure. Today, the tip of the iceberg only makes her unique. If he gets her permanently, she will definitely help to improve the Su family in the business world of Yunqing. However, it is still difficult to take her away from Chu Machin. Moreover, Chu Machin will never let her go easily. When Song Yunxian goes back, Song Yuning and Song Yunqiang are sitting on the sofa outside the ward. As soon as she comes back, Song Yunqiang's face shows a little smile. Yunxian, you are back. Seeing the smile on his face, Song Yunxian turns to look at Song Yuning. Song Yuning just snorts. She feels a bit strange. Has father woken up? He has woken up. Then I will go to see him. She is about to go to the bed to see Song Yan. Song Yunqiang grabs her arm. You are really anxious and I haven't finished talking yet. Song Yunxian is a little embarrassed. I just worry about father. Don't worry too much. When dad woke up, you were not there. We asked the doctor to come over. The doctor said that father's situation is very good. Maybe he can move out of the ICU ward after being observed for a few days. Song Yunxian is a little excited. That's great. Song Yunqiang also nods with relief. Dad is fine, he seems to be asleep now. Go in and have a look. Be quiet. Good. Song Yunxian nods obediently, and then enters the ward. Song Yunqiang smiles and watches her. Song Yunxian stays in the ward for a while. She reaches out to hold Song Yan's finger and feels the warmth on it. She is a bit sad. As Song Yan won't live for too long, moving him from the ICU ward to the general ward will only accelerate his death. However, Song Yunqiang is obviously hoping that Song Yan will die soon. Otherwise, he won't let Song Yan move out of the ICU ward. She holds Song Yan's hand and looks at Song Yan's face quietly. She seems to see the face of her father. That year, she also holds the hand of Gu Cheng in this way. However, at that time she was younger and more innocent. Now she knows that as soon as Song Yan dies, the Song family will face a brutal fight. Although this fight is the last ditch before Song Yan's death, it is a pity that he may not achieve the expected result. Neither Song Yunqiang nor Song Yunjia is the best and most suitable master of this Song family. This Song family should be given to her Song Yunxian. She closes her eyes and calms down. She becomes quiet and gentle. In this quiet ward, she does not have any traces of fierceness, like a softest cat without any harm. When Chu Machin arrives at the hospital, he sees such a quiet and docile Song Yunxian. Song Yunqiang is speaking with him outside. Thank you very much for taking time to visit my father. Chu Machin pats his arm and comforts him. Big brother, you don't need to be so polite. Yunxuan's father is my father. Song Yunqiang is greatly moved. Looking at Chu Machin, who is so calm, Song Yuning by his side clenches her back teeth. Everyone in Yunqing now knows the heated gossip between Chu Machin and Yao Mimi. They didn't expect that Chu Machin would come to see Song Yunxian. They think Chu Machin is dating with Yao Mimi. Song Yunxian is holding his father's hand in the ward. She seems to feel something and suddenly turns back. Then outside the glass wall, she sees Chu Machin smile at her. A few days without seeing him, he is still very handsome, wearing a dark gray suit and a black cashmere coat. When she looks at him, he is also looking at her without smiling. His eyes are as deep as a well. Song Yunxian turns her head, releases her father's hand and walks out of the ward. Chu Machin walks with her. Have you been in the hospital these days? Yes, she answers. They walk away from the ward together. Song Yan's ward is on a quiet floor, so they can easily be heard by others. Song Yunxian looks for a coffee shop downstairs to drink coffee with him. Chu Machin still cares about her. You have dark circles on your face. Drink a cup of milk. Song Yunxian nods and says to the waiter, "Give me a cup of hot milk." The waiter quickly brings a cup of coffee and a cup of milk. Song Yunxian looks down and drinks her milk without words or grievances. Chu Machin becomes silent for a moment and suddenly raises her chin. "You have nothing to say to me after so many days without seeing me?" Song Yunxian looks at his eyes, and there is a little anger in her eyes. But soon this anger completely disappears after a short time. "My father is sick. I don't have time to accompany you. It's my fault." She suddenly becomes gentle. She not only doesn't ask him what he has done recently with anger and acerbity, but also takes initiative to admit her fault. This makes Chu Machin shocked. His eyes narrow slightly and he seems to see through the eyes of Song Yunxian to know what she is thinking. Song Yunxian is quite calm and doesn't care about his look. "I heard that you were in hospital a few days ago." "Well, I'm fine. Taking sleeping pills? I accidentally took a few more pieces. Sorry to let you worried." "I didn't worry." His voice is flat. Song Yunxian holds the milk cup without any awkwardness. "If you didn't worry, I will be relieved." "Relieved?"
Chu Machin Frau.
Song Yunxian takes the milk cup and takes a sip, then puts the cup on the table and looks at him. She says, "I saw the news about you a few days ago when I was discharged from the hospital." Chu Machin's eyes are calm. Song Yunxian smiles, tilts her head and comforts him. "Don't worry. Although it rumors that you have an affair with Yao Mimi, I believe you. You will never abandon me, right?" She volunteers to ask him, showing him her trust in him lovely and gently. It seems that she still hopes that he can affirm her trust. However, Chu Machin looks at the smile on her face, but does not respond to her for a long time. She is waiting for his answer. After a moment he asks her, "At this moment you don't want to get in the trouble, do you?" Song Yunchuan's smile becomes more enchanting and her eyes are cold and sharp. He really knows her well. It is because that Chu Machin knows her well. So when Chu Machin says this sentence, her smile becomes slighter. She just keeps her smile and raises her lips. "I don't understand, what do you mean? You are afraid that I will not support you at this moment, right?" Song Yunchuan's fingers are fair. She holds the cup and recalls the night she gave herself to him. "You said you will help me win the entire Song family if I give myself to you. I can keep my promise. That's enough. What about you?" Chu Machin asks her. Song Yunxian says faintly, "I have already given myself to you." "Did you really give yourself to me?" Chu Machin asks her. Song Yunxian suddenly feels that this sentence is very contradictory. She raises her eyes and looks at him. "Haven't you already gotten me many times? I am tired of only getting your body." She smiles and says, "So you went to Yao Mimi?" Chu Machin nods. "Yes." Song Yunxian gives him a smile. Her fingers clench without being seen by Chu Machin. Men, they are all the same. Chu Machin, like Xiao Tianzi, is a jerk. She quietly lowers her eyes and suppresses the desire of raising her eyes to stare at him. "You are very angry?" Song Yunxian releases her fingers and her voice is calm. "No, I have never expected a man to love me all his life, so you are no exception. I wish you and Yao Mimi love each other deeply. But don't forget your promise." After saying that, she doesn't want to continue talking with him. She gets up and leaves. "I have something to do. Goodbye." When she walks out, she has a feeling that the Chu Machin will pull her back violently and kiss her forcibly in his arms. She is even on the alert. However, until she steps out of the coffee shop, there are no footsteps of the man behind. She pauses in front of the coffee shop and looks up at the sky, finding that the sky is a bit gloomy. She can't help whispering, "It will probably snow again tomorrow." She speculates that, as expected, the white fluffy snow flutters from the sky the next day. She gets stuck in a traffic jam on her way to the hospital, so she has to get off the car near the hospital and walk to the hospital. There is chicken soup brought from home which is still hot in the insulation box in her hand. When she arrives at the hospital, Song Yan has just woken up. She gives the chicken soup to him gently and feeds him filially. Song Yan looks at her with a strange expression but does not say anything for a long time. Song Yunxian gives him a leg massage, Dad, do you feel comfortable being massaged like this? Song Yen half leans on the hospital bed wearily and seems to have no strength to speak. Song Yunxian is very quiet. Although Song Yen doesn't answer her, she does not feel annoyed but massages his legs with her fingers skillfully. Song Yunxiang and Song Yuning are both taking care of Song Yen. Song Yunjia comes over occasionally. After greeting Song Yen, she does not stay for a long time. After spending another 5 days in the ICU ward, Song Yan's complexion begins to be better. On the 6th day, the doctor agrees that Song Yen can move from the ICU ward to the general ward. Many people in the business circle who have contacted with the Song family have come to visit. Xuetao's parents also come. After Xuetao's mother met Song Yunxian last time, she always thinks that Song Yunxian will marry Chu Machen successfully. However, when she comes over this time, she can't help asking her, Yunxian, I heard that child Chu has rarely asked you out these days? Song Yunxian nods. Machen has been busy working recently. Xuetao's mother smiles softly, pulls her hand kindly and pats her hand with pity. Then she looks at Song Yen, who is awake, and says sympathetically, Yen, I have known you for so many years. Your second daughter married into our family, so I will take care of your children as my own children. Thanks for your care, Aunt. Xuetao's mother sighs. Yuning is all right. You are too simple and kind. It seems that you haven't known the rumors outside. Song Yunxian knows that Xuetao's mother must want to talk about the gossip between Chu Machen and Yao Mimi. As expected, seeing the slightly surprised expression on Song Yunxuan's face, Xuetao's mother can't wait to say, Yunxian, do you know that some paparazzi reported that Chu Machen is dating an obscure star in the entertainment circle? Song Yunxian turns her head, knowing that she is not speaking to her. Instead, she is speaking to Song Yen. She quietly observes the expression of Song Yen. As expected, Song Yan's eyes change a bit, and he is obviously unprepared. Then he looks at Song Yunxian with a little disappointment. His daughter really can't catch Chu Machen's heart. Now, it is not easy to let Song Yunxian marry into the Chu family. Moreover, it is unlikely to come true. He seems to be disappointed. Song Yunxian sees clearly, so does Xuetao's mother. After doing that, Xuetao's mother releases Song Yunxuan's fingers with satisfaction and seemingly comforts her. Yunxian, you are young. Even if you break up with Chu Machen, you can marry a good person. Don't be too sad. Song Yunxuan's face is without smile, as if she has been shocked by this fact. Xuetao's mother sighs again and again. When she returns home with Song Yuning, she asks Song Yunxiang to comfort his little sister, lest she takes things too hard and wants to suicide. On the way back home, Song Yuning talks with her mother-in-law harmoniously, which is rare. Xuetao's mother looks leisurely. I really haven't expected that Chu Machen of the Chu family, who treats your sister so well, goes for another woman who is an obscure star in the entertainment circle. Song Yuning's voice is gentle. Mom, these obscure stars in the entertainment circle always want to marry into the rich and powerful family, and that Yao Mimi is no exception. This time your little sister from the countryside will suffer from that. Song Yuning is very respectful and filial. Mother, Yunxian is originally a bumpkin. How can she deserve to marry into the Chu family? Xuetao's mother nods. It's true. When I said this today, Yunxian was stunned immediately. I am really worried that your sister can't get over it. Seeing her mother-in-law's hypocritical look, Song Yuning agrees. Mother, you don't need to worry about my sister because she is not the kind of person who is willing to die for a man. Song Yunxian is much more capable than she looks like. However, it is not appropriate for her to say that. Xuetao's mother smiles leisurely. Now Song Yen knows that his little daughter is of no use, so he will not think about to give her more inheritance. Song Yuning nods. Thank you for reminding my father. Otherwise my father still thinks that my sister will marry into the Chu family later, and then give her more inheritance. Now your father absolutely won't give her more inheritance. For my father, giving her 10% is already doing charity. Song Yuning knows that Song Yunxian still has tens of millions yuan. She also knows that Song Yunxian is not a weak person, so she has to do everything possible to kill her in the cradle. However, Song Yunxian is not as helpless as Song Yuning imagines. When she returns to the Fanqing magazine, she finds all the videos and pictures about Chu Machun and Yao Mimi, and then carefully looks them one by one. Xiao Shui stays with her. I heard that Chu Machun was originally going to attend the 18-year-old birthday party of the son of the Xiao family. However, he met Yao Mimi at the banquet. Song Yunxian looks at Yao Mimi's face and smiles. Yao Mimi is a beautiful woman. Have you met Chu Machun? Yes. Have he said anything to you? He admitted. He admitted it? Song Yunxian nods. He admitted that he does have contact with Yao Mimi. What do you want to do? Song Yunxian thinks for a moment and her voice is still calm. If Chu Machun still treats me well, my older brother and sister will definitely think that I will ask for more inheritance because of Chu Machun. Now he has an affair with another woman, so I have become isolated and helpless. They won't think that I am a threat. This is a good thing. But Yunxian, in fact, you should let Chu Machun help you. I heard from Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Shui stops for a moment. What did he say? Song Yunxian turns to ask her. Xiao Shui says awkwardly. Xiao Tianzi asks Gu Chang'e to persuade Song Yunjia to take over the Song family, and he also plans to help her get the Song family. It isn't beyond Song Yunchuan's expectancy that Xiao Tianzi will do this. In the business circle, there is a tendency to constantly expand territory just like in the battlefield. If you don't expand and annex others, then others will expand and annex you. Xiao Tianzi has ambition, and will not abandon the Song family which is profitable. As long as he helps Song Yunjia master the Song family, then the Song family will soon become part of Gu's. When he makes people admire his ability voluntarily by expanding Gu's, he can change Gu's to Xiao's justifiably. Then the entire Gu's will be completely obliterated in Yunqing. Of course, the children left by her Gu Chang'e will have nothing. Because when Gu Chang'e gives birth to children for Xiao Tianzi, she will never allow Gu Chang'e's children to fight with her children for Xiao Tianzi's property. Song Yunxian quickly thinks of a series of consequences. Then she moves the phone towards herself and raises the microphone to call Xiao Hong. Miss Xiao. Xiao Hong answers the phone and quickly reports the thing that they talked about last time. Miss Song, I have dialed the phone number you gave me last time. But the person refused my commission to investigate all the information about the Song family. You don't need to do that. I have already done it. Last time she just wanted to let Xiao Hong ask the detective agency to find out the content of her father's will. However, Xiao Hong couldn't get through the phone a few days ago. However, when she has gotten through, she said that the detective agency refused to do so. She frowns, turns to look at Xiao Shui and suddenly understands that even if the Song family did not block the information, Xiao Tianzi must have blocked the information about the Song family when he was planning to help Song Yunjia. Fortunately, Su Yoyu has already found out the content of the will in advance. Moreover, he gave it to her. She speaks again. How is the interview of cover person of Zuai Queen and Zuai Prince Charming going? Yao Mimi promised earlier. Although she wanted to go back on her words after the rumors about her, and Chu Machun became a public concern, she still accepted the interview yesterday. Song Yunxian smiles. This Yao Mimi is really smart. She knows to prepare for different situations. Xiao Shui is shocked a little. What is her preparation? It is not easy to marry into a rich and famous family. She is not sure if she can marry Chu Machun. That is why she still wants to show on the cover of our magazine with Su Yoyu at the same time, so that the public will think that she is still with Su Yoyu. But I think it's strange that she has affairs with two men. What's so strange? Maybe she wants to marry both of them and neither of them likes her very much. The words of Xiao Shui let Song Yunxian stop what she is doing. Chu Machun doesn't like Yao Mimi? The light in the box of Yunqing Yi's bar is dim. A woman wearing a light blue short skirt walks towards the man, hugs his waist and acts in a spoilt way. Child Chu, why are you drinking alone? The long straight eyelashes of the Chu Machun droop unhappily. His voice is cold and indifferent. Loosen your hands. The woman acts spoilt with grievances. Child Chu, you dislike me? I said, loosen your hands. His voice is faint, as if with no strength. However, it makes the entire dim room a pool of ice water. The woman hesitates for a moment, bites her lower lip and takes back the arm wrapping around Chumachan's waist.
Chị let chú ý.
You don't have to talk. Just sit here quietly. Yao Mimi blinks her big eyes and then lowers her eyelashes slowly. The thick eyelashes cast a shadow on her white face like a small fan. And the shadow is as thick as her worry. As it rumors, she did meet Chumachan at the birthday party of the 18-year-old son of the Xiao family. It was a great social opportunity. She grabbed it tightly and thought she could change her destiny by this. But it is a pity that no matter how she pleases Chumachan gradually, he is always so cold to her. He did so even at the night that they spent together. Chumachan made her drunk but did not touch her. She is good-looking, virtuous and elegant. She can be a fair lady or a sexy woman. But Chumachan is still so indifferent to her. She is confident every time she is called out to accompany him but comes back despondingly. She can't develop a closer relation with Chumachan, so she is so anxious. She sits on the sofa next to him quietly and sighs silently. Then she signs again. Miss Yao.
Suddenly, Chumachan speaks.
Yao Mimi immediately straightens her back and her eyes become bright. Then she adjusts her smile and intends to respond to him with the most beautiful look. Unfortunately, Chumachan does not even lift his eyelids. He stares at the wine in the glass and asks her, "Tell me, what can make a woman want to marry a man?" Yao Mimi thinks that this issue is very connotative and probably contains an innuendo. So she carefully thinks about it before answering. Love. If a man loves a woman, will that woman change for him? Yao Mimi suddenly becomes famous for performing the costume idol drama. So she immediately recalls the various love affairs that failed because of money, car and house, and then answers hypocritically, "Love can change everything." It is correct. If she is now loved by Chumachan and then marries into the Chu family, which is also a really rich and famous company, everything will change. She feels that her words are very reasonable. But Chumachan suddenly laughs out loud. Yao Mimi is shocked and her big eyes stare at Chumachan strangely. "Child Chu, did I speak something wrong?" "No, I think you are right." He turns to smile at Yao Mimi in a good mood. Yao Mimi looks at the smile of Chumachan and is shocked, as if her soul were leaving her body. But if the woman doesn't love that man, how can they get married? This problem pulls Yao Mimi back in time. The woman doesn't love him? Why doesn't the woman love him? If Chumachan wants to marry a woman, that woman must be blessed by God. So she says, in the costume drama, the man usually grabs her. Chumachan takes back his sight and looks at his glass. "I have thought about grabbing her home." Yao Mimi is shocked. He is really talking about himself. Yao Mimi pulls the short skirt that she deliberately wears. No wonder he doesn't like her. It turns out that he is in a bad mood because he hasn't gotten someone. Chumachan notices her movements and asks her to go out. "Go back." "Oh, well." Yao Mimi walks to the door with her bag and reminds him with concern. "Child Chu, don't drink too much. It is not good for your health."
Chumachan note.
Yao Mimi sighs and returns unsuccessfully. After Yao Mimi walks out of the private room, a slender teenager knocks at the door. Chumachan says inside, "Come in." Rong 6 pushes the door open and walks towards him. "Child Chu, why did you let Miss Yao leave again tonight? Go and chase her if you like." Rong 6 quickly waves his hand. "I don't like her. I just think that you are too lonely. You introduced me the woman who is with Su Yoyu because I am lonely?" Rong 6 is very embarrassed. In fact, it is totally a misunderstanding. The person originally wanted to introduce her to me at the birthday party. No one knew that Yao Mimi was so ambitious and she loved you at the first sight. So you suffer a loss. I am only 17. I am too young to date. Chumachan will not tell him that the Rong family has already chosen a wife for him when he was 9 years old. As long as he is 18 years old, they will immediately let him marry the girl and he can't refuse. Therefore, no matter how good his love relationship is, he has to marry the fiancée that his family chose for him in the future. But he is different. The one that he really loved and his father had chosen for him had already married someone and died. Today, without Guchanga, He only sees Song Yunxian. However, Song Yunxian still chooses the same way as Guchanga. Like Guchanga, she doesn't care about anything. She is cold with no feelings and only cares about interests. Seeing that Chu Machin doesn't say a word, Rong 6 is worried. Child Chu, in fact, Miss Song really needs help now. If you help her, she will appreciate you. If she appreciates you, she will definitely marry you in the future. Chu Machin smiles. You don't know her. She is very greedy. If she has the Song family, she will want the Shui family and the Zhao family. She will also want to become stronger step by step and get rid of me. When he can't control her, she will leave him inversely. Therefore, he is thinking if he should break her leg from her first step and let her give up. Rong 6 frowns his too thin eyebrows and says, But Child Chu, if you allow Yao Mimi to have a gossip with you now, Song Yunxian will only get away from you further and further. She doesn't trust me at all. She doesn't trust you? Chu Machin takes a sip of alcohol unhappily. If she trusts me, she will not make a friend with Su Yu secretly. Rong 6 smiles faintly. Everyone will do this in every business circle. A good interpersonal relationship is good for improving one's strength. Chu Machin's voice is low and cold. I promised to help her get the Song family, but I did not say that I will let her be the head of it. Rong 6 is shocked and suddenly raises his voice. You want to annex the Song family? Chu Machin's eyes are dark and he doesn't deny. Rong 6 suddenly feels a cold wind blowing into his bones and he can't help quivering. He suddenly thinks to himself, if Song Yunxian knows what Chu Mozhen said today, will she immediately break with him? Rong 6 knows a little about Song Yunxuan's temper, but he can't guess much of it. The plan of Chu Machin is exactly the bottom line of Song Yunxian, which he will not tolerate. He wants to trap Song Yunxian around him. In order to stop her from betraying him, he doesn't want her to become stronger. What a scary and overbearing love. Rong 6 looks at Chu Machin, who is looking down and drinking, and he says tremblingly, Child Chu, is that good? Chu Machin doesn't answer him. His eyes are as deep as obsidian. Oh. Song Yunxian goes home and rests for a day, sleeping from morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When Song Yunxiang calls her to come, she is in a trance in bed. The ring of the phone pulls her gossamer-like thoughts back from the scattered air. She immediately pays attention to cope with Song Yunxiang. Brother, Dad feels good today. He wants to announce something. Get ready quickly and come here. Song Yunxiang's words are serious and contain faint excitement. Song Yunxian gets this information from his slightly uprising tone. She feels that Song Yan is going to announce his will. This is what the announcement means. She lowers her eyelids and puts away the phone. Then she gets up to wash, changes clothes and drives to the hospital. When she arrives at the hospital, she sees Song Yunjia wearing a white fur coming out of a black car. Song Yunxian does not see clearly the person inside the car. However, she can be sure that the person is not Xiao Tianzi. After Song Yunjia gets off the car, she happens to see her. They see each other and Song Yunjia is slightly shocked. Song Yunxian smiles gently and kindly. Song Yunjia lowers her eyelids coldly and turns away. She even doesn't want to greet her, as if she has completely regarded her as air. Song Yunxian does not care. Her sister has always disliked her, so it is normal for her to treat her like this today. If one day Song Yunjia takes the initiative to smile and greet her, she will feel that Song Yunjia is insane. She walks into the hospital behind Song Yunjia. Song Yunchang is talking with Song Yuning when they arrive at Song Yan's ward. When Song Yunjia arrives, Song Yuning comes to her and greets her. Sister, the car which you just took seems to belong to the Xie family? Song Yunxian raises her eyebrows. The Xie family? In the business circle of Yuncheng, the Xie family is just in the middle level. It can't compare with a family like Gu's and Chu's that can cover half of the sky, but it is just a little stronger than the Song family. In other words, it is above the average. Song Yunxian slightly changes her view about Song Yunjia. Her big sister doesn't disinterest in stepping into the business circle. Now when Song Yan distributes the property and the Song family is in a mess, she knows to contact with the family which can help her. It seems that she is also very concerned about how much property she can get. Song Yunxian walks forward to the door of the ward. As expected, she sees Song Yan holding a piece of paper in his hand. Song Yunjia and Song Yunxiang enter the ward first. Song Yunxian follows closely and finds that there is a lawyer this time after entering. This time Song Yan really wants to distribute the property clearly at one blow. Seeing all his children entering the ward, Song Yan covers his mouth and coughs. Song Yunxiang comes to him quickly. "Father, are you okay?" "I am okay." Song Yan's face turns red because of cough and his eyes are still so turbid that he seems to shed tears. The lawyer stands straightly aside. Seeing that the 4 children of the Song family all arrive, the lawyer reminds Song Yan. "Mr. Song, can we start now?" Song Yan nods. "Yes." Song Yuning pretends to be confused. "Dad, what are you? You have known my illness. In case of emergency, I will divide the property which is left for you and then give it to you separately." Song Yunjia says, "Father, don't say this so early. You should take a rest until you get well." Song Yunjia looks unpleasant. Song Yan forces himself to smile. "Yunjia, I know that you worry about me. You are a doctor, so you should know better than me whether I can get well or not. You don't need to lie to me about my condition." Song Yunjia is a little sad and clenches her hands. Song Yan looks at Song Yunxian, who is next to Song Yunjia. He seems to want to say something. He opens his mouth but shakes his head and says nothing. Song Yuning, who stands aside, begins to cry, and Song Yunxiang also wipes his eyes stealthily. The lawyer has put the written will of Song Yan in a folder. He opens the folder to read the contents. When the lawyer reads the will, everyone is very quiet. Even Song Yan stares vacantly at the air and seems to be dead. Mr. Song owns 70% of the company's share of the Song's enterprise. This 70% of the share can be converted into 80 million shares of the premium blue chips of Song stock, which equals $16 billion. These shares have been distributed. Song Yan's eldest daughter Song Yunjia will legally get 35% of the property. Song Yan's eldest son Song Yunxiang will legally get 35%. Song Yan's daughter Song Yuning will legally get 15% and Song Yan's daughter Song Yunxian will legally get 15%. When the lawyer finishes reading, Song Yuning's face turns pale. She suddenly looks at Song Yan and shouts, "Father!" Her sudden shout makes Song Yunxian, who is also looking at Song Yan at the same time, and the other two feel shocked. Song Yuning suddenly stands up from the sofa. "Father, it is different from the will that you showed us before." She turns to look at Song Yunxian with hatred. "Why? Why does Yunxian grab 5% of the property from the 20% that I deserve?" Song Yuning is furious for being treated unfairly. She does not even care about the lawyer present at the ward and her big brother and sister. Song Yunjia and Song Yunxiang look at her indifferently. "Yuning, father must have his reasons. You shouldn't yell at father like that. Apologize to him." Song Yunjia rebukes Song Yuning unhappily. Song Yuning stares at Song Yunjia discontentedly. "Sister, what you said sounds good. This matter is not your business, of course you are relieved." Song Yunxiang stands up and comforts her. "Yuning, you are the daughter of father like Yunxian, and both of you will marry into another family. It is appropriate for father to distribute like this, isn't it?" "Appropriate." Song Yuning sneers. "Now everything has settled down, so you are both relieved. Sister has 35% of the property and you also have 35%. You have so much, why don't you give 5% to Yunxian generously?" "Why should I give her?" Song Yunxiang is shocked and becomes speechless. Song Yunjia asks her coldly, "Yuning, did Shuetao let you come and yell at us like this?" Song Yuning looks angry. "What do you mean? Shuetao is lazy and incapable. If he hadn't born in the Shui family, which is so rich, he would have starved to death many times in these decades. Now Shuetao is so shrewd and feels that the Shui family is not enough for him. He has married you and now he even wants the property of our Song family. Did he ask you to let our Song family pay him?" Song Yuning forbears that they degrade her husband's capacity, but Song Yunjia's words just hit a nerve. Of course she can't acknowledge it. She just sits on the sofa and wipes her tears. "Big sister, you think ill of me. Although I have married into the Xue family, I am still the daughter of the Song family. I don't really care about father's property now. I just feel it is unfair. Song Yunxian looks at Song Yuning, her elder brother and elder sister quietly, without saying anything. Song Yuning cries and explains, "You all think that I live a good life after I married into the Xue family. However, none of you knows my real life. If I were not pregnant, Xue Tao's parents would have found fault with me. I have married into the Xue family because of father's status. If I don't have the property of the Song family, I will only be despised by them in the Xue family, let alone live a good life confidently." After that, she turns to look at Song Yan. "Father, I know that I shouldn't talk to you loudly, but I am your daughter after all. Are you willing to watch me being bullied in the Xue family?" Song Yan looks at her tiredly and says nothing. This daughter of him calculates everything. Song Yunjia can only sneer, but she can't find a word to refute. All the marriages in the business circle need to be well matched. In other words, they take advantage of each other and they are both profitable. If Song Yan is dead and Song Yuning can't get a large amount of property from her father, she will be regarded as a useless daughter who is not important to the Song family by the Xue family. Song Yuning originally thought that she can get 20% of the property, which is enough for her to bring back to the Xue family. She didn't imagine that her father would change the 20% to 15% finally. In this way, she loses more than 1 billion yuan without any reason. Of course she feels it is unfair. Song Yan's voice is weak and he asks her with effort, "You and Yunxian are both my daughters who are going to marry. Yunxian, who gets 15%, doesn't say anything. Why do you feel the money that you get is not enough?" Song Yuning immediately explains, "Father, Yunxian is loved by Child Chu. He regards her as a treasure. Even if she marries into the Chu family with such a little property, she will live a good life with Child Chu's love. But I am different with her. You all know that Xue Tao is incompetent. Xue Tao will not protect her at all, and she is struggling in the Xue family." Song Yan exhales and begins to feel a faint pain in his chest. The lawyer comes forward and whispers to him, "Mr. Song, do you need to change it?" "No." Song Yan shakes his head and looks at Song Yuning. "I don't know if it was a dream. When I woke up one day, I suddenly saw Yunxian watching me and crying outside the glass door. She also held my hand and accompanied me. This child is actually a poor child. I am sorry for letting her suffer for so many years. Father." Song Yuning cries. Song Yan frowns. After seeing the face of Song Yuning unhappily, he stares at Song Yunxian, who is quiet and sad. "Yunxian, I am here, father." She is going to come to him. Song Yan shakes his hand to stop her from going forward. Song Yunxian stops and Song Yan says, "Even if Chu Machen doesn't love you anymore, the 15% of the property is enough for you to use for a lifetime." Song Yunxian nods. "Thank you, father." Looking at this quiet and elegant little daughter, Song Yan feels a little confused. He seems to see another person from Song Yunxian. And this person is not Song Yunshuan's mother Fan Kai Dai, but Gu Chang'e. Song Yan suddenly opens his eyes wide and cries this name from his hoarse throat. The people in the room are shocked. Hearing the name that Song Yan shouted, they all feel scared. Especially Song Yunjia, her face suddenly becomes pale. She feels scared as if there were a cold snake on her back. "Father!" She frowns and her voice is shaking. "What did you say?" Song Yan raises his hand with difficulty and points at the place where Song Yunxian stands. Gu Chang'e. Song Yunjia is shocked and turns to look at Song Yunxian. Her pupils shrink suddenly. Does father see the ghost of Gu Chang'e? Song Yunxian is also a bit surprised, but she quickly changes her expression into confusion and innocence. Those strange stories are right. The people who are going to die really can see the soul of the dead. Otherwise, Song Yan will not see Gu Chang'e, who is already dead. She looks at Song Yan with confusion. "Father, what happened to you?" Song Yan's face begins to turn pale. Song Yunxiang is scared and immediately goes out to find the doctor. At this moment, Song Yan suddenly struggles to prop up his body and grabs the will in the lawyer's hand. He uses all his strength to order, Don't give her. Don't give Song Yunxian even a penny. Don't give her. Song Yunchang and Song Yuning are both shocked. Song Yan is excited like a crazy man and holds the lawyer's hand to tell him, the Song family can't be destroyed by Guchanga. Rewrite the will. Don't give her even a penny. Yunxiang. Yunjia. Let her go. Let her get out of the Song family. Song Yan is crazy and hysterical as if he has used up all his strength. Song Yunxian watches such a sudden change and does not move. Only her expression changes from the initial confusion and innocence to the latter fear and helplessness. Song Yan is very excited. The skinny fingers point straight at her face and his eyes are blood red with craziness. He is shaking all over, but his voice is hoarse and forceful. Yunjia. Yunxiang. Let her get out. Let her get out of the Song family. Never let her be in the Song family. Song Yunxian stands there, blinks her eyes and then turns around in the chaos. Father is insane. I will go out. Song Yunjia has been shocked and can't move for a long time, as if she were petrified. Song Yunxiang immediately runs out to find the doctor. Song Yuning and the lawyer next to her try to placate Song Yan, hoping that he can calm down. But these are all in vain. The cause of Song Yan's illness is inexplicable. Everyone thinks that Song Yan is crazy. However, even if Song Yan is crazy, the order to evict Song Yunxian from the Song family will be executed by Song Yunjia and Song Yunxiang. Song Yunxian thinks that if she doesn't break up with the Song family this time, she can't take revenge on Xiao Tianzi. Song Yan's crazy action makes everyone feel horrified. Especially Song Yunjia, her face has turned pale. Although Song Yan has been injected tranquilizer by the doctor, Song Yunjia is still stiff and unable to move. Guchanga did die in this hospital, and she was indeed killed by people of the Song family. But why can father see the ghost of Guchanga before his death? As long as Song Yunjia thinks about it, she will feel that her whole body can't help shaking. Although Song Yan has calmed down after being injected, his eyes are still wide open and can't close even for a while. Ning Yuan, who is the attending doctor, comes very quickly. After placating the patient's emotions, he turns to look at Song Yunjia, who is stiff in the room. Director Song, what happened? After being called, Song Yunjia doesn't answer immediately. Seeing this, the little nurse next to Song Yunjia touches her questioningly. Director Song? She thinks that Song Yunjia will come to herself. However, unexpectedly after being touched, Song Yunjia screams and steps back suddenly like a bird being frightened. This erratic reaction surprises everyone in the room. Ning Yuan frowns and looks at Song Yunjia. What happened, Director Song? Song Yunjia comes back to herself with difficulty. She waves her hand and her lips are pale. I'm fine, I just don't feel well. I will go out for a while. She hurriedly turns back and leaves staggeringly. Seeing that Song Yunjia doesn't feel good, Song Yuning and Song Yunchang look at each other with a strange expression. Song Yunjia walks quickly and thinks repeatedly about how to call Xiao Tianzi and Gu Changel. After she has tried to touch the dial key of the mobile phone dozens of times, she finally stands in the wind outside the hospital, puts her long hair on her face behind her ears and then calls Xiao Tianzi with pretended calmness. He answers quickly. Hi, Tianzi. Song Yunjia hasn't met Xiao Tianzi since she kissed him in the coffee shop last time. Now she feels nervous when she calls Xiao Tianzi. What happened? If you have nothing to say, I will call you back the other day. Changel wants me to go out with her now. Hang on. Hearing that he is going to hang up, Song Yunxian can't help crying out. Xiao Tianzi feels something wrong from her unnatural voice. He frowns and asks her, what happened? Guchanga. Guchanga's ghost has always been in the hospital. She hasn't left. Song Yunjia suddenly cries out and can't help telling him loudly in the phone. Her body is shivering. Xiao Tianzi, who answers the phone over there, is completely stunned. After a long time, he lowers his voice and asks her, what are you talking about? Guchanga didn't leave. Guchanga has been in Yunqing. She didn't leave. Song Yunjia loses control of herself. She is crying and her lips are pale, which makes the nurse in the distance can't help stopping to watch her. Xiao Tianzi seems to be able to feel her uneasiness and uncontrollable emotions. So he says immediately, "Calm down, Yunjia. But I will come to see you soon. Calm down and don't say anything before I arrive. Okay? Okay. Wait for me." Xiao Tianzi hangs up the phone after saying that. He arrives at the hospital very fast. But when he enters the door, he knocks down a young girl in a hurry. He apologizes and holds her quickly. "Miss, are you okay?" "I am fine." Xiao Tianzi holds her arms and helps her stand up from the ground. The girl raises her head and puts her hair behind her ears. Her clean and beautiful face is exposed and she looks at him in surprise. "Chairman Xiao." Xiao Tianzi realizes that the person he has knocked down is the little daughter of the Song family. "Yunxian, why are you leaving?" Looking at the direction Song Yunxian wants to go, he feels strange. Song Yan, the elder of the Song family, is hospitalized in this hospital. Song Yunxian should stay with her father. Why is she running out with tears now? Is it possible that Song Yan is dead? Song Yunxian licks her lips. Her eyes turn red because of crying. She says nothing, but her appearance with tears looks so poor that let people want to protect her. Xiao Tianzi helps her to stand still. Seeing that she is looking down and crying, he asks her, "What happened? Do you need me to send you back?" "No, Chairman Xiao. You must have other things to do. I can go back alone." Xiao Tianzi feels that there are a lot of doubts about the little daughter of the Song family, so he insists on sending her back. "I am worried about you. I will send you back and then come back. I don't want to bother you, Chairman Xiao." "It is okay. Let's go." Xiao Tianzi is always a gentleman. He treats everyone considerately and kindly. However, very few people know that he has a merciless heart under this appearance. His means and calculations are like gentle stingers which prick your most vulnerable place at the most appropriate time and then kill you. Seeing that Xiao Tianzi insists on sending her home, Song Yunxian does not refuse. However, someone comes and calls Xiao Tianzi. "Tianzi." Song Yunxian turns around slowly. Then she sees Song Yunjia, whose face is pale, run quickly and then pulls Xiao Tianzi's arm. "Tianzi, you can't send her back." Xiao Tianzi looks at Song Yunjia strangely. "What happened? Come with me." Song Yunjia pulls Xiao Tianzi into the hospital. Song Yunxian, whose eyes are red, is left at the door of the hospital, and she watches Song Yunjia pulling Xiao Tianzi leave. In other people's eyes, Song Yunxian is very pitiful. But only Song Yunxian herself does not feel that she is pitiful. Song Yunjia killed Guchanga, so she is really scared. She doesn't know what kind of expression Xiao Tianzi will show after Song Yunjia tells Xiao Tianzi that Song Yan has seen Guchanga's ghost. As long as Song Yunxian thinks about it, she can't help smiling. She turns around and walks out of the hospital with pleasure in her heart. The news that Song Yan has seen the ghost of Guchanga before his death runs without legs. Although the Song family tries to block the news still spreads. On the same day, the news, after being given embellishment, spreads through the online media. In less than half a day, almost all the people in Yunqing have known that Song Yan has seen Guchanga's ghost when he is seriously ill. Some people begin to guess whether Guchanga's death and car accident are related to the Song family. Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianzi meet and have a short talk. However, this talk makes Xiao Tianzi become serious. Xiao Tianzi tells what Song Yunjia said to Gu Changel. Gu Changel laughs at Song Yunjia while she is feeding the fish in the fish tank. Yunjia becomes timider as she gets older. Xiao Tianzi says nothing. His eyes behind the thin-rimmed glasses are cold and dangerous. Yunjia said that Song Yan thought that his youngest daughter Song Yunxian is Guchanga. Gu Changel laughs. Does she come back to life with another body? Xiao Tianzi also does not believe such an unconvincing speculation. Probably Song Yan did something bad to Guchanga, so he had a hallucination when he is dying. Gu Changel nods. My sister is not an incompetent person, but her ashes have been scattered in the high seas. Even if her ghost comes back to take revenge on us, she may not know the road. Xiao Tianzi is an atheist. He looks down and says faintly, I never believe in the ghosts or gods. If there are really gods in the world, then the things he did are enough for the gods to kill him several times. However, he has lived a good life until now. Gu Changel sprinkles the remaining fish food in the tank, turns to Xiao Tian's arms and snuggles up to him. Once Song Yan is dead and his 4 children divide up the property, the entire Song family will become alienated. Song Yunqiang is not a person with business awareness. As long as I help Yunjia, the Song family will belong to Yunjia sooner or later. How are you going to arrange Song Yunjia after getting the Song family? Xiao Tianzi raises his hand to support Gu Changel's thin back and pats her gently. Don't worry. I want the Song family because it is profitable. As for Song Yunjia, I will introduce her to a man who she can marry. Gu Changel reaches out, hugs his waist and snuggles up to him. I know that Yunjia loves you, but I also love you and can't share you with anyone. She gave up him to Gu Changge in the past. Now Gu Changge is dead, so of course she wants to be Xiao Tianzi's only lover. She will never give up Xiao Tianzi to anyone. They embrace each other gently on the sofa in the living room. Xiao Shui, who is upstairs, takes her hand back from the handrail and turns back into the room. Her eyes are cold. Gu Changge's death is not that simple. Oh. After being injected tranquilizer, Song Yan does not wake up until the evening. Seeing that Song Yan doesn't seem to wake up soon, Song Yuning and Song Yunqiang drive home. On the way home, they are silent for a moment and then say, "It's likely to rain tonight. We should bring an umbrella to Yunxian. Amma is the old nanny who came with Yunxian. Shall we let Yunxian take her away?" Song Yuning looks at her fingernails and asks Song Yunqiang. Song Yunqiang looks at her. There is no need to treat her so cruelly. I can't bear to let Amma leave the Song family with Yunxian to suffer since she is old. Song Yuning admires his hypocritical reason. Big brother, I really don't know that you are quite cruel at the critical moment. You have such a hypocritical reason for not letting others take care of her after she is driven out of the Song family. Song Yunqiang no longer conceals himself and speaks directly to Song Yuning. If Yunxian does not go, she will grab 5% of your shares. Now since Yunxian will be driven out by father, you are the happiest one, aren't you? Song Yuning suddenly stops playing her fingernails, looks up and speaks coldly with no family affection in her eyes. This is decided by father, not me. Don't say that I am happy or unhappy. In fact, father thinks that she is useless and can't marry into the Chu family, so he drives her out of the family. I don't believe that he has seen the ghost. As Song Yuning puts it so bluntly, Song Yunqiang gives up the thought of making a grand excuse. They sit quietly in the car. However, they are thinking to themselves, if they cast Song Yunxian out of the Song family, they can get more property. Anyway, they were not born by the same mother. Their family ties are not as strong as it seems to be. Before arriving home, Song Yunqiang gives a call to a servant at home. The servant takes the key to Song Yunchuan's room and opens the door without asking Song Yunxian. Then she takes out all the clothes in Song Yunchuan's closet and puts them into Song Yunxiang's suitcase. Song Yunxian knits her brows and asks the servant coldly, "Nanny Zhang, what are you doing?" The middle-aged woman called Nanny Zhang by Song Yunxian has served Song Yunqiang for many years. Now asked by Song Yunxian, she doesn't seem shocked at all. It seems that she is doing something she ought to do. Child Yunqiang told me to pack the luggage for Miss Yunxian. My brother told you to do it? Nanny Zhang nods. Miss Yunxian, if you have any doubts, you can wait until Child Yunqiang comes back and talks to him. I am going to help you pack up now. After saying that, she goes around Song Yunxian and begins to gather her clothes quickly. Song Yunxian usually forbids other people to enter her room. Now, this ordinary servant has found the key and broken in freely. It is obvious that she is considered unimportant in the Song family. She squints. Nanny Zhang, the clothes you are gathering are all mine. They are indeed Miss Yunchuan's. Did I permit you to do that? But Child Yunqiang told me. She breaks in. Will you kill yourself if Child Yunqiang asks you to do it? Nanny Zhang, being shocked, stops taking clothes out of the closet. Song Yunxian is standing behind her. Her voice is calm. It sounds like she is not angry at all. The words she said are really hurting. Nanny Zhang, I am the daughter of my father. My father still has not dead yet. My brother still can't call the shots. If my brother wants me to pack up my luggage, he must tell me personally. You are not qualified to touch my things. Now get out of my room right away. Nanny Zhang's old face becomes stiff. Song Yunxian makes a step forward. If Nanny Zhang wants me to ask you to go out personally, I won't be as polite as I am now. Song Yunxian has always been well-mannered in the Song family. The servants in the Song family do not know her well. Following Song Yunxiang's instruction, Nanny Zhang comes to cast Song Yunxian out of the Song family. Now she is in a dilemma. She doesn't know what to do now. If she keeps following Yunxiang's instruction, she must quarrel with Song Yunxian openly. However, if she does not do as Song Yunxiang asked, when Song Yunxiang returns, he will blame her for certain. She hesitates and stops taking Song Yunxian's clothes out. Song Yunxian, who is standing right behind her, seeing Nanny Zhang stop for a while and then want to continue to pull down the clothes in the closet, scolds in a low voice. Get out! Nanny Zhang's fingers tremble, and she turns and sees Song Yunxian's expression. When she sees Song Yunxian, there is a murderous look on Song Yunxian's face. It's so depressing that Nanny Zhang's heart throbs. Miss Yunxian. Yunxian, why do you talk to a servant in such a harsh tone? Song Yunxiang's voice comes from far away in time. Song Yunxian turns slowly. After a while, Song Yunxiang and Song Yuning come in successively. Song Yunxiang, seeing the serious look on Song Yunxian's face, comes over and holds her shoulder. My dear sister, what are you angry for? Brother, why do you still defend her? Song Yuning takes a step forward and sneers at Song Yunxian. Yunxian, we don't know what Dad thought about. He made his decision to leave you no money and asked us to throw you out of the Song family. Song Yunxian looks calm. You are seriously taking about the words Dad said when he was gravely ill? You also saw it. Dad's situation is pretty good. Otherwise, how can he divide property for us? Song Yuning walks over, takes a look at Song Yunxian's cabinet and the clothes inside and says, these clothes were bought for you using the Song family's money. But your sister, I don't want to let you go out of the house empty-handed. So I asked Nanny Zhang to pack up these clothes for you to take away. Don't you want them? Song Yunxian casts a look at Song Yunxiang. Song Yunxiang lowers his head to avoid her burning eyes. Yunxian, you know, we dare not violate Dad's order. Song Yunxian nods. Okay, I see. Song Yuning reaches out to pack up clothes personally for Song Yunxian. I tried to dissuade Dad for you, but no matter what I said, Father was not willing to change his mind. In this way, we have no choice but to ask you to leave the Song family now. These clothes. I'll leave these clothes here for the time being. Song Yunxian says faintly. Song Yuning persuades her with a mocking look. Be sensible, sister. Pride is worthless these days. Take these clothes away and resell them to East Door. You can get a lot of money. Song Yunxian looks at Song Yuning and smiles faintly. She says clearly, that will be unnecessary. I will come back. Song Yunxiang and Song Yuning are shocked. She does not say anything else but turns and goes out. Song Yuning and Song Yunxiang have been stunned for a while before coming to themselves. Huh? Song Yuning laughs and turns to ask Song Yunxiang. How does this little fool think she can come back? Song Yunxiang looks gloomy. Unless Dad changes his mind. But there are only a few days left to Dad, right? Song Yunxiang doesn't reply, but he begins to plot something in his heart. Song Yunxian comes out only with a date red cashmere coat. There are heavy dark clouds gathering far away. When the sun sets and the night falls, the sea wind finally brings the thin rain. It is getting cold and damp. Song Yunxian holds the date red cashmere coat closer to her. Then she sees a man holding an umbrella in front of her pull a slim girl into his arms and run to the supermarket nearby. The rain on the ground being stepped on splashes in all directions. Song Yunxian's shoes are splashed with water. In the distance, a black Mercedes-Benz sedan drives up. The glare of the car light shines directly at Song Yunxian. Her eyes squint a little. The car screeches to a halt before her. The car door opens. Someone gets off from the driver's seat without umbrella. He comes around and grabs her arm. Why don't you go home? Hearing this voice, she looks up and says with confusion, Su-yo-yu. The man wears a light gray coat, straight casual trousers and a velvet-lined white shirt. He looks sharp and smart. Su-yo-yu pulls her into his arms, opens the door of the passenger seat and stuffs her in. Get on the car first. Song Yun-chuan's eyes twitch. Getting on the car, her fingers hold the edge of her shirt. Then she takes down the ring on the ring finger. Seems ordinary, but in fact it is quite expensive. No one will understand what she thinks at the moment. Even if herself doesn't understand. She is very clear that there is nothing she mustn't do but something she must do. She looks up at the rearview mirror in the Mercedes-Benz off-road vehicle. The people inside is young and pale, calm but helpless. She lowers her head and looks at some other place. She is as quiet as an orchid in the valley. However, there are a myriad of thoughts in her mind. In fact, she mistook Su-yo-yu for Chu-ma-chan since she had thought Chu-ma-chan would be the first one to find her. Unfortunately, the one is actually Su-yo-yu. It seems that Chu-ma-chan wants to go back on his words. He doesn't want to help her get the Song family. Su-yo-yu goes around the front of the car, opens the door and gets in the driver's seat. It drizzles outside the window. When they drive forward, the outside rain is getting heavier and heavier. Song Yun-xian keeps her eyes closed. Su-yo-yu says after driving for a while, Would you like me to send you back? You are so well informed that you should know that I am homeless. Su-yo-yu glances at her and smiles silently. You are smarter than I thought. She just knows him well. After all, she, Guchanga, has known Su-yo-yu for 20 years. Su-yo-yu cares for nothing but money. Now that he can find her so quickly, he must have heard that Song Yan had seen ghosts in the hospital, and he must have been paying attention to the Song family's affairs. Su-yo-yu's eyes sweep across her right hand casually, and then he asks her naturally, Would you like to go to my house? I don't think it will be appropriate. If Su-yo-yu takes her home at this time, it will be considered that Su-yo-yu is unsatisfied with the Song family, which will affect the relationship between the Su family and the Song family. Su-yo-yu thinks about it then says, I have rented a presidential suite for a long time in the Yunqing Business Club. How about you going there to take a bath and change your clothes? Song Yun-xian turns to look at the rain outside. Will you get another room for me? I don't want to live in the room that you used to have fun with others. Su-yo-yu, whose presidential suite's usage has been looked through, is surprised. Then he agrees. I will check out that room as soon as possible. If you don't like it, I'll book another for you, or I can change a hotel. Song Yun-xian answers indifferently. Whatever. Su-yo-yu probably worries about letting Song Yun-xian live in his presidential suite, so he not only rebooks a room, but also deliberately rebooks it from another hotel. Song Yun-xian makes a big yawn when she goes upstairs. Su-yo-yu takes his coat off and drapes on Song Yun-xian. She wants to refuse it, but when she touches the coat she changes her mind. She lowers her thick eyelids and holds the coat silently. Although it is not the most critical moment, it is a major turning point. Success or failure hinges on this one action. She must get the Song family. Although she has already been cast out of the Song family, she will find a way to go back. Moreover, she wants to be the master of the Song family. Everything has been disrupted in an unexpected order, but she is always able to put it back in order. As long as she is Guchanga, as long as she is still alive, there is nothing she can't do. Chu-ma-chan has quitted, but she can cooperate with others, for example.
Su-yo-yu.
It's silent in Chu's mansion. Rong 6 makes some noise when he puts his cup on the table. Chu-ma-chan, with his long eyebrows frowning, is angry. Rong 6 says finally, When I went to pick up Yun-xian, Song Yun-chang and Song Yuning had already driven her away. Where is she? Brother Chu, Yun-xian can be anywhere. I had searched all around but I did not find her. What did the Song family say? Rong 6 looks at him awkwardly. Everyone has known your recent love affair, and Song Yun-xian has known it too. Now people think you don't want Song Yun-xian anymore. I didn't say that. But even Song Yun-xian thinks so. There is a panic in his eyes. He raises his head and stares at Rong 6. Rong 6 blames. Otherwise, Song Yun-xian would come to you when she was thrown out of the Song family. Chu Machen's heart sinks. So, has Song Yunxian given up him? Rong 6 sees he utter not a single word, then says, Song Yunxian did not take away anything from the Song family when she left. If I didn't guess wrong, she must have been picked up by somebody since she disappeared so quickly. Rong 6 family keeps secrets for other people. They know the secrets of various big families and how did them become successful. He does not deliberately conceal his own views and speculations but holds his chin and tries to analyze the situation for Chu Machen. Song Yunxian must feel sad after being driven out by the Song family. And she needs other people's help if she wants to go back to the Song family. She didn't come to you, so she must have gone to find other people for help.
Chu Machen fell dead per.
His eyes are fierce. Did she go to find someone for help? When she was thrown into a desperate situation, she did not ask for his help but went to find someone else to help her. Who will she look for? Who will be willing to help her? He looks rather gloomy. There is a streak of coldness in his eyes. Rong 6 does not notice the cold atmosphere and feels sorry for him. Yunxian has no valuable belongings that can be used to trade with others, unless she trades with herself. After Rong 6 says this, Chu Machen suddenly stands up from the sofa. Rong 6 is shocked. Brother Chu, what happened to you? I just want to see who she can trade with. His voice is cold. Sounds like he is going to kill someone. Oh. Song Yunxian takes a shower and walks out of the bathroom. Her hair is covered by a large white towel. Her delicate collarbone can be seen from the neckline. Su Yoyu, seeing her beautiful collarbone, bends his long and narrow eyes. You look much better after taking a shower. Song Yunxian accepts the compliment. Why are you still here? I want to talk to you. What do you want to talk about? Song Yunxian dries her hair with a towel, then goes to turn on the TV. As soon as the TV is turned on, there is the news about the Song family's property distribution. Su Yoyu says, It seems your father intends to leave nothing for you. He will change his mind. Whom do you think he will give his property to? Among my brother and sisters, who do you think is the most suitable one to run the Song family? Song Yunxian throws the problem back cleverly. Su Yoyu finds it difficult to answer. He thinks about it for a while, walks towards her very naturally and hands her a glass of imported wine. I think you are the most suitable one. Song Yunxian is smiling, and her behavior is very elegant. Su Yoyu, watching her raise her delicate neck and drink up the wine, can't help squinting. Song Yunxian is beautiful and noble. He takes the glass from Song Yunxian's hand and fills it up again. This wine is very strong. Women may get drunk and do some unexpected things. Song Yunxian knows there is more to it than meets the ear. She smiles slightly, take the glass of wine and drink it up. It doesn't matter. I am a rational woman. No matter how rational a woman is, she can't prevent the accident. Song Yunxian is sitting opposite Su Yoyu. She nods and puts the third glass of wine on the table. Then let's talk business.
Su Yoyu nods. Ulait punto.
My 70 million yuan should have turned into 700 million, right? It has increased 13 times. Song Yunxian's eyes become bright unnoticeably. You do worth my trust. I will give you all of it. You don't lack money anyway. But I have a request. Song Yunxian raises her head. Please say it. If the Song family invests in real estate in the future, they have to use the construction team of the Su family. That's the Song family's business. I am just I can help you get back to the Song family. What if I can't go back? Song Yunxian makes fun of him. Su Yoyu considers for a while, raises his head and says seriously, If you can't go back then. Before Su Yoyu finishes his words, someone knocks at the door. Song Yunxian feels stunned and looks at Su Yoyu. Does anyone know that you booked this room? It might be the hotel's waiter. Su Yoyu turns to open the door. Song Yunxian waits in the room, feels bored and then pours herself another glass of wine. She is about to drink the mellow liquor when she hears someone's footstep coming from the door and a man's voice which sounds familiar. You won't mind if I come in and stay for a while, right? Please wait for a second. I can't wait. Holding the glass, Song Yunxian's fingers become numb. She turns her head to take a look. But when she moves, she finds that she only wears the bathrobe provided by the hotel. Knitting her eyebrows closely, she reaches out to cover her neck and then puts down the glass. She wants to hide in the bathroom. Stop! The voice of the man is not loud or serious but very clear. Song Yunxian feels that she is bewitched by it and stands still there. The man behind her takes a deep breath and asks Su Yoyu, "What happened? Listen to me." Having not finished his words, Su Yoyu is punched hard. Song Yunxian is surprised and turns to see Su Yoyu. She finds that Su Yoyu, who is punched, is sitting at the side of the cabinet. Chu Machin stands not far from him. His eyes are cold. He warns, "No matter what happened, this punch is a warning to you. Do not tamper with my thing." Though he is furious, you can't feel his anger in his sound. He did everything calmly. Although he punched Su Yoyu, he still behaves elegantly. Song Yunxian takes a step back and says coldly, "I'm not your thing. You should also be aware of that, too." He turns to look at her. His eyes are fierce and deep. "Will you leave with me or let me take you away?" Song Yunxian stares at him angrily and says desperately, "You don't have the right to threaten me. You have really been wild these days." He makes a step forward. Song Yunxuan's heart throbs. Surprised by him, she takes a step back. With his eyes being sharp, he raises his beautiful thin lips. "You have never stepped backward, have you?" Song Yunxian is stunned. Before she realizes what happened, Chu Machin quickly steps forward and pulls her in her arms. "Leave me alone." With both of her wrists grabbed by him, she is pulled into his arms at one go. Su Yoyu's lips turn pale. It seems that he was beaten heavily. Chu Machin throws no look at him, holds Song Yunxian in his arms and gets out. There are several people in the hotel's corridor. Seeing Song Yunxian struggling in his arms, they show a strange look. Until they arrive at elevator, Song Yunxian is put down by Chu Machin. Song Yunxian pushes him away immediately and presses the button of the elevator repeatedly. "Smooth your clothes out. It's none of your business." She pulls clothes on her shoulders casually, hoping to leave Chu Machin behind. Chu Machin takes off his coat and wraps it on her body. "You don't have to put up a phony show. I don't blame you for seducing other man. Why are you so angry?" Song Yunxian turns to stare at him. "Chu Machin, you betrayed me first. How did you dare to disturb me?" "I disturbed you?" "Yes." Song Yunxian looks at his eyes squarely. She is not sorry at all. Chu Machin nods. "I see. If you know it, don't get in my way. Did you come for him first or he came for you first?" Song Yunxian turns to press button of the elevator, wanting to go back there. "I came for him first." The elevator opens as it arrives at the first floor. Chu Machin walks out. Song Yunxian, who is standing still in the elevator, feels angry. Does he want to leave her behind this time? Did he consider she had betrayed him? At the thought of this, her eyelashes tremble slightly, and then she lowers her head. Taking a few steps forward, Chu Machin turns to look at her. "Why are you still there?" She suddenly raises her head up to stare at him, and then reaches out to press the elevator's button. When she reaches out, there is a flash outside. Soon there are dozens of flashing lights pointing at them. She is stunned for a while. Then she finds her being taken out of the elevator by Chu Machin. Someone is holding a microphone and wants to squeeze over to ask them questions. But a few security guards in black suits show up out of nowhere. Song Yunxian is flustered and then grasps the wrists of Chu Machin. She grasps so hard that her nails are deeply pinched into his skin. Chu Machin whispers in her ear, "You hurt me. What are you going to do?" She doesn't know what he is going to do. His voice is gentle and attractive. He is very considerate. "Don't you want to go back to the Song family?" She raises her head and stares at him, letting him drag her out. Yes, she wants to go back to the Song family. Su Yoyu can help her go back too. But if she turns down Chu Machin and chooses Su Yoyu, Chu Machin will become her enemy. She actually doesn't want to break up with Chu Machin at present, because Chu Machin is definitely not an enemy who is easy to defeat. She calms down and withdraws the invisible thorns on her body. Chu Machin sees her calm down and smiles faintly. After guarding her out of the hotel's front door, he wraps her tightly with his own clothes. After walking out of the hotel, he says to her in a gentle and clear voice, "Which tomorrow's headline do you prefer? I personally took you back from the hotel to the Chu family, or I caught you with Su Yoyu in bed?" Song Yunxuan's heart throbs. She defends herself angrily. "We didn't do anything. But you are wearing a bathrobe after taking a shower. When I was drenched by heavy rain, you were probably flirting with Miss Yao. I don't dare to bother to call you. So when Su Yoyu went to pick you up, you agreed and took a shower in the room he got?" Song Yunxian holds the clothes hanging on her body closer and looks up at him. "I hope that when you want to frame me up, don't go too far." Chu Machin sees that she is really angry, holds her in his arms and kisses her forehead gently. "My good girl. I believe that you didn't betray me, or I would give him more punches." Song Yunxian does not say a word when Chu Machin escorts her to a private car, and then gets in himself too. As soon as the door closes, Song Yunxian warns him coldly, "If you don't want to help me, don't hinder me." Chu Machin is stunned and laughs. "When did I say that I would not help you?" Song Yunxian frowns, looking at him with doubt and distrust. Chu Machin reaches out to pull the clothes off her shoulder. Song Yunxian raises her hand, wanting to give him a slap. Chu Machin immediately grabs her wrist, then comes over to gently sniff the smell of her skin. "What's wrong with you? I heard that Song Yan had seen the ghost of Guchanga in you. I want to find out if you have the smell of Guchanga." Song Yunxian raises her hand, pulls the clothes back on her shoulders and mocks. "You haven't kissed the lips of Guchanga. How can you sniff out the smell of Guchanga?" Hearing her words, Chu Machin feels a little stunned. He reaches out to smooth her clothes out and doesn't do anything disrespectful to her on the way later. When they arrive at Chu family, Song Yunxian is led directly to Chu Machin's bedroom. A servant quickly finds new clothes for her to change. However, those are pajamas. Song Yunxian seems unhappy. After waiting quietly for 2 hours in Chu Machin's bedroom, she comes to a conclusion that Chu Machin's parents are not here. Sure enough, 3 hours later, Chu Machin comes back and reassures her. "You don't have to be cautious as my parents have gone abroad to spend their holidays. They won't come back before the end of this year." Song Yunxian sits on the other side of the big bed and leaves through an English novel in her hand. Chu Machin sees it, smiles and asks her, "Can you understand the book?" Song Yunxian flips through the book and answers, "I can't, but it's fun to skim through this way. I will send you back in a few days." Song Yunxian thinks about it and puts the book down. "Su Yoyu still owes me money. You can't make him go bankrupt." Chu Machin stops to look at her. "I know, and I won't go too far." Song Yunxian clasps the quilt firmly with her fingers and leans over to him. "I can turn a blind eye to your affair with Yao Mimi, but Su Yoyu is still useful to me. You have me. Other men are useless to you. As you can't only love one person in your life, I can't have only one partner." Chu Machin suddenly looks up at her, his fierce eyes squint. "You take me as your partner? Or what?" Chu Machin looks at her and thinks about the words. Song Yunxian wants to sit up straight. However, Chu Machin besides her reaches out to hold her waist, pulls her in his arms and kisses her earlobe gently. "You can have other partners. I won't interfere with that. But what kind of position do you put me? A partner of you in your heart." His hands are holding her hands. His fingers are interlocked with her fingers. Song Yunxian, feeling his breath, says gently, "I can't believe in you." She was willing to believe in others before. She was willing to believe in Xiao Tianze and believed that Xiao Tianze would live with her for a lifetime. She trusted him, but he betrayed her. And Chu Machin might not be better than Xiao Tianze. She hasn't demanded Chu Machin not to betray her, just because she doesn't believe that man will be loyal forever. Her voice is rather low, and it seems Chu Machin does not hear it clearly. He becomes silent for a while, then asks, "What did you say?" "I said I was tired and would like to have a rest." Chu Machin loosens her hands slightly. She leaves his arms as fast as a small fish. and then quietly buries herself in the quilt. Chu Machin reaches out to turn off the lamp. The bedroom becomes dark all at once. Song Yunxian moves to the side of the bed silently. Chu Machin reaches out to hold her waist. She frowns. I am exhausted. Am I sleeping with you in bed to hear you say that you are tired? His voice is a little hoarse. Song Yunchuan's whole body tightens since she has not had any further contact with him for a long time. Hearing what he said, she is not as calm as she used to be. She holds her pajamas more firmly. The quilt rustles and Song Yunxian feels Chu Machin's breath blowing to her cheek. She becomes short of breath. Chu Machin wants to kiss her but she turns her head. The kiss has fallen on her hair. You still don't get used to kissing? I don't like to kiss man kissed by other women. Do you have a morbid fear of getting dirty? She nods. Yes, indeed. Chu Machin is not dissatisfied at all. Instead, he feels relieved. In that case, you should not avoid me since I am not dirty. Song Yunxian reaches out her hand to touch his chest. I dislike men who have had affairs with other women particularly. When she was Guchanga, she never thought that her husband would have affair with other women. Thus, she pays no attention to and doesn't feel particularly disgusted at those men who have an affair. Now that she has had such a painful lesson, she begins to hate men who lack fidelity. Chu Machin is no exception. Chu Machin reaches out to hold her wrist, presses her wrist above her head, and kisses on her thin lips. Don't worry. I haven't touched any other women except you. Song Yunxian obviously does not believe that, so she struggles to free herself. It's late at night and it is rather quiet. The bed squeaks and the two breathe heavily. If you don't believe me, why not try me? I don't want to. It won't cost you a lot effort. I am very tired. You promised to make a baby with me. Don't you think this is a good opportunity to win my heart? You. Dear, I won't hurt you. He makes his mind to do it. She fails to stop him at the last minute. She is worn out and falls asleep soon. But she doesn't know Chu Machin does not fall asleep and keeps holding her hands until dawn. Outside the window it rains thinly. He holds her in his arms, feels her delicate body and kisses her hair and skin gently. He feels something he has never felt before in his deep heart. It is satisfying, pleasant but also a little saddening. He suddenly feels he has finally got the person he has always wanted. Although she is a little strange, it's fine. Oh. When Song Yunxian wakes up the next day, Chu Machin has gone already. She feels a slight pain on her fingers. Feeling confused, she reaches out her hand and finds a shallow tooth mark on her finger. She suddenly remembers with some annoyance that when she met Chu Machin last night, she forgot to take the ring that he sent her and put on her finger. Although he was tired last night, he still found that there is something missing on her finger. So, he left a circle of shallow tooth mark. Having not woken up completely, she sits up in the bed and looks around Chu Machin's room. Then she sees an orange beeswax bracelet in his cabinet. It looks expansive. She does not reach out to fetch and examine it. Most of the wealthy families in Yunqing have a habit of having others tell their fortune. It seems that Chu Mo has had other tell his fortune recently. She remembers that she has had a master tell her fortune when she was 8 years old. The master, who had been specially invited from Thailand, pinched her hand a few times, and then turned to tell Gu Chang. Miss was born with both good fortune and agility. She is a blessed person. Then Gu Chang asked someone to take her back to the room to rest. He himself talked with the master through the entire afternoon. Later, a swimming pool with water circulating day and night was built in Gu family. Now, rethinking about it, she almost can guess what the master said to his father. The master must have said that she would live a good life, but she can't live to inherit Gu's. If she wants to change her life, she needs the help of water. Gu Chang took the risk to change her life and entrust her the entire Gu family. She did make Gu's prosperous, but she also died young as the master expected. In fact, the swimming pool was of some use. At the very least, her soul returned to the body of Song Yunxian. After sending out the photo that she has kept in her album, she closes her eyes and continues to sleep in the bed. What she needs to do now is to take a good rest and wait Chumachan to send her back to the Song family. Chumachan pays a visit to Song Yen in the hospital next day. Song Yen has already read the headlines of the newspaper, and there is a photo in which Chumachan are getting in a car holding Song Yunxian in his hands. Reviewing the former reports about Chumachan having a new lover, there is no photo in which Chumachan and Yao Mimi are so close. Song Yen has a mixed feeling. He doesn't know what to do to make Song family gain both fame and fortune. Song Yuning and Song Yunchang look distressed too. Song Yuning in particular. She thought she had got rid of Song Yunxian, who would take Song family's property, but she did not expect that Song Yunxian still has a supporter. Watching Chumachan talking to Song Yen in the ward and holding her belly, Song Yuning takes several deep breaths and looks at Song Yunxiang. Brother, do you think Yunxian will be sent back? I thought Child Chu had given up Yunxian. I didn't expect after we driving Yunxian out of Song family, Child Chu would pick her up. Yao Mimi is really useless. It has been rumored that she has an affair with Song Yunxian. Why haven't she won the heart of Child Chu? Song Yunjia, standing next to them, laughs out suddenly. She hasn't won his body, not to mention his heart. After saying that, she throws a magazine to Song Yuning. When Song Yuning sees Yao Mimi's photo on the cover of the magazine, she opened her mouth with amazement. The new edition of ZY Queen? Song Yunjia nods. My colleague bought it, and I found that there is an interview with Yao Mimi and her love questions and answers, so I borrowed it from him. When Song Yunjia finishes, Song Yuning has already skimmed through 2 pages. When she reads a few lines of the feature on the 3rd color page, she screams out, "This woman must be out of her mind. She should deny the affair with Chu at this time? Does she still want to rise to fame?" Looking at Song Yunxiang's expressionless face, Song Yunjia says in a short voice, "Whether she can rise to fame or not depends on the attitude of Chumachan." After saying that, she turns to look at Chumachan, who is talking with Song Yen in the ward. She also thought Song Yunxian had already been out. She didn't expect the change that Chumachan should have turned back to protect Song Yunxian. Nobody knows his intention to protect Song Yunxian. Chumachan talks to Song Yen for 10 minutes in his ward. Outside, Song Yuning and Song Yunjia gather their eyes on Chumachan. Only Song Yunchang has been looking at the web page on the mobile screen. What Chumachan says is nothing more than a few words. Song Yen, however, is courteous to Chumachan with a sense of guilt. I have one foot in the grave now. I am muddled because of the illness, so I mistake Yunxian for someone else. Chumachan's eyebrow is resolute and heroic. Listening to Song's sigh, he shows a right smile. Uncle Song takes your illness too bad. Your operation can be successful. I will ask Yunxian to come back to take care of you. You will feel better with a daughter chatting with you. Song Yen looks at Chumachan with a sick and pale face, but in his turbid eyes is unshakable weariness. He nods. Thank you. That's what I should do. Although Yunxian is considered as the daughter-in-law of the Chu family, you are her father after all. Father is kind and children should be filial. I can't stop Yunxian from being filial. What he says is so well organized that it is impossible to refute it. Song Yen breathes heavily and nods his head, so Song Yunxian can come back again. In fact, Song Yen has other daughters. If he is in a bad mood, he has many people to talk to. This little daughter is not necessary. Although he is seriously ill, he knows exactly what to do. Chumachan politely says goodbye to him and then walks away. Song Yen half opens his eyes and watches his long and straight posture. He listens to his steady footsteps away from him, and could not help dropping his eyelids a little. If Song Yunchang is as capable as Chumachan, he would not be so concerned about the Song family even if he dies now. He knows that his illness cannot be cured, but he struggles not to die. Actually, it is for the great business of the Song family, which cannot fall into the hands of others. And the others especially are those sons-in-law. When Song Yuning comes in, Song Yen is on the bed, emptily half raising his eyelids. She calls him gently, "Dad." The weak light in Song Yan's eyes moves a little with struggling, and then he sees Song Yuning anxiously looking at him by the bed. Song Yan's eyes move again, but he doesn't find Song Yunjia and Song Yunxiang. Song Yuning seems to know that her father is looking for Song Yunjia and Song Yunxiang. She wipes her lips and reluctantly says, "Dad, sister and brother have a quarrel outside." Song Yin gasps for breath. "What's for?" Song Yuning frowns and looks as if she didn't want her father to know the truth. After a careful thinking, she changes her voice. "Brother says that Yunxian must not be allowed to come back, even if Child Chu personally sends Yunxian back. But sister insists that Yunxian should come back." Hearing her words, Song Yin suddenly takes a breath and exhausts all his strength to get up and go outside. Seeing this, Song Yuning presses her father on the bed right away. "Dad, your body doesn't allow you to get up. Help me up. Help me up." Song Yin struggles to get up. When Song Yuning reaches over and supports her father, a brilliant glimpse passes through her eyes. Song Yin sits up and sees through the glass that Song Yunxiang is talking to Song Yunjia excitedly with a red face. Looking at furious Song Yunxiang, he shows a deep disappointment with him, the eldest son. Song Yin has lots of women in his life, but he has only a son. He meant to hand over the great Song family to Song Yunxiang. However, the child is not smart and steady enough from the day he was received by the Song family. He is always irritable and cannot be calm. More than once he tells him not to be angry in public, but to be calm and indifferent. But now it seems that although he has taught the son for so many years, the son still takes his words as a deaf ear. He would inevitably feel disappointed, and his eyes are much dimmer. Song Yuning carefully helps him lie down. "Dad, what do you want to do with Yuan Xian?" Song Yin is so thin that he falls into the hospital bed. He says, "Let her come back." Song Yuning is stunned, somewhat unexpected. But Song Yin says nothing more. Song Yuning gets up and says, "Then I'll tell my brother and sister." She goes out and closes the door for fear that the sound of the outer corridor goes through to the ward. The atmosphere between Song Yunxiang and Song Yunjia is somewhat fierce. Song Yunjia puts her hands in the pockets of white coat and says, "It's not your business." "But Yunjia, the possibility of you being with Xiao Tianzi is so small that it can be neglected. You're not in charge of that." "Well, I am out. I can let it go. But you cannot mess up the Song family at this time." Song Yunjia frowns. "Who is messing up the Song family? Then you tell me when this picture was taken." Then he puts the mobile phone in front of Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia unpleasantly snatches the photo. On seeing it, she is rigid as a stone. How can this be? She cannot believe it. Nobody could see. There was no one in the cafe at that time. Song Yuning looks at the elder sister's surprised expression, so she also has a look at Song Yunxiang's mobile screen. It is the picture of Song Yunjia kissing Xiao Tianzi. The photograph is taken at a very good angle. It clearly captures the side faces of the two people, and the warm and pleasant atmosphere in cafe makes the picture have a romantic flavor of TV dramas. As soon as this photo is uploaded to the internet, it is immediately reproduced by various forums, and the two are hunted. Finally, almost all the netizens of Yunqing know it. Song Yuning noticed something wrong when the brother stared at the phone. When she spoke to her sister again, she saw that the strong dissatisfaction in Song Yunxiang's eyes. She was sure that Song Yunxiang was not satisfied with her sister, Song Yunjia. She knew that something will happen. Chu Machin left just in time. She went to her father's ward to talk to him, intentionally saying that brother and sister were quarreling because of Song Yunxian. Then Song Yan would surely want to see how his son and daughter quarrel for their little sister. And she helped her father, and the results were unexpectedly good. Surely enough, Song Yan stood in line with Song Yunjia. In this way, Song Yan would absolutely think that Song Yunxiang had no affection for his sister, and that he was emotionless and brainless. If Song Yan changes his mind again and gives most of his possession to Song Yunjia, then Song Yunxiang will surely disclose Song Yunjia's scandals and persuade his father to give up Song Yunjia. At that time, Song Yan will be disappointed with his eldest daughter and son. She, the second daughter, who has never been a contender, will naturally benefit from it. She has a clear calculation. Now she sees the photos of her sister kissing Xiao Tianzi uploaded on the internet. so she feels that everything is going in her favor. She watches Song Yoonja falling into a chair with a lost mind. She sighs and pretends to be sick and goes to the bathroom covering her stomach. Later, Song Yoonchang is still angry with a blue face. When Song Yooning has gone far, he begins to rebuke Song Yoonja. Yoonja, you are always calm and reliable. How can you make mistakes at this time? You have a clear idea that when the news bursts out that you have an affair with Xiao Tianzi of Gu's family, what would people say about you? Of course, Song Yoonja knows how people would judge her. Once this photo is released, it makes Xiao Tianzi unable to help her get the Song family in order to avoid suspicion. The men she tries to attract and utilize would understand that she is deeply attached to Xiao Tianzi and avoid having an ambiguous relationship with her, let alone helping her stand feet in Song's enterprises. Song Yoonchang knows that Song Yoonja is now in a dilemma, but he still keeps his consistent attitude and principle of being considerate of others. Yoonja, if you are caught taking such a picture now, people will surely doubt that you have a relationship with Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi's reputation will be damaged, and you will also be considered to involve in his marriage. Your reputation will be ruined, don't you know that? Song Yoonja sits in her chair and does not speak. Her face is gray. Who is it? Who can take this picture and release it at this time? Who on earth? Oh. Song Yooning washes her hands in the bathroom. She notices that the bathroom is quiet and nobody is there, and then she calls Xue Tao. Xue Tao seems to be waiting for her, so the call is put through soon. Xue Tao asks her, "Has everything been done?" "It's done." Xue Tao kisses her through the cell phone. Now your sister really cannot save herself, let alone inherit the whole Song family. Song Yooning looks at her beautiful faces in the mirror and has a soft smile. Tao, it's not easy as you think. My sister is my father's daughter, and her mother is my father's legal wife. It's unrealistic to kick her out just by a photo. Xue Tao's voice sounds irresponsible. I don't care. You have to give me more than 20% of the property of the Song family, otherwise when the old man dies, and your elder brother or elder sister comes to power, you have nothing. Xue Tao has been putting pressure on Song Yooning. Song Yooning smiles faintly. Tao, take it easy. As long as my brother and sister start fighting, we will be the people who benefit. When they both lose, it must be me, Song Yooning, who can finally get the Song family. She is confident and Xue Tao is also very excited. At that moment, however, a voice suddenly cuts in. Maybe it's not going as you imagine. Then it is the sound of toilet flushing. The door not far from Song Yooning is opened and Song Yoonxian comes out. Seeing Song Yoonxian, Song Yooning is frozen in place. As if shocked by electric, Song Yooning cannot move. She stares at Song Yoonxian with amazement. Song Yoonxian greets her naturally. Oh sister! What a coincidence to meet you in the bathroom. Song Yooning widens her eyes as if her chest was burning. She is about to rush over in a few steps. Song Yoonxian calmly turns on the tap and washes hands. Don't freak out, my sister. If I shout out, the recording of the conversation will be leaked out. Having heard her words, Song Yooning stops. The raising hand cannot move. Song Yoonxian quietly washes her hands, dries her fingers, and finally turns back to talk to Song Yooning, who is frozen in place and staring at her. Young sister, why don't we go to see Dad together? Song Yooning stands there, withdraws her hand stretching out and tightens her fingers. Her eyes are dark as if there hides a blaze of fire of hatred. What do you want to do, Song Yoonxian? Song Yoonxian has come to the door of the bathroom. Hearing Yooning's words, she turns back and smiles. Her voice is gentle with a little hateful naivety. I want the same thing as you. All Song Yooning wants is the power and all the property of the Song family. Similarly, what Song Yoonxian wants is also the whole Song family. Song Yooning clenches her teeth and wants to tear up Song Yoonxian. You are daydreaming. An illegitimate daughter from a small town should covet the whole Song family. Song Yoonxian talks back calmly. Although you have been living in the Song family, but you are also an illegitimate daughter compared with the elder sister? You! Song Yooning is almost blown up by Song Yoonxian. Song Yoonxian, however, smiles lightly and walks out with ease. Sister, the Song family is still in our father's hands. It's hard to say who will take over it at last. Everyone can have a try as long as he can. What she says is true. As long as Song Yin does not die, the Song family is all his. Whoever has the ability to get the Song family can have a try. Those who cannot take it should only blame themselves for their incompetence. When she arrives at Song Yan's ward, Song Yunjia has left, leaving Song Yunchang alone. On seeing her, Song Yunchang changes his attitude of turning her out of the family. He becomes a gentle and caring brother again. Yunxian, Dad's condition is much better now. Dad was sick and his mind was not clear before, so he drove you out of the house. Song Yunxian appears that she doesn't blame anyone. She nods and says, I know. Thank you for taking care of father these days, brother. I will accompany him tonight. Song Yunchang does not ask Song Yunxian to leave this time. Anyway, even if Song Yunxian knees all night in front of Song Yunchang's bed, it is not likely that Song Yan would change his mind to love this little daughter again. Song Yunchang accompanies Song Yan in the hospital this evening as usual, but Song Yuning and Song Yunjia both leave. Song Yunxian comes to Ning Yuan's duty room and asks for a drink in the middle of the night. Ning Yuan warms up her drink with hot water. Then she begins to take a nap on the sofa in the ward. Song Yunchang gets hungry in the middle of the night and goes out for supper. Song Yunxian gets up quietly. She stays beside Song Yan's bed and watches him. Song Yan wakes up at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, and then sees that Song Yunxian napping beside him. The young girl's hair is as smooth and lovely as silk, and her skin is as delicate as fine porcelain. Song Yan rubs his eyes and looks at Song Yunxian for a while, but he could not see Guchanga and Song Yunxian as last time. He thinks that he must make a mistake. He puts a coat over Song Yunxuan's back without waking her up. Anyway, she is his daughter. Her body has the Song's blood. Even though her mother is not admitted by the Song families, it can't be denied that Song Yunxian is indeed a member of the Song family. He sighs and falls asleep. In the dark night, Song Yunxuan's eyes slowly open and twinkle with a quiet light. She wears a small pendant with red thread around her neck. It is a pure gold 8 diagram. It was Chu Machen who gave it to her when he drove her to the hospital. She still remembers the temperature of his fingers. He said, "There are so many dead souls in the hospital. You are weak. The 8 diagram pendant is blessed by gods and can help you exorcise the dirty things." She did not mean to accept it. When she was to reject him, Chu Machen did not give her any chance to say anything. He hung it on her neck and said, "Don't take it off. I can allow you to take off rings and bracelet, but not the pendant." His attitude was so tough. She could only obey it. Now, it seems that this pendant is not just to ward off the dirty things. Moreover, it makes Song Yan does not recognize Gu Change's soul in her. She touches and closes her eyes in peace. Actually, many people couldn't fall asleep this night. For example, Song Yunjia, Song Yuning and Song Yunchang cannot fall asleep either. So does Chu Machen. Chu Machen is visiting an elderly man from Thailand in Yunqing Hotel at late night. The old man's fingers are thin. His skin is dark. Although he is thin, he is very energetic. He has wisdom which makes people would like to have a deep talk with him. The old man speaks to him in Thai. There is a beautiful female translator of company. The translator accurately translates to Chu Machen. He says that if you want to predict people's fate, he must meet the person face to face. Chu Machen says, "She may not come over. Is photo okay?" The old man shakes his head. Chu Machen thinks for a moment. "Then I will bring her over another day. But before that I want to ask you a question." The old man makes a gesture to let him talk. Chu Machen says, "Can the dead come back to life again in this world?" The old man is stunned at first, then shakes his head and says a lot. The translator translates. The old man says if people die, everything related to her will be gone. What leaves behind is only an idea to make others miss her. If this idea is too strong, it may make people have an illusion that someone alive looks like the people you are missing. So you will feel that that person comes back to life again.
Chu Mo Chen note.
Since it is very late, he says goodbye and leaves. When he comes out the door, he tells the assistant, "Take good care of him. I'll let you know if I plan to send him back home." The assistant nods. "I will obey your command." Although it is late night, he does not feel tired. On the way home, he suddenly asks the driver to divert to the People Hotel. The impatient care is quiet. When Chu Machin comes, he sees that a doctor in a white coat is gently pushing the girl sleeping beside the bed. Chu Machin takes a step forward. The sound of footsteps arouses the doctor's vigilance. The young doctor turns back in a minute. Their eyes meet. The doctor feels confused. "Do you want to visit patients?" "No, I come to take my wife back home." Then he walks forward and carefully picks up Song Yunxian. Ning Yuan is slightly surprised. He shakes head and examines the instruments in Song Yan's ward. After being sure that Song Yan is fine, he goes out and calls other family members to accompany him. Chu Machin thinks that Song Yunxian is pretending to be asleep, but she does not move when they go downstairs. Just when she is put into the car, she frowns uncomfortably. Chu Machin touches her forehead for fear that she is sick. He finds a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. From the expression on her face, he knows that she seems to be falling into a dream. She is painful and uneasy. She tightens her fingers, trying to grasp something. She wants to open her mouth, but she couldn't say a word as her breath speeds up. Chu Machin seizes her hand. She also firmly grasps his hand. The nails almost embed into Chu Machin's flesh. "Yunxian, what's wrong?" Song Yunxuan's eyebrows twist and she is very upset. "Yunxuan, what happened? Wake up." Song Yunxian closes her eyes and falls into a nightmare. "Yunxian, wake up." He wants to wake her up. Her fingers are gripping him tighter. He feels more painful. Chu Machin fixes his mind, raises his hand and pats her face. "Yunxian, wake up." "Ah!" As his fingers touch her skin, Song Yunxian suddenly opens her eyes and gets up from her seat. She is sweating. Chu Machin asks her, "Did you have a nightmare?" Song Yunxian recovers a little bit from her dream. On seeing Chu Machin, she relaxes and leans on the back of the car seat. "It is late. Why do you come here?" "Your brother is here. I'll take you back to sleep." "It's okay. I'm not tired. Since my brother is here, I should be here too. Even if you stay here all the time, you still can't get the Song family as long as Song Yan doesn't want to give it to you." Song Yunxian touches her forehead. "I can change my father's mind about me. Go back and have a good rest tonight. Your father's condition is not as bad as you think." Having heard this, she looks at Chu Machin and asks further, "What do you mean?" Song Yan's physical condition is very poor, but Chu Machin suddenly says that his condition is not as serious as the brother and sister imagine. Is there any special meaning in his words? Song Yunxian is clever, so Chu Machin doesn't conceal the truth. Song Yan's illness has been temporarily under control. Although there is no trend for recovering, he can live for more than a month. There will be many unexpected changes this month. Song Yunxian opens the car door. "I must go back now and stand by my father every minute." "Your father will be fine." Song Yunxian smiles and says, "This is because my father is fine that I have to stay by his side. Otherwise, when he has something wrong, he will think that I'm doing a show." She gets off the car. Suddenly, Chu Machin feels that Song Yunxian is going to take some actions. Song Yunxian is dressed in the coat his father put on her back, warm but with thorns. She thinks that since there are many accidents, she has to speed up the progress. Late at night, it's dark. Song Yunxian walks in the hospital with her father's coat. Song Yunxiang receives the phone call from Ning Yuan and rushes back to the hospital. When Song Yunxian comes back, he is stunned at first and then frowns. Does father wake up? Following Song Yunxiang's eyes, Song Yunxian finds that she is wearing his father's patient suit. She nods, but she is not sure. "When I woke up, this coat was on me." Song Yunxiang laughs. "He looks rough, but now he appears a little bit mean. Although my father does not say anything, in fact, he still cares about you." She responds obediently, "I will be filial to our father." Song Yunxiang says and then leaves. Song Yunxian stays with Song Yen for the whole night until dawn. The next morning, Chu Machin packs her breakfast. Song Yunchang has eaten breakfast. Song Yuning is upset. Song Yunjia does not show up. Song Yunxian goes to the restaurant of the hospital with Chu Machin. The environment of the hospital dining room is not very good. It is the first time that Chu Machin has come here, which does not fit his identity. Song Yunxian seats herself. She drinks the soy milk and looks at him. Don't you like the environment here?
No.
His face is cold. He doesn't smile or speak anything, as if he was in a bad mood. Song Yunxian thinks for a moment and gives him a bean bun. You haven't eaten breakfast, right? Have a taste. He looks at her, smile, and hesitates for a moment before reaching for the bean buns. Song Yunxian takes a bite and finds that it is filled with red beans, so she eats 2 more. Chu Machin reminds her, "You have such a good appetite, not like a filial daughter." Song Yunxian raises eyes and smiles. It is just because my father is sick that I have to take good care of myself. Otherwise, when my brother and sister kick me out next time, I will starve to death. Intentionally or unconsciously, Chu Machin gives a cold smile. Maybe someone will pick you up again. Song Yunxian stops eating for a moment and pouts. She deliberately ignores the implications in his words and asks, "Will you?" Chu Machin does not speak. Of course, Song Yunxian knows that he refers to Su Yoyu. Su Yoyu is punched by the young master of the Chu family. He will avoid meeting Song Yunxian in the next few months. She thinks for a moment and stands up. Chu Machin looks up at her. "Where are you going?" There is a cunning light in her eyes. She leaves her seat and moves to Chu Machin's side. "Am I close to you?" Chu Machin couldn't figure out what she wants to do. But Song Yunxian drinks the soy milk and says, "I am so close to you. You should believe in me." Chu Machin's eyes are dark. He says without seeing her, "The stars in the sky seem very close to us, but in fact the nearest one is billions of light years away." Song Yunxian does not go on talking. It's enough to stop at the right point. Talking too much can only make the thing worse. Chu Machin feels unable to catch her. In fact, she doesn't give him the complete heart. Chu Machin is very clear about Su Yuyu's personality and Song Yunxuan's choice. She just wants to get the Song family. If Chu Machin doesn't help her, she has to seek other help. Even Song Yunjia knows that besides relying on Xiao Tianzi, she also needs to turn to others. Unfortunately, Song Yunjia does not expect that someone gets the goods on her. Song Yunjia does not show up all day. In the afternoon, someone gives a newspaper to Song Yen. It's a photo of Song Yunjia kissing Xiao Tianzi, which is enlarged on the front page. Song Yen is furious. Even if he supports the relationship between his daughter and Xiao Tianzi, he could not tolerate that she has made such a mistake. Song Yunchang calls Song Yunjia at Song Yan's command. The 4 siblings surround Song Yan's bed, listening to Song Yan's unstable teaching. "Yunjia, how can you do that?" Song Yunjia sits in the sofa, lowering her eyes, but does not admit her mistake. "I have liked him for more than 10 years. Dad, do you know how I feel?" Song Yuning puts in a good word for Song Yunjia. Dad's sister has been in love for Xiao Tianzi for more than 10 years. It is difficult to control one's feeling. Please don't blame her. Shut up. Song Yin speaks in a low voice. I don't believe this photo. Being so harshly scolded by her father, Song Yuning has to shut her mouth. Song Yunjia raises her eyes and says, Dad, I have my plan. Don't worry. Don't worry. Song Yin asks her coldly, You and Xiao Tianzi have such a relationship, how can I not worry? You have already known our relationship. Song Yin coughs up, and his pale cheeks are covered with an abnormal dark red color because of the intense cough. You didn't have any inappropriate behavior with Xiao Tianzi before. Now I am sick. Instead of staying with me, you should go out with Xiao Tianzi. How do others comment on you? The public are overwhelmingly criticizing that Song Yunjia is not filial. Song Yin originally wants his eldest daughter to have a good reputation, so she could be respected and obeyed by the staff when she enters the Song's enterprise. However, the photo seriously ruined Song Yunjia's reputation. Many people say that although Song Yoonja is the elder daughter of Song family, she can't distinguish priorities. Song Yin reads the comments on the newspaper and feels very angry, so he starts to teach Song Yoonja a lesson. Song Yoonja does not only admit her mistakes, but also feels that she has done nothing wrong. Song Yin throws the newspaper at Song Yoonja's feet. He turns down his voice and gives a command. Hold a press conference right away and clarify it. Tell the public the photo is not true. Song Yoonja's thick eyelashes tremble. She says, Dad, this photo is true. If I say it's not true, it's fabricated. Clarify it right away. Seeing his father gets angry, Song Yoonja stands up. Sorry, Dad, I can't clarify. I take the initiative on this thing. Song Yoonja doesn't care about anything, so she admits it in front of her brother and sisters. But she is quite calm, as if she were talking about what she had for lunch. She does not feel wrong. She even thinks that it is for the best. She looks at Song Yin and her eyes are calm. I've known Xiao Tianzi for so many years. I never dare to tell him what I am thinking and date with him. Guchanga used to stand in my way. Now Guchanga is dead. I want to do something I like according to my own mind. Song Yin never thought that his eldest daughter would be stubborn at this time without caring his face. He points at Song Yoonja and wants to teach her a lesson. But there is a breath blocking in his throat. It cannot go up or down. The painful expression becomes ferocious. Song Yoonchang and Song Yuning notice the wrong. They quickly get up from their seats and support Song Yan's back. Dad, don't be angry. Calm down. Song Yoonchang pats Song Yin on the back, and Song Yuning appears anxious and helpless. Neither of them calls a doctor. Song Yunxian presses the call bell and goes out of the ward quickly to find Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan's office is not far from here. Song Yunxian opens the door of Ning Yuan's office at a push. Ning Yuan is not in it. She turns back anxiously to see Ning Yuan coming over with several interns. Dr. Ning, please see my father. She is anxious. As soon as Ning Yuan sees the expression on her face, he knows that something is wrong. So he goes to Song Yan's ward at once. When he arrives, Song Yan's face has become blue. Ning Yuan orders the doctor to ask the people in the ward out. After the door is shut, the whole corridor is quiet. Song Yoonja is the last to be pushed out by doctors, and she struggles to get in. But the doctor does not let her in. Director Song, calm down. Dr. Ning is saving him. You just wait outside. Song Yoonja is pushed out. Her feet have no strength to support her standing up. She falls on the ground. Song Yuning reacts fast and steps forwards to support Song Yoonja. Song Yoonja pushes her away. Leave me alone. Song Yoonja cannot calm down. Song Yunshin comes over to support her. Sister, Dad is sick. He cares about you so much. He never wants you to be sick, so please get up. As she says, she helps her up. Song Yoonja turns back with tears and glares at Song Yunxian. She thought Song Yoonja would say something. Song Yoonja glares at her for a long time without saying a word. Song Yunxian helps her up, and Song Yoonja does not refuse. Her siblings wait silently in the corridor. Ning Yuan does not stay in the ward long. About 10 minutes. Ning Yuan walks out of the ward. His eyes sweep across Song Yunchang and focus on Song Yoonja. Director Song, you can go in. The patient has calmed down. Song Yoonja gets up and goes in. Song Yuning and Song Yunchang follow her. Then Song Yunxian walks in the ward. Before entering the ward, Song Yunxian turns back and looks at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan looks tired. He feels that someone is looking at him, so he turns back. Song Yunxian takes back her sight and does not meet his eyes. Then she goes into the ward silently. Song Yin lies in bed, not looking at anyone. He stares at the ceiling and says, I am thinking about going to Germany for treatment. Yoonja, your mother is also in Germany, right? Song Yoonja is stunned. Dad. Yuning is pregnant. She cannot stand the long journey. Yunxian is innocent. You and Yunchang accompany me to Germany for treatment. Having heard this, Song Yunchang immediately finds an excuse to refuse it. But Dad, the Song's business needs someone to deal with. It would better that Yunxian accompany you, or... You don't need to worry about Song's business. Those shareholders have worked with me at first. They can take good care of Song's business. You go to Germany with me. Song Yan's attitude is inexplicably tough. The son and daughters have no other words. It occurs to Song Yunxian that Germany is far away from the center of domestic public comments. Song Yan wants to protect his eldest daughter. The news of Song Yan's going to Germany for treatment immediately causes a great disturbance. In fact, this is not big news. The Song family is not a big family of entertainment concern in Yunqing. However, the Song family has two daughters who have relationships with the Chu family and the Gu family in Yunqing. The daughters attract attention for their father. So the Song family has become the focus of public attention. At first only Song Yunxian is the Chu family's only love. And then Song Yunjia has an ambiguous relationship with Xiao Tianze. People say that the Song family is lucky. Every daughter of the Song family can become noble with marriage. They do not need to do anything. After Song Yan says that he will go abroad for treatment, Song Yunxiang begins to hand over the business to others to prepare for the journey. Song Yunjia accompanies her father in the hospital, but she is in a low spirit. Song Yan thinks that Song Yunjia doesn't want to go to Germany, so he persuades her in earnestness. Your mother stays in Germany. If you stay at Germany for a period of time, maybe you will be relaxed. Song Yunjia doesn't think so. She bitterly smiles and says, I have been separated from my mother for more than 30 years. How deep do you think our relationship is? After all, she is your mother. Even if you are not close, Xiao Tianze still cannot compare with her. Song Yunjia hears the name of Xiao Tianze and becomes excited. She turns around and grabs his father's arm, begging, Dad, you can't leave me in Germany. Song Yan does not say that he must leave Song Yunjia in Germany. Now when he sees his eldest daughter in such a panic, he frowns. You've never been so mad, Yunjia. His eldest daughter has always been generous and calm, which is the pride of the Song family. Song Yunjia's eyes droops. Dad, you never know how I feel. I have been going after Xiao Tianze for more than 10 years, and I'm used to this state. I cannot accept it if you ask me to leave him. Nobody knows her feelings towards Xiao Tianze. The love she never gets. They are so close, but there is always one last fence between them that she can't break with all her strength. She releases her hand which grasps Song Yan's sleeves. With some self-pity she says, If only I didn't meet Xiao Tianze at first. She is so upset, which arises Song Yan's caring and sympathy. Yunjia, I am not asking you to let it go, but just do the right thing at the right time. Song Yan has been in Yunqing for many years. Although his industry is not as big as that of the Chu family and Gu family, he is also proficient in many worldly wisdoms. He takes his daughter's hand lightly and sighs. Yunjia, you've always been smart. Why do you lose your mind on this thing? Song Yunjia compresses her lips and looks up at her father with red eyes. She never cries, but when hearing her father's words, she could not help but water her eyes. The reason is nothing more than love. Not for love, how can people lose their mind? Song Yunjia seems to be touched by his father's words. Lying in bed, she doesn't speak for a while. Song Yan pats her shoulder gently. He hears her daughter's sad and depressing cry. Song Yan is almost certain that if Xiao Tianze never appears in Song Yunjia's life, then she is the only one who inherits the Song family. However, Xiao Tianze appears up, for whom Song Yunjia spends most of her energy. If the Song family is handed over to Song Yunjia now, he would be uncertain whether she could manage it well. When Song Yunxian comes home, she passes the Ginza Tower and sees that there are new spring clothes. She realizes that the new year is coming. This year is warmer than usual. She looks up at the clear sky. It is near evening. The sunset is going down, leaving yellow sunlight in the horizon. The mobile phone vibrates lightly in her pocket. She takes out her cell phone which shows Xiao Shue's number. She connects the call. The voice does not belong to Xiao Shue, but a little girl. Sister Yunxian. Then comes Xiao Shue's voice. Miao Miao, give the phone to me. Let me talk to Yunxian, okay? Miao Miao is not very happy. The grieving voice whispers, I want to talk to Yunxian's sister for a few words. Well, Will you make an appointment with her for a dinner? Xiao Shue's voice is gentle, and she seems to know how to get along with Miao Miao. And she is very good to Miao Miao. Miao Miao is excited. She calms down by taking a deep breath. Then she says childishly, Sister Yunxian, can you hear me? Miao Miao, Mom. For a moment, Song Yunxian almost unconsciously speaks out the word mother. She feels a pinch in her heart and immediately changes. I can hear you. Miao Miao is very happy. She covers the microphone and talks to Xiao Shui. Aunt Sister Yunxian says she can hear me. Xiao Shui touches her soft hair and says, would Miao Miao like to have dinner with her? I want to thank her for the cake. It's delicious. Xiao Shui nods gently and says, Miao Miao tells that to Yunxian by yourself, okay? Okowo. Miao Miao's hand is so small that it can't cover the microphone. Song Yunxian can hear every word that Miao Miao says, and it was clear. She holds her cell phone and covers half of her face so that passers-by could not see her red eyes. Sister Yunxian, would you like to go out with Miao Miao for a dinner? Song Yunxian nods. Okay. Her eyes are a little bit itching. She continues to ask, where do you want to do? Miao Miao begins to think carefully. She looks at Gu Yi, who is watching her. Brother, which place would make Sister Yunxian happy? Gu Yi's voice comes. The place where you eat last time. Miao Miao is very obedient. Sister Yunxian, let's go to Pinocchio for dinner, shall we? Pinocchio is the children's restaurant where they had dinner last time. The decoration and design style are very creative. Most children like it very much. Song Yunxian nods. Okay. We will go there. Miao Miao is obviously very happy, and whispers with a little shy. I miss you. Good girl, I miss you too. Hearing Song Yunxuan's words, Miao Miao flushes. Xiao Shui takes the mobile phone and asks Gu Yi to take Miao Miao away. She says, your father is going to Germany for treatment. Yes. Xiao Shui is worried. Are you going with him? Song Yunxian lightly says, it depends. Xiao Shui seems to get other meaning from what she says. Let's talk after we meet. Song Yunxian nods, and before hanging up the phone she casually says, take good care of Miao Miao. Xiao Shui seriously nods. I will. Hanging up the phone, she turns back to see Miao Miao and Gu Yi, and finds that the two children have gone out of the room while she was talking on the phone. Xiao Shui goes out to look for Miao Miao and Gu Yi. In the living room she sees that Gu Changel holds Miao Miao and shows her the scenery outside the window. Miao Miao, you see, the sun is going to set. Miao Miao flats mouth. Gu Changel sees her expression and asks her gently, don't you like the sunset scenery? Gu Miao Miao asks Gu Changel in turn. Do you think the sunset is beautiful? The expression on her white face is kind and gentle, and her voice is as pleasant as the spring wind. The sunset is beautiful, and I like it. Miao Miao shakes her head. But I don't like the sunset. Gu Changel asks her with interest. Why? Mummy said that Miao Miao should watch the sunrise, which is more beautiful, more brilliant and magnificent. The gentle smile on Gu Changel's face suddenly freezes. Then Xiao Shui notices that Gu Changel narrows her eyes, and a fierce light slips through the corner of her eyes like a sharp knife with a thin blade. Xiao Shui is so nervous that she hurries forward and opens her hand to Miao Miao with a smile. Miao Miao, don't be naughty. You have grown up. Aunt Changel is weak. How can you hang on her? Hurry up, let me hold you. Miao Miao is 1 year younger than Gu Yi. She is not good at observing others' face. Xiao Shui arrives in time. When she wants to hold Miao Miao, Gu Changel does not refuse. She hands Miao Miao to Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui works hard in the Gu family. She looks after Gu Changel like a servant girl. Sister, you're not good in health. It's better to close the window. Gu Changel looks at the window Xiao Shui is going to close. She nods. She seems to notice that the wind blows right to Gu Miao Miao. She smiles. Look at me. How careless. I don't close the window. You are weak and should pay more attention to it, says Xiao Shui, closing the window which is a little high. Then she turns to Gu Changel and asks, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll bring it back. Gu Changel is surprised. Will you go out? Xiao Shui nods. I have an appointment with my friend for dinner. Miao Miao is going with me. I will take her in Gu Yi. Gu Changel bends her lips and says, I am fine. Take good care of Meow Meow and come back early. Well. She looks at the clock on the wall and says, my brother is coming back soon. Please tell my brother. Be careful on the way. After saying goodbye to Gu Changel, Xiao Shui takes Meow Meow upstairs to dress up. Meow Meow has a sneeze while changing clothes. Gui pulls Xiao Shui's clothes. We should go to the drugstore. Meow Meow has a cold. Xiao Shui stares. Suddenly she understands why Gu Changel abnormally watches the sunset with Meow Meow. She squats down looking at Gui and asks, is Meow Meow's body always very poor? Gui nods. Like my mummy, she will get cold if she catches cold wind. Xiao Shui's eyes change. When she looks at Gui again, she finds that the young Gu Yi's eyes are so cold. Perhaps the child has found that Gu Changel sees them as nails in the eye. He is so smart and tolerant. Gu Chang'e has always been punctual. After arriving at Pinocchio, Xiao Shui and Gui haven't come yet. She goes to the front desk to check the gift prepared by the store and gets the menu. She suddenly sees a flash in the corner of her eye. She frowns and looks outside. Where the light flashes, there is nothing. Outside the window, the night darkens and neon lights up. Many adults bring their children to Pinocchio for dinner. A little girl wears red clothes and has long straight hair like Meow Meow. She looks at the child for a long time. It suddenly occurs to Song Yunxian that when she was Gu Chang'e, she never came out for dinner with Meow Meow leisurely. She was busy and pursued efficiency all the time. As her husband, Xiao Tianze was almost non-existent. If she were more carefully at that time, she might have noticed that Xiao Tianze had already hooked up with his sister. In that case, maybe Meow Meow and Gu Yi would not lose their mother. She sits in her seat and loses her mind. The greeting doll at the door cheers up. As soon as Meow Meow enters the door, she sees Song Yunxian at once and runs happily to her. Sister Yunxian. Song Yunxian turns back and looks at Meow Meow with a smile on her face. Meow Meow is dressed in a coffee coat. She runs too fast and falls down in front of Yunxian. Song Yunxian quickly gets up and lifts her up. She pulls her to her arms and looks at her little hand. How do you feel? Does it hurt? Meow Meow's big and smart eyes blink. Although it hurts, she is so strong that she just presses her lips. Meow Meow can cry out if you feel painful. Meow Meow blinks and looks at Gui, who comes over. She shakes head. It's okay. I will not cry. Song Yunxian feels a little heartbroken and turns to Gui. Gui comes over and takes Meow Meow's hand. Meow Meow, go and sit down first. Gu Meow Meow nods and looks at Song Yunxian. She innocently asks Gui, brother, will mommy really come back if I don't cry? Gui nods. As long as you don't cry, mommy will come back. Gu Meow Meow bows her head and mutters with doubt. But mummy said that if it hurts, I can cry out and she would protect me. Meow Meow's voice is very childish, but it is as sharp as a knife pricking her heart. She watches Meow Meow and Gui and stands up. Xiao Shui sees that Yunxian has been looking at Gui and Meow Meow. She pats her on the shoulder and recalls her mind. Sit down. Song Yunxian lowers her eyes and suppresses her fragile feeling. Gu Chang'e can never come back. No matter what Meow Meow does, Gu Chang'e will not come back. However, Gu Chang'e does not die. If she gets the Song family and overthrows Xiao Tianze, she can take the custody of the two children. She sits in the sofa chair and shows Meow Meow and Gui the menu. Gui gives the menu to his sister to order something delicious first. Meow Meow shyly moves the menu to Song Yunxian. She looks at her and says, Sister, what do you like to eat? Song Yunxian looks at the child and her eyes soften again. And while they are dining in Pinocchio, there is a quarrel in Gu family. When Xiao Tianze returns home, as he unbuttons the cuff button, Gu Changel comes down from upstairs wearing her pajamas. Why do you come back so late? Xiao Tianze looks up at her and says, I visited Song Yan at People Hospital. Gu Changel clasps his fingers violently. Do you see Yunjia then? How is she going? Gu Changel's heart is burning, and jealousy begins to poke at her heart like a steel knife. Xiao Tianze takes off his coat and hands it to his domestic servant. Then he sits in the sofa and says, It's not bad. It's heard that her father is going to Germany for treatment. Gu Changel sits beside him and says, I heard that Yunjia is going with him too. Xiao Tianzi nods, takes off his thin-edged glasses and puts them on the table, then gracefully drinks scented tea. Gu Changel looks at him and says, if Yunjia goes to Germany, it will be a long time before we see her next time. Would you like to invite her for dinner? Xiao Tianzi's narrow amorous eyes laugh. Changel, are you serious? Gu Changel grins. Although I am jealous, I can stand for your great plan. To avoid Xiao Tianzi being excessive, she quickly adds, but you cannot be too close with Song Yunjia. Xiao Tianzi takes her to his bosom and pinches her nose intimately. You think too much. I have known Yunjia for more than 10 years. Although we are close, we are clear. You know it, and Gu Changge also knew it. When he mentions Gu Changge, Gu Changel is slightly unhappy. Gu Changge couldn't find your little trick because she spent all her heart on Gu's. But I'm different. I'll always keep eyes on you. You can't betray me. Xiao Tianzi is a little tired too. He holds her in his arms and kisses her on the forehead. Changel, I have betrayed someone only once in my life. That's for you. Gu Changel throws herself into his arms satisfactorily and begins to unfasten his buttons. Xiao Tianzi grasps her hand when she gets to the third button and asks her, where are Miao Miao and Gu Yi? Gu Changel doesn't care about the two children and answers casually, Xiao Shui takes them out. Xiao Tianzi loses his mind for a while. Gu Changel reaches her hands into his clothes and touches his chest. Xiao Tianzi's eyes narrow and he is restraining. He holds Gu Changel's wrist, presses her on the sofa and kisses her lips. The delicate thin lips are sweet and tender as honey. However, Xiao Tianzi takes it easy. When Gu Changel falls into lust, he suddenly gets up, picks up his glasses on the desktop and puts them on. It's a little late, so I will get Miao Miao. Gu Changel is like falling into an ice cave from a hot fire. She grasps Xiao Tianzi's clothes. Wait! Xiao Tianzi has put on his fine-rimmed glasses, and he is tall and handsome. Gu Changel would have doubted him, but when she meets his eyes she softens her tone. Xiao Shui will take good care of them. Xiao Tianzi turns back, holds her hand and comforts her. Don't think too much. Although Miao Miao and Gu Yi are Chang's children, I don't have any affection for them. Then why do you care so much about them? Gu Changel is unhappy because of being neglected. Xiao Tianzi bends his thin lips, and his eyes are gentle and deep. Now I need Chang's children. Without the two children, how could Gu's people appoint him as the chairman? How could he transfer the Gu's family into Xiao's family? Everything needs these two children. Gu Changel stops being stubborn and releases her fingers. When she completely releases her hand, Xiao Tianzi gets up and leaves. Gu Changel looks at Xiao Tianzi's tall back with extreme malice in her eyes. Gu Changge, you bitch. Even if you die, you still leave two little bitches to distract Tianzi. Annoying. Pinocchio holds a customer lottery. Song Yunxian accompanies Miao Miao to draw a lottery after dinner. Miao Miao's small hand reaches into the lottery box held by the doll. Her eyes turn, and her small hand fumbles for a while before she takes it out. It's the number 1 ball. You are great. Song Yunxian embraces Miao Miao with joy and kisses her on the cheek. Miao Miao is also happy to kiss Song Yunxuan's cheek. Gu Yi has been watching her sister playing with Song Yunxian. He has always been quiet. Xiao Shui feels strange. Gu Yi, don't you go and play with your sister? Gu Yi bows his head and drinks soda.
No.
Gu Changge always taught him to be a man, calm and serious. He is the son of the family. He can buy everything he wants. But he's not going to be a playing boy. Instead, he needs to manage the whole family. When Gu Changge checked his homework, she mentioned that, but she did not say much. But just a few words are enough for him to remember clearly. He knows what he should do. Miao Miao is on Song Yunxuan's shoulder. Song Yunxian puts the first ball prize on her head. Miao Miao, it's a crown. Miao Miao reaches out excitedly to touch the crown on her head. Song Yunxian puts her down and takes out her mobile phone to take a picture of her. Do you want to take a picture with me? Miao Miao wears crown and kisses Song Yunxian on her cheek with a chirp. The picture is taken with a click. Someone just opens the restaurant door. The welcoming sound of the doll attracts Meow Meow. Meow Meow cheers up. Dad. Song Yunchuan's smile freezes and her eyes change. Xiao Tianzi comes over. That's great. She lets Meow Meow run to her father. But instead of rushing to Xiao Tianzi, Meow Meow takes Song Yunchuan's hand and pulls her forward. Sister Yunxian, let me introduce my father to you. He's my mother's favorite person. Meow Meow brings Song Yunxian in front of Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi looks at Song Yunxian and smiles with a pair of beautiful amorous eyes. I never thought Xiao Shui is eating with you. Song Yunxian also smiles. I didn't expect Xiao Shui would bring Meow Meow and Gu Yi. Song Yunxian still holds the mobile phone in her hand and Meow Meow shows off to Xiao Tianzi. Look, Dad. This is the crown I win in the lottery. It is beautiful, right? Xiao Tianzi bends down and holds her up. Yes. Meow Meow is the most beautiful little princess. Xiao Tianzi praises Meow Meow as princess. Meow Meow takes the crown off and holds it in arms. Dad, you have said that Mom is the most beautiful princess. I want to keep the crown for Mom. Meow Meow's big eyes are clear and lovely. And they're pure. Song Yunxian thinks that Xiao Tianzi will be unhappy, but he is not. Meow Meow asks childishly, can you take a picture for me and my father's sister? Song Yunxian smiles and takes the mobile phone from her. She finds an excuse. Sorry, Meow Meow. My phone's memory is full. In fact, it is not. She just thinks that Xiao Tianzi is hypocritical. He kills the girl's mother. So he can't appear in one picture with his daughter. He does not deserve it. Meow Meow is disappointed. She puts her hands around Xiao's neck and asks, can Dad's mobile take photos? Song Yunxian thinks that Xiao Tianzi would never take photos because Meow Meow looks like Gu Chang'e. The only difference is that Gu Chang'e was cute but arrogant at this age. However, Meow Meow is cute but fragile. Xiao Tianzi did not show any preference for the girl when Gu Chang'e was alive. He treated the two children equally. She thought it was Xiao Tianzi's fair love for the two children. Now she realizes that this is not love at all. Love, of course, is not equal. For example, Song Yin loves his eldest daughter, Song Yunjia, more, and Gu Chang prefers Gu Chang'e. When she is lost in thought, Xiao Tianzi takes out his cell phone and switches it to the photo mode quickly. Meow Meow asks in a low voice, Dad, I want Sister Yunxian to take photos with us. Xiao Tianzi stares. Maya Meo whispers in Xiao Tianzi's ear and looks at Song Yunxian shyly. Xiao Tianzi has no choice but to invite Song Yunxian. Yunxian, can you take photos with my daughter? And Dad? Meow Meow emphasizes. Song Yunxian nods. Of course. In the distance, Xiao Shui and Gui watch Song Yunxian take photos with Xiao Tian and Meow Meow. Xiao Shui holds her cheek and looks at the three. Why does Meow Meow like Yunxian so much? Gui carelessly eats. Maybe she thinks that Song Yunxian is like my mother. Xiao Shui does not speak for a long time. Xiao holds Maya Meo. Since it is too late, Gui and Xiao Shui go out of Pinocchio. Song Yunxian and Xiao Tianzi walk forward together. Xiao Tianzi naturally asks her, how do you go back? It's like that he has experienced the same thing for many times. Don't worry, I can take a taxi. Xiao Shui holds Guyi's little hand. Meow Meow is on Xiao Tianzi's back. She suggests in a low voice, can Dad drive Sister home? Xiao Tianzi seems to could give Maya Meo anything she wants. He raises his eyebrows and says, okay. Xiao Tianzi invites Song Yunxian to get on the car. He offers to send her home. Song Yunxian sits quietly in the co-driver's seat. Meow Meow is handed to her by Xiao Tianzi. She holds the child fluently and naturally. The action is very standard. Xiao Tianzi watches carefully and in his eyes appears an expression of caring. Song Yunxian is a little bit worried. Am I right? I heard that holding children is a skill that is worth learning. Xiao Tianzi warmly smiles. It's perfect. Song Yunxian says with relief. That's good. Meow Meow takes a nap on the car. Xiao Tianzi drives steadily as usual. Song Yunxian does not worry about Xiao Tianzi's driving skills. She just watches the change of Xiao Tianzi's eyes while looking out of the window. Xiao Tianzi is a very complicated person. He cares about Yunxian very much but never watches her. If she does not know Xiao Tianzi before, she would believe that Xiao Tianzi does not care about her. However, she is Guchanga. They have been couple for more than 10 years. She knew clearly that Xiao Tianzi would watch the children, the young Gu Yi and Miao Miao, while he was driving. As long as Guchanga sit on the co-pilot with the child in her arms, Xiao Tianzi would habitually have a few looks at them as if he cared about the child very much. However, when the child was not in her arms, Xiao Tianzi never saw her while driving, unless they had a talk. Xiao Tianzi parks in front of the house of the Song family. Song Yunxian politely invites him. Brother Xiao, come in and have a cup of tea? Xiao Tianzi smiles and declines gently. It's too late. I have to send Miao Miao back. I will visit you another day. Song Yunxian knows that Xiao Tianzi will not come in. She smiles and watches Xiao Tianzi's car leave. The license plate number is disgusting. 521. I love you. He never loves his legal wife. It's cold and winter night. Song Yunxian watches the car disappear in sight before turning into the door. The camera at the gate quietly turns around in the moonlight. Song Yunxiang and Song Yuning watch the monitor of the computer, and their eyelids jump fiercely at the same time. They do not expect that Xiao Tianzi would send Song Yunxian back. She is really somebody. Is Xiao Tianzi helping her too? The two siblings have questions but don't speak. Song Yunxiang turns off the computer screen and looks at Song Yuning. Dad has decided to go to Germany in 3 days. Song Yuning nods. I asked Tao to accompany him. Xue Tao is trying to take over Xue's business now. He is busy so he can stay here. Song Yuning insists. No matter how busy he is, it is his duty to accompany father. After all, after I marry him, his parents become mine. Similarly, my parents are also his. Song Yunxiang has no doubt about Xue Tao's going. Anyway, Xue Tao is not popular in the Song family. Even if he goes with them, he would not talk to father. He does not worry about Xue Tao would interrupt his plan. Since you are insistent, Xue Tao can follow us. Song Yunxiang is going to leave, but Song Yuning does not move. He asks, do you live here tonight or go back to Xue? I'm a little tired. I don't want to drive back. I'll stay my home for 1 night. Song Yunxiang nods and tells her, go to bed early. Take good care of yourself. Song Yuning thanks for his concern and goes upstairs. As soon as Song Yunxian comes home, Song Yunxiang and Song Yuning return to their rooms. They just tell her to go to bed early without anything more. It's just 9 o'clock. Song Yunxian goes to the dining room and drinks a glass of milk. She thinks about something quietly for 10 minutes before leaving the dining room. Song Yunxian stays up all night. At 5 o'clock, she gets up and opens the curtain to see the sky outside the window. The sky is dark, and it looks like it is going to get worse again. The cold wind outside keeps the branches shaking. She looks at the sky quietly and does not move. At 7 o'clock, Song Yunxiang and Song Yuning leave for the hospital and Xue's house respectively without eating breakfast. Song Yunxian eats quietly, eating a little more than usual. Miss Yunxian, you have a better appetite today. Amma says when she gets porridge for her. Dad is getting better. I relief a little so that my appetite is naturally better. Amma looks at Song Yunxian. She feels relieved since Yunxian has a better life in the Song family. After the breakfast, Yunxian begins to read the newspaper. Reports about the Song family have lost its fever since Song Yen claimed that he would go abroad for treatment. Not only is the news of the Song family not on the front page headlines, it is even moved to a less noticeable corner. She puts down the newspaper, drinks the last sip of milk, goes back to her room to dress herself and goes out. The meeting place with Xiao Hong is in a somewhat remote library, where the Zui Queen and Zui God, published by Fanqing magazine, are placed in the most prominent places. The sales are very good. The magazine whose cover is Yao Mimi sells best. The cover person of Zui God is a little mysterious. Some girls looks it through and puts it down regretfully. Then they reluctantly come back and take pictures of it. It's really strange why there is only a side face of this Wall Street manipulator. I don't know what he looks like. The handsome men like him are low-key and mysterious. If you know who he is, you will search him on internet. There is not much information of him in the exclusive interview. The interview doesn't matter too much. A lot of people have bought it just for the cover. After thinking twice, the little girl is determined to buy one. It's no big deal that I eat instant noodles for a few days at the end of the month. Anyway, the cover is beautiful enough to feast the eyes. Watching the two little girls laughing and buying the magazine, Xiaohong couldn't help laughing. Miss Yunxian, you give the magazine an accurate position. The ZY God has received great attention for just half a month. Song Yunxian nods and pulls out a copy of the Monetary Banking from the bookshelf. She looks through several pages and says, although the positioning is accurate, I would like to ask you for some help. Xiaohong stops for a while and says, of course. Xiaohong has predicted that when she was asked to talk in such a place, Song Yunxian must have something to tell her, and maybe it is a bit difficult and need to be kept secret. Song Yunxian holds Monetary Banking and goes on to pick other books. The Song family is surging and it's time to stop it. From now on, I would like you to spread the news in every way you can find. Song Yunxian writes a line on the book. At once she looks at it, Xiaohong becomes serious. Must heat the news up, but it cannot be too hot. Could you catch me, Mrs. Xiao? Miss Yunxian, please trust me. I can deal with it properly. When Song Yuning gets home in the morning, her parents-in-law are not at home, but her husband changes his routine of sleeping out and comes back home. When she steps into Shue's house, the whole Shue's family is under a deep pressure. The housemaids dare not even look at her, but bow their heads. She looks at them suspiciously and feels very unhappy. What's wrong? Why are you lowering your heads? The servants, as if they had done something wrong, lower their heads and dare not look up. She suddenly sees a servant hurry to the mansion. She shouts at her at once. Amalu, where are you going? The old servant who wants to slip away stops at once, and does not know what to do. Song Yuning, supporting her belly with one hand and holding her handbag with the other, goes over, looks at her expressions and says, what are you running for in panic? Madam, I. Song Yuning is impatient with her anxious expression and stuttering. Does Tao come back? If he's still asleep, you don't have to wake him up. Anyway, there's nothing else to bother him. Amalu, an old servant of Xue Tao, has looked after Xue Tao from his early age. She knows Xue Tao well and loves him very much. She ought to obey Madam's order. However, instead of retreating, Amalu does not move and asks Song Yuning carefully, Madam, you should have accompanied Mr. Song in hospital. Why do you come back? Song Yuning hands her handbag to Amalu and walks inside. My father has woken up and my elder sister accompanied him last night. I come back to change my clothes and go back. She is going to go to the second floor room and change her clothes. But Amalu stands in her way so she couldn't walk through the porch. Song Yuning is a little angry. She stops and looks up at Amalu. Amalu, what's wrong with you today? Why are you always in my way? Amalu embarrassedly says, Madam, in fact. Stop it. How can you do that, Tao? You are so bad. Before Amma's words could come out from her throat, a woman's voice comes from the living room of the mansion. Song Yuning is stunned for a moment, and then her eyes are taken up by anger. Amalu tries to stop Song Yuning. Madam, please listen to my explanation. Get away. Song Yuning pushes Amalu away and goes into the living room angrily. The living room of the Xue family is magnificent, with delicate and elegant ivory decoration. A slender woman in hot shorts is lying on the big imported leather sofa, sidling head and grinning with fingers in her mouth. That smile is charming and amorous. Obviously, she is a young girl, but she can laugh so fascinatingly. Can show what she is. Song Yuning gives the girl a hard look and looks for Xue Tao. On the side of the sofa is Xue Tao, who doesn't even wear his jacket. His pants are loose and baggy, and almost slip down from his waist at any time. Child. Amalu's voice comes in. Song Yuning, however, grabs the girl's long hair on the sofa and throws her on the floor. You bitch! How dare you boldly seduce my husband? Go to the hell! When Song Yuning was in the Song family, she was very fierce and tough. She is known for her beauty and hot temperature among so many ladies. It's not surprise for Xue Tao that she beats the tender model whom he just met yesterday. He just frowns and says, "Don't kick her head. It will be a trouble if you kick her to death." Song Yuning is in anger. She kicks her with her pointed leather shoes, which makes the skin of the beautiful tender model black. Amalu stops Song Yuning and says, "Madam, please calm down. Don't hurt your baby. Get away." Song Yuning pushes her aside. She kicks the model until she screams. Then she grabs her hair and slaps her charming face. She is so harsh as if she transfers her anger into strength. The beautiful model is shocked by Song Yuning. After being kicked, she feels extremely painful. Her mouth bleeds. When Song Yuning releases her, the model could not stand up and falls on the ground. Xue Tao is a little distressed, but does not help the beauty who has spent a night with him. He slowly lights a cigarette and sits down to smoke. Don't you feel you are too harsh?" Song Yuning sneers. "Does she have your son in her belly?" Xue Tao shakes his head. "When can you change your princess's temper?" The young woman falls to the floor and can't get up. She goes to the sofa and reaches to Amalu for her handbag. Amalu shudders and hands over her handbag. Song Yuning takes out the checkbook from her handbag and signs on it. Then she throws it on the model's face. "It's your salary for spending the night with my husband." The tender model is only early 20s with a good figure. She is dressed in exposed clothes so the marks of being beaten are visible. Despite losing face, the tender model is very observant. Seeing Xue Tao doesn't mean to help her, she immediately grabs the check, stands up and leaves with feeble steps. Amalu leads her to take her clothes. After the woman leaves, she puts the checkbook and pen away. "I thought you finally would like to go home earlier. I come back, but you aren't at home. So you bring the bitch back? It's just for fun. You are pregnant and cannot satisfy me." Xue Tao seems to be reasonable. Song Yuning holds back her anger. She tries to calm down and not to quarrel with Xue Tao. Xue Tao ignores Song Yuning's anger, but directly asks her, "Will your father go to Germany for treatment?" "Yes, it's 2 days later. I can't go with him. You accompany him." Xue Tao laughs. "How much does your father give you to pay for my labor?" Song Yuning's eyelids jump. She looks at him angrily. "Didn't you see the will? Now that 10% of the legacy for Song Yunxian has been taken back, it should be mine." Xue Tao, however, does not quite believe what she says. "Can you guess what your father is thinking? You said the inheritance for Song Yunxian would come from that of Song Yunxiang and Song Yunjia. However, it is taken from yours." Song Yuning could refute everything but not this. She could not refute things about Song Yunxian. Xue Tao is right. Her father's mind can't be guessed now. Since Song Yunxian enters the Song family, she has never read her father's mind accurately. Xue Tao's tone has a little mockery. "I respect you because you are the second daughter of the Song family. If you can't get anything from the Song family, you are no different from the bitch that just leaves." "You?" Song Yuning's fingers tremble. She points at Xue Tao. Xue Tao beats her hand and walks away impatiently. Don't always wait for others to respect you in the Xue's family. Think about what your old man has given you. You have always been so arrogant in Xue's house, but have no place in Song's house. How can you teach others?" Xue Tao scolds her and belittles her. The anger of Song Yuning rises up. She tightens her finger. If it weren't for the baby, she wouldn't have to tolerate the scum. She touches her belly. She narrows her eyes to hold back anger and gets up from the seat slowly. Amalu persuades her. "Madam, would you like to take a rest at home before going to the hospital?" "No." She needs to go back to the hospital as soon as possible to see what is going on. Moreover, it's better to ask her father how the property is divided in the new will. She drives to the hospital. Other siblings have arrived at the hospital. Song Yunxian softly feeds Song Yin with fruit in the ward. Song Yunjia stares at Song Yunxian and Song Yin silently. When Song Yunqiang sees Song Yuning coming, he nods and goes out. Song Yuning stays in the ward for a while before turning out. Song Yuncheong finishes a cigarette at the corridor and is to go back. Song Yuning says to him, "Brother, Dad is going to Germany in 2 days. Don't you worry about that." Song Yuncheong casually says, "There's nothing to worry about. Yunjia and I will follow him." Song Yuning sighs with some warning. "You are the master of Song's family before going to Germany, but when you come back, the Song family may become others." Song Yuncheong notices his sister's satiric tone, but he pretends to be natural. Song's senior managers are loyal and conscientious. "I just leave for a few days. There is no need to worry about it." Song Yuning turns her back and says in a light voice, "Others can't take away the Song family in such a short time. But what if father changes your name with others on the will? You will become nothing." Song Yuncheong's eyelids jump fiercely and slowly turns back to look at Song Yuning. "Go on." Song Yuncheong is direct, so Song Yuning comes straight to the point. She lowers her voice and asks him with lure, "Brother, don't you want to see father's new agreement on the division of inheritance?" Song Yuning successfully confuses Song Yuncheong. In fact, he also wants to know the partition agreement, but his father doesn't agree. He is the eldest son of Song Yan, and he can't suffer losses. He will definitely get more property than Song Yunxian and Song Yuning. The only thing is that he is not sure how much Song Yunjia will get. Song Yuning seems to know Sun Yunxiang's mind. She walks forward a few steps and whispers, "Brother, as you know, our father has always been partial to Song Yunjia." Song Yunxiang's eyes sweep over her. He does not speak. Song Yuning continues, "Think about the previous will. To give us a lesson, father gives Yunxian 5% more. The money does not mean much to you, but it can reflect father's changing mind." Song Yuning looks at Song Yuning. What's he thinking about? The child he likes at the moment does not necessarily get the most. Song Yuncheong frowns, so Song Yuning adds, "Yunxian is a good example. She has not been thought about highly by father. But now she gets as much as I do. I have always been more popular in the Song family than her." Song Yuning sighs intentionally and looks at her brother sadly. "Although it seems that father attaches great importance to you, it's hard to ensure that you are not kicked out to give way for Yunjia." Song Yuncheong's face becomes cold. He tightens his fingers and his eyes darken. She is right to some extent. Song Yan becomes difficult to read after he is ill, and he never gives up the idea of letting Song Yunjia do business. Otherwise, he would not give Yunjia as many shares as him. Now the old man is going to Germany. He should be worried about the industry. However, he asks Song Yuncheong to accompany him, who has been in charge of Song's business. According to Song Yuning's guess, it is possible that his father would suddenly change the estate division agreement, and then give Yunjia a great amount of shares to let Yunjia replace him. At that time, he could do nothing about it with the new agreement. If he doesn't go and stay here, at least he can persuade shareholders and executives to oppose against Song Yunjia. Since Song Yuncheong is beginning to think about her words, Song Yuning smiles and says, "Brother, it is a guess. I have always been close to you, so I just want to remind you. You could not hate our father because of my words." Song Yuncheong takes a deep breath and turns back. "I know." Song Yuning could almost guess what he is thinking. After her brother leaves, she adjusts her expression and goes back. In fact, what Song Yuncheong wants to do is to see the new agreement on the division of heritage. He does not mention it immediately after he goes back. Song Yunxian feeds Song Yen a little food and goes to wash the dishes, leaving Song Yuncheong and Song Yunjia in the ward. After his sister leave, Song Yuncheong sits in a chair to massage Song Yan's leg. Song Yan has not been walking for many days. Doctors say that he should have massage of legs every day to prevent muscle atrophy. Song Yuncheong massages his legs with right strength, so Song Yuncheong renews his energy from sleepy mood. He raises his eyelids and asks, "We are going to Germany the day after tomorrow. Have you finished transferring your work?" Song Yuncheong's eyes dim. After pausing for a moment, he speaks in a low voice, "Almost." Song Yen used to be unsatisfied with his slow action. Now, having heard such ambiguous answer, he is even more upset and cannot help scolding him. You can leave the Song's affairs to Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian. They are very stable and you can trust him. What Master Song says is very reasonable. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian are both in their 50s this year. They have been following Song Yan since they were young. They are the key staff of the Song enterprise and the shareholders of the Song. They have rights of discourse and have many supporters in the company. Song Yunqiang thinks that if Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian support Song Yunjia after Song Yan gives the most of Song's shares to her, he will be helpless even though he is the eldest son. If he doesn't deal with it properly, he will end up, as Song Yuning said, becoming a passerby of Song's family. He is smart enough to figure out the development of the whole thing. Song Yan signs and tells him, "You have to explain everything clearly to Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian, and tells them not to see me off." Song Yunqiang nods. "I'll do this in the afternoon." Song Yan nods satisfactorily. Song Yunjia stands aside. Song Yan looks at Song Yunjia. "You should also arrange your work well and ask your leaders for a longer vacation. It's not certain whether you can come back in the future." Song Yunjia's fingers tighten. Song Yunqiang and Song Yuning are in a daze. Song Yuning immediately asks, "Dad, will sister not work in the hospital in the future?" Song Yan disapproves. "No matter how good it is in the hospital, it's better to go back to Song's family business and work for it. Yunqiang is too busy to handle it. Yunjia can help him." Song Yunqiang begins to sneer secretly. Superficially, she comes to help him. However, actually it is a transfer of power. The old man is really too old now. Unless Song Yunjia never marries, otherwise Song's family will follow others' names sooner or later. Song Yunqiang is a little angry but does not speak much. However, Song Yuning's face begins to turn blue and white. Song Yunjia nods. "I'll arrange it, Dad." Song Yan nods satisfactorily. Looking at the harmonious father and daughter, Song Yuning and Song Yunqiang are stunned. Outside the concealed door, Song Yunxian bends her lips with mockery. Before she gets involved, the three siblings would tear up the Song family. She wonders how Song Yan could die with this heap of loose sand. When she was young, she thought she was Gu Cheng's only daughter. But in the year when Gu Cheng's health turned bad, she realized that although her mother died young, her father had several women outside. Not only did these women exist, but also managed to conceive of Gu Cheng's children. He had a son and 3 daughters. The son was only a few years younger than her, and the 3 daughters were not much younger than her. But Gu Cheng never mentioned to anyone that he has other sons and daughters beside Gu Chang'e, and he did not mean to let those children enter Gu's family tree. So the children and their mothers hated her so much. They did not worry about food and clothing, but they couldn't wait to come back from all over the world to share their family's heritage when Gushing was seriously ill. Sometimes Gu Cheng was conscious and sometimes confused before he completely got into coma. He was still handsome in his 40s. He did not want to leave Gu Chang'e, but that was just a flash. He saw 4 women with children around Gu Chang'e. The 4 children and the 4 women who had good faces and love affairs with him coveted his only legal daughter, who had Gu's surname in the genealogy. Gu Cheng smiled at Gu Chang'e even when he was seriously ill. Gu Chang'e clearly remembers that her father had asked her to get closer. Her father's thin lips spit out a few words besides her ear. "Take care of the Gu family. It can't be separated." She was shocked and she looked at Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng nodded to her. His handsome face showed tired expression because of his sickness. He said, "I give the family to you, Chang'e. You have to be strong. I will watch you." That was Gu Cheng's last words. After that, he fell into a long coma. It was because of these words that Gu Chang'e married the 3 illegitimate girls quickly, and sent the only son to prison. Although the public commented that she was heartless, she knew that Gu Cheng did not want his family to be scattered. Those illegitimate children could only divide the family into scattered pieces. How could the family develop and grow? Her father got the whole family from her great-grandfather. To maintain the wholeness of the family, he even removed several of his cousin grandfathers. When he died, he didn't hope that his next generation would divide the big family. She was brought up by Gu Cheng and faithfully inherited Gu Cheng's character and even means. Although she was a girl, she was highly valued and loved by Gu Chang. Although there were other women and illegitimate children, she was the only one who was legal and in the family tree. Gu Chang gave her everything. She felt that her father had always loved her most. So she forgave her father for having other women after his mother died. After all, her mother died too early and her father was only in his 20s when he was single again. She lived up to her father's hope and developed her family into the hegemony of Yunqing. However, she accidentally made a wedding dress for Xiao Tianzi. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter. She will soon take the whole Gu family back from Xiao Tianzi's hands. The Song family is in a mess. She has paved the way for all three Song brothers and sisters. She is waiting for an opportunity to take over all of Song Yan's possessions. Song Yuning's car breaks down accidentally on the way home, so she calls Song Yunqiang and asks him to send her back. Song Yunqiang drives forward. His eyebrows twist fiercely. Seems that he gets into a big trouble. Song Yuning looks at him for several times and says, "Why do you twist your eyebrows so tight, brother? It may not be as bad as you think." Song Yunqiang doesn't want to talk to her. He knows how terrible the things are. Song Yuning sighs. "Brother, you are the only son of Dad. Dad can't make you as miserable as Yunxian. She can't get a dime." Song Yuning enjoys much from Yunxian's misfortune. Song Yunqiang looks at the road ahead and sneers. "Do you really think that Yunxian can't get a penny? Otherwise." Song Yuning is somewhat disdainful. Song Yunqiang looks at her and says with a quiet voice, "When I accompanied our father the night before last, I went out for supper. When I came back, Yunxian was sleeping beside's father. He woke up and put on a coat for her." Song Yuning is puzzled. It's just a small action of raising his hand. Can it show that Dad will give Yunxian property? You should know that Dad is sick now. Even getting up at night and putting a coat on Yunxian's back will waste him much energy. He can struggle to put on a coat for Yunxian with his little strength. Is it not enough to show that he really loves this little girl? Song Yuning's face darkens. "Brother, stop talking. I don't believe Dad will accept Yunxian again." Song Yunqiang's eyes are cold and his tone is ironic. "I'm afraid you must accept it." Song Yuning holds her fingers tightly and stares out of the window. She thought that it will be enough to provoke Song Yunqiang's anger for Song Yunjia. But she forgets that Song Yunxian is not easy to deal with. Since Song Yunxian can record her conversation about publishing Song Yunjia's photos, it indicates that she will not easily give up the Song family. It is not enough that Song Yunqiang holds Song Yunjia back. She also has to deal with Song Yunxian, the little bitch. When she arrives at Shue's house, the lights are bright. Song Yuning looks at the night scene and says, "Would you like to come in, brother?" Song Yunqiang doesn't get out of the car. He drops the window half, looking at the fountain of Shue's family coldly. "No, I have something to do." Then he leaves regardless of Song Yuning's invitation. Song Yuning can understand Song Yunqiang. He must go back to meet Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian. After all, even if the successor of the Song family is going to be changed, it would be harmless to enclose the two senior subordinates. Song Yuning narrows her eyes. In fact, it is beyond her expectation that Song Yunxian could get attention from her father. Song Yuning was brought to the Song family at her childhood. She is an illegitimate daughter. Even if she was titled with the family name and enters the family tree, Song Yan has never put a coat for her. However, it is unfair for an illegitimate girl as Song Yunxian to receive such treatment as soon as she enters the gate of the Song family. She turns away indignantly. When she enters the house, Amalu comes over and says, "Madam." Song Yuning deliberately stops in the hall for a moment and comes in. "Does Tao come back early today?"
Amalu nods, somewhat flattering. "Madam, come in."
"Child has asked the French chef to cook a good dish for you." Song Yuning is a little confused. Xue Tao usually wouldn't please her like this. She changes shoes with doubt. As soon as she enters the living room, she sees that Xue Tao in a suit is opening a bottle of red wine. Song Yuning's eyebrows jump. She looks around the living room and asks him, "Are there any guests coming tonight?" Song Yuning lightens her footsteps when she enters the door. Xuetao is shocked and his hands tremble. The bottle opener falls on the ground. Xuetao scolds a dirty word and then picks up the bottle opener of red wine. Why don't you say a word when you come in? You frighten me. Song Yuning sneers in her heart. How can you manage such a big industry with your cowardice? She is now somewhat bored with Xuetao. Not only does he bring women to the house, but he is also brainless. He cannot take over the Xue's enterprise. Until now the enterprise is in the hands of Xue's two old guys. Xuetao picks up the bottle opener and leads her to the restaurant. Come on. I've recruited a new French chef tonight. The dishes are very good. We can taste them together. Song Yuning has been very tired. She is very unhappy when Xuetao only cares about eating. My father will go to Germany. I want to have a rest. I've prepared a candlelight dinner. We can discuss it as we eat. Xuetao pulls Song Yuning over. She has to obey him. They just have a few bites of black pepper steak. Xuetao begins to toast Song Yuning. Song Yuning laughs and moves the goblet aside. I'm still pregnant and can't drink, she says. Xuetao urges, just a little, honey. Song Yuning stands up and says, I'm not very comfortable. I want to have a rest first. Song Yuning's arrogant. She pushes aside her chair and leaves. After leaving the living room, she hears Xuetao's angry voice and the sound of breaking up the cup. Such a bitch. Amalu stops him. Child, how can you say that? Xuetao throws the white tablecloth on the table, supporting himself with palm. His face is a little grim. Without my son in her belly, would she dare to be so arrogant? Amalu continues to persuade him. Child, madam is pregnant now. You can't ask her to drink. It's not good for the young baby. Xuetao's eyes are dark. He lowers his voice a little. Who cares about that? Song Yuning does not return to her room immediately after she leaves the dining room. She listens to the sound inside it. She's really mad. But looking down at her stomach, she holds back all the anger. She raises her head, grits her teeth and whispers, as long as I give birth to this child, the Xue's family will follow my surname. She turns back and leaves. Song Yunxian goes to Ning Yuan's office after Song Yan falls asleep in the hospital. Ning Yuan is a little surprised but he laughs. Miss Song. Dr. Ning, I want to know whether my father can be cured in Germany. Ning Yuan puts the diagnostic book on the desk, and then sits in the chair. It may sound unhuman, but I still have to tell you the truth. Please. Ning nods and takes off his boundless glasses. Wherever your father comes, the result will be the same. Song Yunxian's heart becomes cold. Do you mean there's no chance for my father to recover from his illness? Ning Yuan puts his hands on the table and looks up at her. Germany's medical skill is advanced, so your father may be able to survive for 2 more months. What if he stays at home? He has only 2 weeks. Thank you. Song Yunxian turns back and leaves. When she is coming out, Ning Yuan suddenly calls her, Miss Song. Song Yunxian stops and turns to look at him. Ning Yuan considers it for a while before he says, I heard your father saw the soul of Guchanga. Song Yunxian laughs and says, maybe he is dazzled. It is just illusionary. In fact, the doctor knows better than anyone that a dying patient cannot hallucinate. But Ning Yuan does not help her find any excuse. He nods. It's probably an illusion. I heard Guchanga was dead. Song Yunxian gives a hum, and then thinks about it for a moment. She says, it's been about half a year since she died. Ning Yuan lowers his eyes and says, I heard she finally was amputated her limbs. Ning Yuan doesn't speak again this time. Song Yunxian sees his fingers slowly gripping up. Song Yunxian says goodbye to him. She feels that it is not easy for Ning Yuan to remember Guchanga. When Guchanga had a car accident, there was need to amputate her limbs, but Ning Yuan could not change Xiao Tianzi and Song Yunjia's decision. Now, when mentioning Guchanga, maybe Ning Yuan feels a little guilty. She feels a little comfort. After all, among the doctors who operated and destroyed her, it is rare that there is one who feels guilty. It is quiet in the night in hospital. However, kinds of major newspapers in Yunqing are being printed overnight. The online news upload crazily. The next morning, the whole Yunqing is covered with big news. Song Yuning is particularly sleepy because she is pregnant. She hasn't woken up yet at the time of breakfast in the morning. After reading the newspaper, Xue Tao in the restaurant on the first floor is stunned. He immediately kicks his chair aside and goes to the bedroom on the second floor. Song Yuning is pulled up by her hair from bed. Ah! She wakes up from sleep with a cry of pain. Xue Tao's fierce face appears in front of her. Song Yuning twits her eyebrows and shouts at him. What on earth are you crazy about in the early morning? What am I crazy about? Xue Tao sneers. He throws her roughly on the bed, and then throws the newspaper on her face. Last night I wanted to ask you what the old man writes in the will. Now it's all clear. The whole Xue family is going to be swallowed up by your bastard little sister. Xue Tao is so angry that his whole face is full of ferocious expression. Song Yuning is also stunned at Xue Tao's words. She then quickly takes the newspaper. Only after reading the headlines does she feel a boom in her head. What happened on earth? Song Yuning looks at the newspaper and the red of her lips fades. Xue Tao is furious. Song Yuning falls on the bed, and her sleepiness is frightened away by the news. Xue Tao keeps asking her, Don't you say that you know the damn old man well? That's my father, Tao. How can you say that? Xue Tao calls Song Yan as the damn old man. Xue Tao never respects him. Even if Song Yan is old, he is Song Yuning's biological father. It's harsh that Xue Tao swears like that. Is he your father? Xue Tao sneers, steps over and stares at Song Yuning. Then why does he give all property to your little hybrid sister? Song Yuning reads the newspaper report carefully and says, Tao, it's just a speculation. It's rumor. Is it rumors? Xue Tao takes out his mobile phone and throws it to Song Yuning. My parents go abroad and they are not at home. So you become the boss of the house. According to the information on the internet and the headlines on newspaper every day, most of your father's property is given to Song Yunxian. Xue Tao has to marry Song Yuning after he suffered a loss from Song Yunxian. Now he has to fight for his dignity. Needless to say, teach Song Yunxian a lesson, at least in the matter of property distribution. Song Yunxian must not get more than Song Yuning. People strive for dignity. You are so proud. It turns out that in the eyes of your father, you are not as important as your little sister. Song Yuning explains, In the Song family, my elder sister is the most valued. Bah! Xue Tao spits and approaches her. You know that your elder sister is the most important. You can't get any benefits and compete for inheritance either. If you are useless, why do I marry you? Song Yuning raises her head and looks at Xue Tao. Do you mean that if I can't get property, you will abandon me? Xue Tao nods. That's right. I have your child. Song Yuning stares sadly at Xue Tao. Xue Tao doesn't take it seriously. There are so many people willing to give birth to children for me. You are just one of them. Xue Tao, if you can't share the benefits of the Song family, you don't deserve the Xue's family. I will divorce you right away. How dare you? Song Yuning immediately rushes up and grabs Xue Tao's collar. Xue Tao, however, moves much faster than her, slapping her in the face and throwing her on the bed. The clap is particularly loud throughout the room. Xue Tao kneels on the bed, grabs Song Yuning's hair, lifts her head, and pulls her scalp painful. Zhang Xiao is more suitable than you for the position of Mrs. Xue. Don't be so proud. If you weren't the daughter of the Song family, I really have no reason to marry you. If you want to stand firm in my family, it's not enough to give birth to son for me. At the very least, you have to show what benefits your Song family can bring to my Xue family. He presses Song Yuning's head on the bed. Song Yuning is beaten to tears. Her 10 fingers bend at once. She clutches the sheets of the bed, almost tearing them up with her nails. Xue Tao's words don't have any emotion at all. He believes that the reason why they get married is simply that the Song and Xue families could make use of each other. If the Song family cannot bring any profit to the Xue family, then Song Yuning is useless in the Xue family. Dad should be the one to blame. He only thinks about sister and Yunxian and does not care about her. It's all fault of Dad. If Dad could redivide the inheritance, or if Dad could give her most of the Song family's inheritance, she can raise her head in the Shui's family, and the baby in her body can have a good future. She looks up. Shuetao goes out. I'll ask the lawyer to prepare the divorce agreement. As soon as your father's property division agreement is announced, we'll divorce. What if I own most of the shares? Are you still divorcing me? Song Yuning looks at him from the side of the bed. Shuetao laughs at her and says, Are you still daydreaming? It's not a dream. Song Yuning bites her teeth. Shuetao stands still and says, How can you get the Song family? Don't you want to kidnap your dad and force him to change his will? Shuetao thinks that Song Yuning would jump out of bed and scold him for being not filial. However, Song Yuning asks him provocatively, Do you dare do that? Shuetao is shocked and turns back his head to see Song Yuning incredibly. Song Yuning still has tears on her face, but she grits her teeth and looks at him wickedly. Shuetao seems to be shocked by her. After a while he begins to say, Don't regret it. Yunqing Morning Post, today's Finance and Economics, 1 Week in Yunqing City News, and other major magazines and online financial and economic forums are crazy and rumoring about the contents of Song's will 2 days before Song Yan goes abroad. In addition, the news that most of the property of the Song family will be allocated to Song Yunxian seems to be true. After reading the morning paper, Song Yunqiang shows it to his father. Dad, these speculative rumors are getting too much. Song Yan just has a glance and knows it is about the will. Instead of reading it carefully, he asks him, Do you believe it? Song Yan talks lazily. Song Yunqiang dares not ask the old man too much, so he asks indirectly, Dad, now the rumor prevails. Unless the truth is announced public, the rumor can't be put down. Song Yan nods. Well, when the real comes out, the rumor will break up by itself. Song Yunqiang tentatively asks Song Yan, Do you mean that the rumor will spread for another 2 days? Song Yan, lying on the bed, speaks weakly. I'm not dead yet. Do I need to show you my will? It is so clear that Song Yan would not show the will. Moreover, he refuses it firmly. Song Yunqiang's face is not very good. In the next 2 days, Song Yunjia and Song Yunqiang are busy dealing with the matter at hand. Song Yuning comes for few times. Only Song Yunxian accompanies Song Yunqiang all the time. The day before going abroad, Song Yunxian goes shopping out the hospital. When she comes downstairs, she sees Su Yoyu driving a wine-red BMW. The paint shines like a gemstone. He lowers half of the glass and laughs at Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian does not check around and walks toward his car. I'm glad you can come over. Su Yoyu maintains his usual courteous gentleman manner. Come up and sit for a while. Song Yunxian looks at his face carefully and then says, Is the wound all right? Su Yoyu smiles. It's a warning from Child Chu. Sorry to have you involved. I just want to help you. Song Yunxian laughs and says, I'm almost going to believe you. But I am here not for important things. I just want to remind you of one thing. There is no waste in Su Yueyu's words. He speaks straight. Song Yunxian smiles and asks him, What's the matter? It's rumored outside now that you'll inherit the whole Song family. You're in danger. Song Yunxian nods. Thank you for your reminder. I'll be careful. He nods at her and leaves. She watches the car. Her eyes are peaceful and quiet like deep water. Maybe asking Xiao Hong to spread the rumor will put her in a very dangerous situation, but the plan won't be successful without this action. She has been in business for many years and naturally knows that there is a price for everything she does. Taking over the whole Song family is no exception as well. In the past 2 days, Xiao Hong has used all the ways that Fanqing magazine can use to spread the rumor that she is valued by Song Yan and probably inherits the Song family. In surprise and speculation, the public gradually begin to ponder the reasons. Those superficial think it's just a rumor, not real. But some people who think a little deeper will prefer to believe that they are true, for example Shuetao. There is another sort of people who have been familiar with the commercial tragedies. They can always look at things from the surface to the essence, for example Song Yen. Song Yen is patient with the development of the thing. Even if people speculate that he refuses to publish the will because he gives most of the property to Song Yunxian, he does not clarify it. Everyone believes that Song Yunxian will become the successor of the Song family. But Song Yunxian knows it's just a cover. Because of the rumor, the public believe that she would get successful easily. Therefore, with Song Yan's default, Song Yunxian will become an unlucky shield and be put in the most dangerous position. Her elder brother and elder sisters would hate her being spoiled by her father. But when the real estate partition agreement is published, people will find that Song Yunxian is the one who gets the least. In order to protect the real heir of the Song family, Song Yen makes her a shield. She is like a fake princess to protect the real prince. Those who hate Song's heirs will do harm to Song Yunxian. And Song Yunjia, Song Yuncheng and Song Yuning will be safe. Thinking about it, Song Yunxian couldn't help laughing. Song Yen is the three's father, but also Song Yunchuan's father. He indeed is a little cold-hearted to destroy one child in order to protect other children. Since she is a shield, Song Yen thinks that the children he really values are all behind the shield and would not be hurt at all. Nevertheless, Song Yen was so thoughtful in his calculation that he would never have thought of that Song Yunxian has taken such a dangerous step. The other three children of Song Yen will expose their nature. What will happen next? Song Yunxian can't wait to see. Song Yen has called Song Yunjia's mother a few days before he goes abroad. But the middle-aged woman, who has lived alone for more than 30 years like a widow in Berlin, Germany, hangs up without saying a word. Song Yunjia, her daughter, only hears her mother's breathing. She also feels a little guilty about Song Yen. Song Yen, as if he could understand Song Yunjia's mother, says softly, "It's okay if she doesn't want to see me." Song Yunjia lowers her eyes and says nothing. In fact, after more than 30 years of separation, they only have a marriage certificate but no substantial marriage relationship, let alone their affection for each other. If the Song family didn't need this legal wife, they might have divorced after a few months of separation. Song Yunjia actively arranges everything for Song Yen to go abroad. Song Yuncheng devotes himself to arranging the Song enterprise. On the day of going abroad, the siblings of the Song family gather to take their father to the airport. Song Yunxian has no one beside her, but Song Yuning has Xue Tao, who has a little sweat on his face. Song Yuning looks at him for several times along the way, but does not speak. Near the airport, Xue Tao suddenly grabs Song Yuning's hand. Song Yuning's eyebrows jump. She looks at him quietly. Xue Tao stares at her nervously. "Yuning, I suddenly feel." Song Yuning smiles softly, and then looks at Song Yunxian, who is sitting in the front co-pilot seat. Then she snuggles head gently into Xue Tao's arms. "I know your stomach is not very good. Dad is going to Germany today, so you must take good care of him." "Nah, I have already prepared medical medicine in the suitcase." Song Yunxian indifferently looks at her sister and brother-in-law through the rearview mirror. There is a cool flash in the corner of her eyes. Xue Tao is somewhat abnormal. On the way to the airport, Xue Tao doesn't talk any more nonsense. With Song Yuning snuggling in his arms, his stomach seems to be getting better, and most of the sweat on his forehead is gone. When getting off the car, Song Yuning kisses Xue Tao on his ear intimately. Song Yunxian and the driver quickly turn their heads back. Song Yuning warns in Xue Tao's ear, "If you don't do it now, you'll have to wait to die. Do you understand, honey?" Shocked by Song Yuning's coldness, Xue Tao widens his eyes a little. However, when he looks at Song Yuning, her smile is still so gentle and charming. A Mercedes-Benz bulletproof car stops. Song Yuncheng gets off first, and then Song Yunjia helps Song Yen get off. Song Yan's back bends because of his serious illness. Song Yunjia supports him with great effort. "Dad, be careful. Brother, come here. Give me a hand and help Dad get into the wheelchair." Song Yuncheng goes forwards to support Song Yen. Song Yunxian, Song Yuning and Xue Tao hurry over. "Dad, are you okay?" Song Yuning greets Song Yen before Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian just opens her mouth before she is intercepted by Song Yuning. Song Yen nods. He looks up at Song Yuning and Song Yunxian, and then looks at the entrance to the airport. Just then, suddenly several people come over in a hurry. Song Yunxian has no time to dodge, and is stumbled by the collision. When she looks up again, she sees that those men in suits wear masks or hats. Moreover, one of them looks at Song Yuning unintentionally. Song Yuning's eyebrows glisten slightly and then she nods gently. Those men leave quickly. Song Yunxian suddenly feels something wrong. These people are so strange. After entering the airport lobby, Song Yan is not very good. Song Yunxian raises her hand uncomfortably to press her shoulders. She doesn't have any feeling just now, but now she feels a little pain. The cell phone in the bag rings. Song Yunxian looks at Song Yunjia and those accompanying Song Yan and says softly, "I answer the phone there." Song Yan nods. Song Yunjia and Song Yunchang glance at her and think that it is probably Chu Machin, but in fact it is Xiao Shui. She connects the phone and heads for the bathroom. There comes Xiao Shui's voice. "Yunxian, I heard your father is going to Germany today." "Yes," she nods and asks Xiao Shui. "Is anything wrong in magazine?" Xiao Shui shakes her head.
No.
"I just think it's strange that Xiao Tianzi and Gu Chengel don't see your father off." Song Yunxian smiles. "My father hid the news. Except my family's, nobody knows that he is going to Germany today." "But..." Xiao Shui pauses and then her words make Song Yunxian feel frightened. "But Xiao Tianzi says that whoever goes to see your father in the airport today will have a big trouble." "What does he mean?" Song Yunxian stops abruptly in front of the bathroom. At this moment a tall woman behind her suddenly comes up like a dark cloud. She feels wrong, turns quickly and looks up at her. She is hit on her shoulder. Then before she could speak out, she suddenly feels a pain in her back neck. Her eyes blur. Song Yunxian falls down weakly. The phone slips to the ground. Someone quickly picks up the cell phone and carries her away. In the departure lobby, Song Yunchuan's delay in coming back finally attracts Song Yunxiang's attention. He frowns and looks at his wristwatch. Why hasn't Yunxian come back yet? Song Yunjia doesn't care. Maybe she has something to deal with. Anyway, she doesn't go to Germany with us, so we can leave at the boarding time. Having heard Song Yunjia's words, Shui Tao gets into panic. Sister Yunxian may be lost. Let's find her back. Everyone is quiet. Song Yunjia and Song Yunchang look at Shui Tao like watching an idiot. How can an adult be lost in the airport with clear signs? Shui Tao's words are ridiculous. However, Song Yuning does not think her husband's words ridiculous at all and explains. Tao means that Yunxian lived in Qingqing before, and there is not such a big airport. Yunxian may be lost in the big airport in Yunqing. After all, it is the first time she has come here. She goes to the bathroom. I'll get her back. Song Yunjia doesn't want to care about Song Yunxian, but her father is still waiting here. It is not good to perform too cold. After all, being too cold won't appeal elders' satisfaction. After Song Yunjia leaves, Song Yunchang couldn't wait anymore. Maybe she's hungry. I'll go to the restaurant and look for her. Then he leaves away. Song Yan feels annoyed looking at the back of Song Yunchang. This son really has no ideas. Since Yunjia has gone to look for her, why does he leave? If Yunjia can't find Yunxian in the bathroom, he can call to ask. When he is thinking, Song Yuning takes out her mobile phone. Song Yuning dials Yunchuan's cell phone number. But it's not get through. Song Yan sees Song Yuning's face getting serious. He does not feel good either. Yuning, does it get through? Song Yuning dials again. Dad, don't worry. I'm calling her again. Song Yuning dials Song Yunxian again. Shui Tao looks around and takes a step forward. He pushes Song Yan's wheelchair towards the broadcasting room. Dad, it's better to broadcast it. Maybe Yunxian can find us by herself. The boarding time is coming. Get Yunxiang and Yunjia back first. Song Yan orders Song Yuning seriously. Song Yuning does not listen to him at all. She lets Shui Tao push his wheelchair forward and refuses to call Song Yunxiang and Song Yunjia. She says nonsense. Dad, you are in such a hurry. It's time to register. How can you ask brother and sister to find Yun? Song Yin frowns and turns to look at Song Yuning. Yuning, what are you talking about? His tone is somewhat harsh. Song Yuning seems to have realized her mistake and apologizes bitterly. Dad, don't be angry. It's my fault. Yunxian is not necessarily lost even if she hasn't come back yet. It's urgent to cure the illness. We'd better call brother and sister back, and then go to Germany. I will look for Yunxian after you leave. Song Yuning pretends to be sincere. People do not feel strange to see her persuading the old man in the wheelchair. Song Yin suddenly realizes something. What do you want to do? Xuetao pushes his wheelchair around a bend. There are few people on the way to the radio studio, but two strong men grab the wheelchair from Xuetao's hand with quick movements. They cover Song Yan's mouth and leave quickly. Song Yan widens his eyes and struggles to shout. They put a white handkerchief with ether on his mouth. Song Yan passes out in a few seconds. Several people support his body right and leave quickly. Seeing her father's will disappear, Song Yuning bends her eyes, and her smile is bright. At this moment a big man comes up. He punches him before Xuetao could respond. Xuetao spits out some blood and falls on the ground, fainted. Song Yuning laughs with satisfaction. She takes out a check and hands it to him. You leave right away and call me when you arrive safely. When Song Yunxian wakes up, what she can see is only darkness. She gets up from the wet and cold floor. Someone hears the noise and pushes the iron door open. A glaring torch shines in her eyes. It's dazzling and she wants to raise her hand to hide the light. Nevertheless, she realizes that her hands are tied behind the back. The man squats down and carefully looks at her eyebrows and eyes by the torch light. She turns around to avoid the glaring light. The man sneers, "You're a beauty. You look like your mother." Song Yunxian frowns. This is kidnapping. She concludes. The person who uses torch to light her face feels interested in her. He pinches her chin and makes her face to be exposed in the glaring flashlight. The gruff man next to him laughs. Although she is beautiful, she's only 18 years old. She's too tender. The man holding her chin disapproves. You know, a fart. It's this tender food that tastes good. He throws the torch into the arms of the gruff man and pushes Song Yunxian to the ground. Little girl, let me eat you. Song Yunxian falls backwards to the hard floor. The man leans over to kiss her face. She frowns and turns her head in disgust. The man gets angry. Little bitch. He raises his hand to beat her. You're crazy. Zhang Chang. The gruff man grabs his wrist and pulls him away from Song Yunxian. He shouts, "We've made a deal that we only ask for money and don't hurt people. I just want to taste her, and I won't kill her." The gruff man picks up the flashlight and shines it on Song Yunxuan's face. Look, this is the young daughter of the Song family, not the eldest daughter. What does that matter? What's the matter? The big man sneers. The young daughter of the Song family is from the Chu family. If you dare to touch her, the Chu family will peel you alive. The Chu family can't manage it. Zhang Chang is still tough. He turns around and grabs Song Yunxuan's clothes to tear them up. Song Yunxian suddenly laughs. The room suddenly quiets down. The kidnapper named Zhang Chang and the man who are stopping him are stunned. Song Yunxian looks at Zhang Chang and says calmly, "Is Zhang Yimin your daughter?" Zhang Chang's fingers grasping her clothes suddenly freeze. Song Yunxian notices his stiff action and nods. It seems that I am right. She reminds him. Do you remember Guchanga? Zhang Chang seems to be shocked, and quickly pulls his hands back. He thinks that the girl is a little bit evil. Do you know Guchanga? I know everything what Guchanga knows and... She pauses with a subtle tone. The young master of the Chu family knows what I know. Zhang Chang stands up at once. The man standing behind him looks at Zhang Chang's behavior and could not help asking, "Why? Don't you want to taste her?" Taste what? Let's go. This bitch is haunted. She is too evil. We cannot touch her. Go. But. Leave now. Zhang Chang pulls the gruff man out of the room. Watching them go out, Song Yunxian closes her eyes and calms down. She breaks free from the hemp rope that ties her. Yunqing is so small that you can meet acquaintances everywhere. Even if you are not familiar with them, you can protect yourself by a little trick. She moves back, leans against the wall and rubs her wrist. Scattered thoughts also gather little by little after coma. Zhangchang. Zhangchang's original name is Zhang Minqiang. He robbed gold stores in Yunqing 10 years ago. Unfortunately, it was Gu Chang's gold shop. He snatched a 500,000 yuan gold bracelet with diamonds from Gu Chang's wrist. He was put in prison for 10 years. He was released this year. Nevertheless, he's a real good-for-nothing. After being imprisoned, he's worse than before. She funded his neglected daughter for 10 years. Now she has graduated from college and starts to look for a job. She is silent in the quiet darkness. Her eyes are bright. She wonders who instructs Zhang Chang to kidnap her. Song Yunqiang or Song Yuning. She rubs her wrists and smiles. Whoever the person is, he helps her get closer to the power of the Song family. Yunqing magazines and newspapers are well informed. When the Song families go to the police station for record, they are quickly blocked by various media. Reporters wait at the entrance of the police station, the Song's house and the headquarters of the Song enterprise. Because of the close relationship between Gu, Chu and the Song families, many reporters call Gu and Chu for the specific reasons why the Song families go to the police station. The secretary has been busy in answering the phone call of Chairman Gu's office. Then she comes to the conference room to wait for Xiao Tianzi, who just finishes the meeting. Xiao Tianzi wears a silver-gray suit with golden thin-edged glasses on his face, and his black eyes are soft and calm like the quiet lake water. The secretary goes over and lowers her voice. Chairman Xiao, something happened in the Song family. Xiao Tianzi turns head slightly and walks forward. What did the Song family announce? The secretary shakes her head. No, but the media in Yunqing are now waiting at the door of the Song family and the police station. I heard someone is kidnapped. Is it Song Yunxian? Xiao Tianzi guesses. The secretary nods. The old master of the Song family does not appear either. Xiao Tianzi goes back to his office directly. Put off the agendas this afternoon. I have to ask about the situation. The secretary hesitates. But Chairman Xiao, the renewal of the contract with Malaysia is set in this afternoon. Instead of changing his mind, Xiao Tianzi says, ask Chengel to be our representative. The representative of Malaysia will agree. As Gu Chang's sister, she is qualified to sign the contract with them. The secretary says, I'll prepare the car for you. Xiao Tianzi puts aside the affairs at hand for a while, and goes to the Song family to see the situation first. Chu Machen makes a different decision. Chu Machen is aware of something wrong after he heard that the Song families have gone to the police station. He calls Rong 6. The lipstick marks of women are still on his face. He throws the paper towel into his arms. Clean your face. My dad told me yesterday that it's not a sin for a man to play and drink. Chu Machen's eyes sweep his face indifferently. Rong 6 immediately shuts his mouth, lowers his eyes, and explains in a low voice, of course, you set a good example for me. Chu Machen sits on the chair behind his desk. The Song families have gone to the police station. It's possible that Song Yin was kidnapped. Chu Machen turns his head and says, the media says that nobody has seen Yunxian. Rong 6 stands up from the chair and says, don't worry, Brother Chu. I'll send someone to check it right away. Rong 6 leaves in a hurry as if the fire burned his buttock. Chu Machen looks at the sky and his eyes darken. If Song Yunchuan's logic is the same as Gu Chang's, then they take the same actions. This time she has a dangerous step. In the police station, Song Yuning is dying to cry. Xue Tao has hemostatic cotton in his mouth. His face on one side has been swollen very high, which makes his face look biased. The police come to take the third record. Xue Tao loses 2 teeth and says vaguely, at that time I only saw 2 men in black rush over. And then, one of them stunned me. I don't know what happened next. Song Yuning's eyes are red and swollen with frequent tears, and her makeup is washed away. It was the 2 men who beat Tao, robbed Dad in the wheelchair and knocked me down. I advised my father to ask brother and sister to stop looking for Yunxian, but my father just didn't listen to me. The policeman nods and gets the printout from the airport video. Are they the two people you saw? Song Yuning looks at it with widened eyes, sobbing. After seeing that the faces of the two men are deliberately covered, she relives and nods. Yes, it's them. Can you describe their facial features? Song Yuning shakes her head regretfully. They wear masks and their hats are all very low. I can't see their faces at all. The policeman who asks her turns back to look at his companions. His companion thinks for a moment and then asks, well, is there anyone else they've taken away? Anyone else? For example, your little sister Song Yunxian. Song Yuning opens her eyes wide and looks blank. Yunxian, hasn't she been found yet? The policeman frowns at her surprise. It seems that she really doesn't know that her little sister is lost. Song Yuning cries so hard. The policeman has almost finished the questions asking, so they leave first. Miss Song, please think carefully about whether there is other information. Tell us immediately when you recollect it. Song Yuning nods and sobs over there. And Song Yunjia and Song Yunchang both have headaches after a day of tossing and turning. Song Yunchang has no idea why things would suddenly turn out like this, but it seems that it is not a bad thing that his father disappears at this time. As long as his father misses for 3 days without news, lawyers will publish the will as agreed with Song Yan before. However, if Song Yunjia really took up the majority of the division, he would suffer a great loss. He thinks that he'd better bribe his father's lawyer quickly and get the contents of the will earlier. Song Yunchang presses his temple and eyes become a little fierce. If he doesn't get the most part, the will has to be renewed. When Xiao Tianzi arrives at the police station, Song Yunjia's face is pale and there is no blood on her lips. She looks at Xiao Tianzi with the bright light in her eyes and stands up excitedly. She hasn't eaten anything for a whole day, and she is so worried and uneasy that she almost faints down. Xiao Tianzi gives her a hand and says, "Are you all right?" Song Yunjia with pale lips shakes her head. "I'm fine, but my dad." "Is the recording done?" Xiao Tianzi asks her. Song Yunjia nods. Xiao Tianzi holds her up and turns to Song Yunxiang. "Mr. Song, I don't think it's a good idea for you to wait like this without eating or drinking. Chairman Song will be fine. It's better for you to go to have something with Yunjia first." Song Yunxiang looks at Xiao Tianzi and stands up. "Thank you. I can't eat anything until the news of my father comes. Yunjia is weak. Please take her to eat something." It meets Xiao Tianzi's wish. Xiao Tianzi takes Song Yunjia out for dinner with her permission. Song Yunjia is so worried in the restaurant that she grabs Xiao Tianzi's sleeves and asks him helplessly, "Who on earth kidnapped my father? How long has your father been kidnapped?" Xiao Tianzi orders easy-to-digest food for her and gives the menu to the waiter. Song Yunjia, with tears in her eyes, recalls carefully. They cannot be found at around 9 a.m. It's 5 o'clock. That is to say, it's been 8 hours. But they haven't called us for blackmail yet. If I can't pay the money, they must want my dad's life. Song Yunjia is so sure. Xiao Tianzi comforts her. The first half of your words is right, but the second half is wrong. If someone hates your father, he should not kill him for revenge at this time. But your father's serious illness is well known throughout the city. Even if he was not tied up, he would not live for months. Who would bother to kill him at this time? If there is no enmity, it can only be for inheritance. Well, Xiao Tianzi nods. So the police suspect that all 3 of you have motives. But the biggest problem should be Yunxian. Yunxian has disappeared. Song Yunjia's brain is clear. Even in grief she can make things clear. Xiao Tianzi does not object her. Now that Song Yunxian is most suspected of kidnapping your father, you should think about what to do next. Tianzi, what do you mean? Xiao Tianzi says frankly, your father's will is going to be announced 3 days after his disappearance. Now will you just wait for it to be announced? Song Yunjia seems to understand. Do you mean that I can change the will? How do you know that your father doesn't give you most of his property? Xiao Tianzi smiles and shows her his mobile phone. Look at it. Xiao Tianzi hands the mobile phone over. After carefully reading the content, Song Yunjia is surprised. I can't believe it. Xiao Tianzi reminds her. Keep your voice down. Song Yunjia nods. She turns sad after a moment of joy, as if she saw a false message. The waiter brings the meal to Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia has no appetite. Xiao Tianzi persuades her. Now that you know you have got most of the inheritance, eat something and take care of yourself. You just wait for the Song family to change ownership in 3 days. Song Yunjia nods and has a spoon of porridge. Actually, I don't want to work on business. Your father won't last long. Without his protection, even if you have most of the inheritance, it would be eaten away by your brother. Now that you can see it, my brother will try his best to get it. If he knows that Yunxuan's inheritance has been given me, he will bribe the lawyer to change it. He can change at will as he wishes. Song Yunjia frowns. Xiao Tianzi smiles coldly. That lawyer has been bought over by me. Song Yunqiang will change a fake one. It is too late for Song Yunqiang to take action. As early as when Song Yan redivided the estate, he had anticipated that Song Yan would keep the new agreement secret. So he bought over Song Yan's lawyer the next day. When he saw the will, it was in his favor, and he didn't want to change it. On the contrary, he thought that Song Yunqiang would be angry and change it because his proportion was not as high as Yunjia's. So he has told lawyers to keep the real will in any case. If Song Yunqiang wants to see it, he will show him a fake will so that he can see that he has as much as Yunjia. In this way, even if Song Yunqiang changed the will, it would not work. 3 days later, when the real will is announced, Song Yunqiang will know how silly he is. Xiao Tianzi appreciates Song Yunjia's intelligence and calmness. He takes her back to the police station after dinner. At the gate of the police station, reporters grab them for photographs, and Song Yunjia has a sad and worried look on her face. After returning to the police station, Xiao Tianzi leaves soon. There is no reason for the police to keep all 3 there. Song Yunjia and Song Yunqiang stay there to wait for the news. Song Yuning is pregnant and crying so hard that she refuses to leave. The police officers ask Song Yuning, a pregnant woman, to go back to have a rest. Xue Tao is responsible for sending Song Yuning back. When Xue Tao wants to talk on the way, Song Yuning takes a breath and calms down. My father disappears. Don't tell me anything else. Although she is harsh in tone, Xue Tao gets her connotation. After arriving at home, Song Yuning relieves a little. She warns Xue Tao in the room. I ask someone to kidnap Yunxian. Everyone thinks that Yunxian has kidnapped father and run away. You keep silence in the police station in case that others notice the truth. Xue Tao narrows his eyes and suggests, since your little sister has been tied up, why not kill her? He draws a killing gesture. Although Song Yuning is cold, she is still afraid of killing people. If Yunxian were killed, the Chu family would not give up finding out the truth. Xue Tao sneers. No rich young master will be faithful to their lovers. Song Yunxian is currently favored by Chu Machen. If you kill her, he will find a new love. Song Yuning hesitates for a moment. Song Yunxuan's ambition is clear to her. It is indeed a disaster to leave Song Yunxian in the Song family. Xue Tao is right. If Song Yunxian dies, she will never be threatened by her again. No second person will know that this child is not Xue Tao's. This idea is rooted in her brain. Then, like being in a trance, Song Yunxian nods. You're right. Yunxian really deserve it. As long as Song Yunxian dies, no one knows her secret. If she forces Song Yan to change his will, the Song family can do nothing to her. The opportunity must not be missed. She really ought to take action. After making such a decision, Song Yuning secretly calls the kidnappers. Listening to Song Yuning's order, Xue Tao's heart is slightly chilled. However, if Song Yunxian does not die, he will be tortured by hatred forever. Although the Chu family has always been the backbone of Song Yunxian, if she died, there was no evidence to prove the whole thing. Even Chu Machen could not help her. Moreover, if things are really enclosed, he can push Song Yuning out as a shield. Song Yuning tells the kidnappers to kill Song Yunxian personally. He calms down. Zhang Chong looks grave after answering the call. When he hangs up the phone, the man next to him asks rudely, Zhang Chong, what does Miss Song say? Zhang Chong rubs his eyebrows and pulls a cigarette. He puts it in his mouth and lights it with a lighter. Then he smokes anxiously and says, "Old Six, to tell you the truth, Miss Song asks us to kill someone." "Kill that old man?" Zhang Chong shakes his head. "Of course not. It is the little girl." "Does she ask us to kill Song Yunxian?" Zhang Chong nods. Old Six looks bad. "We have words first. We just kidnapped them to change the will. Now she should ask us to kill people. It's not difficult to kill her, but..." Zhang Chong has doubts. Old Six guesses. "Do you want to ask more money?" Zhang Chong spits out smoke and shakes his head. "No, she knows Guchanga. Guchanga is dead, but during the 10 years I was in prison, she funded my Amin to finish high school and university education. To be honest, Guchanga was kind to my daughter." "You think too much. Guchanga is dead." Zhang Chong nods. "You're right. Since Guchanga dies, my Xiaoman does not have to thank anyone else. Song Yunxian deserves to die, but we still have to take a great risk. You call Song Yuning to ask more money, or we won't do that." Old Six nods and goes out. "I'll call her. You think about whether we use ropes or knives." Zhang Chong smokes the cigarette silently, and then takes a hemp rope from the drawer next to him. She knows Amin's benefactor anyway. "I'll strangle her and leave her an intact body." When Zhang Chong turns on the fluorescent lamp in the room, Song Yunxian sees the blue veins on his clenched hands at the first sight. Then her eyes slowly fall on the thick hemp rope on the floor. After a brief pause, she raises her eyes and looks at Zhang Chong. "Are you going to kill me?" Zhang Chong and Old Six both take a cold breath. They have said before that they would only seek wealth and not kill people. But now they break their promise. The girl already sees through their purpose before they even say a word. Song Yunxian stands up with the wall supporting and says, "How much does Song Yuning pay you?" Zhang Chong and Old Six stand still dumbfounded. "How do you know that?" Song Yunxian smiles. "I don't know it until you want to kill me. Among my siblings only Song Yuning has the motive because we have a personal grudge." What she said is not terrifying, but her smile gives Zhang Chong and Old Six chills in their backs. Although the little daughter does not get much attention from the Song family, she is smart, intelligent, and calm. Seeing Zhang Chong holding the rope wanting her life, she can still remain calmness, which is quite impressive. Song Yunxian looks around and finds that she is the only one in the room. She feels strange. "Why is my father not in this room?" "Don't worry. Your father will live longer than you." Song Yunxian smiles slightly. "That's not necessarily true." She is confident and then looks at them calmly. "How do you know that Song Yuning's plan will succeed?" "It's a perfect plan. Everyone would suspect that you kidnapped your father and fled in fear of sin. But if I die too early, people will suspect other people instead of me." She gives an example, for example my older brother Song Yunxiang, my older sister Song Yunjia, or Song Yuning, who is most likely going to harm my dad because she will receive the least estate. She then asks Zhang Chong and Old Six, "It'll be so easy for you to kill a helpless woman like me. But if I died, who would be the most suspected of kidnapping my father?" Even though Zhang Chong and Old Six didn't receive much education, they can quickly analyze that it will be Song Yuning. Song Yunxian notices that they bite their teeth and their mind has been shaken. "People all think that I have the greatest possibility to inherit the Song family. Once it happens, I'll own everything of the Songs, and I'll for sure express my gratitude to you if you don't kill me." "You will be grateful to us?" Zhang Chong laughs, but the Old Six is silent all the time. Zhang Chong is not stupid. He definitely doesn't think Song Yunxian would appreciate him. Instead, he knows what Song Yunxian would do. "If we let you go, we can only hope that you won't send us to jail. I'm not going to put you in prison." Song Yunxian is serious. Then suddenly she smiles and changes the topic. "But if you kill me, you will have to pay for your crime. Chu Machin won't let me die for nothing." Old Six apparently fears Chu Machin. He quietly looks sideways at Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong, however, grabs the rope and goes forward abruptly. "This girl is quite tough. We have to do it now before she talks us out of it. Let's kill her first, then figure out what to do next." Don't do it. Old Six grabs him. Song Yunxian is tired because she didn't eat anything for a day. But she is not afraid. She steps back and leans against the wall. It will be a tragic if you don't think twice. You should think about your daughter. She has had interviews in Chu's company several times. Zhang Chong stops and stares at her with wide eyes. Are you threatening me? Song Yunxian doesn't speak, but looks at him calmly and coldly. Song Yunxuan's placid eyes make Zhang Chong so uncomfortable. Even the air around him is filled with a kind of gloomy death. Seeing Zhang Chong stops, Old Six grabs him and starts heading out. It's not urgent to kill her. We should think twice. Old Six drags Zhang Chong out. Zhang Chong holds the hemp rope tightly, but he doesn't seem to use it and attack. Seeing Zhang Chong being pulled out and hearing Old Six close the iron door, Song Yunxian slowly closes her eyes. Then she lets her tired body slowly slide down the wall and finally sits on the ground. She Guchanga never suffered like this. Kidnapped? Even though the kidnappers in Yunqing were covetous of her wealth, no one dared kidnap Guchanga. There are several people who want to kill her, though. She is curious about such an experience of being kidnapped. The kidnapper, who has so many weaknesses, should want her life. She sneers. How can people who still care about their lives kill Song Yunxian? They are so naive. Zhang Chong discussed with Old Six for several hours. The light in the room was on the whole time. Song Yunxian guesses it's the dawn of the second day. In just over 50 hours, the will of the Song family will be published. At that time, as long as Song Yuning gets most of the estate, Song Yan will be killed in case he changes the will again. And she will be killed too. She thinks quietly for a moment. At the same time, there is the sound of opening the iron door. She raises her head and looks at the place where the sound is. Zhang Chong and Old Six come in one after another. Song Yunxian stands up and tries to figure out their purpose from their looks. Zhang Chong and Old Six come over and say, Miss Song. Song Yunxuan's eyes glisten with hope. Good. They've been persuaded. Old Six says first. Miss Song should know that the Song family is complex. We are just hired to do what we are asked. In fact, we cannot decide anything. Song Yunxian nods. If you don't kill me, I will repay you later. But we can't explain it to Miss Yuning. Song Yunxian stands upright and her voice is cold. Killing me is only a decision she made on impulse. She will regret it very soon. You can keep me for 3 days. By then, if Song Yuning hasn't regretted yet, it still wouldn't be too late to kill me. Many things can happen in 3 days. Although she is now under control and passive, things outside is going step by step as she expects. As long as the beginning is calculated correctly and the process is promoted, the outcome will not change much. She has the confidence, so she is not in a hurry to leave here. She must make good use of the opportunity of being kidnapped. Zhang Chong and Old Six reach an agreement. Then Miss Song will stay here for a few days. Seeing they are leaving, Song Yunxian calls out to say, I want to see my father. Your father is not dead yet. But he is ill. It will not be good if my father dies before Song Yuning completes her plan. Zhang Chong thinks about it before he gives a hint to Old Six. Old Six goes out and soon pushes a wheelchair into the room. Song Yunxian sees Song Yan's face clearly with the lamplight. She comes quickly over. She half kneels on the ground and grasps Song Yan's hand worriedly. Are you all right, Dad? Don't worry, says Old Six. We dare not abuse the old man if we are not asked to. When Song Yan hears the words, he gets emotional. He turns to Old Six and asks in anger, Who on earth ordered you to do this? Old Six and Zhang Chong head out without saying anything except a humph. When they get to the door, Zhang Chong suddenly says, Your little daughter knows. Ask her. Song Yunxian frowns. Zhang Chong poses a big difficult problem to her by saying that Song Yan doesn't like her. If she says it is Song Yuning, Song Yan will think that she is framing Song Yuning up. Song Yan is a sophisticated man. He might even think that it is Song Yunxian who kidnaps him with a trick. Song Yunxian is silently waiting for the iron door being closed. As predicted, when only the two are left in the room, Song Yan can't wait, turning around and asking and panting, Who is behind the kidnapping? Song Yunxian shakes head and says, Dad, don't worry too much. I can only guess if you must ask. You can tell me. At this point, I've already had a rough idea. After hearing that, Song Yunxian thinks that Song Yan has almost known who kidnapped him. He just plays dumb before the kidnappers. She thinks as she opens mouth, Dad, I think probably it is second brother-in-law. You mean Xue Tao? Song Yan sighs, looking at Song Yunxian with unconcealable disappointment and regret. Or rather than say it is. Dad, you know that my second sister's life in Xue's family is not as good as we thought. Xue Tao is greedy and lazy. Maybe it's because my second brother-in-law got confused. Song Yan turns his head away with tears in his eyes. It is after a while that he murmurs in a low voice, What a pity. Song Yunxian acts like she doesn't understand what Song Yan means and looks puzzled. In fact, she knows exactly what Song Yan is regretting about. Song Yan realizes that the most intelligent person in the Song family is the youngest daughter. Moreover, he is extremely disappointed with his second daughter. It's hard to believe that she could ruthlessly take the risk of kidnapping her father just for money. What's more, she makes her young sister as her scapegoat. Song Yunxian holds her father's hand and comforts him. Dad, don't worry. These kidnappers dare not hurt you. Brother and sister will save us. She wants Song Yan to put all his hope on his eldest daughter and son. The greater the hope is, the greater the disappointment is. If Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia try their best, they can save their father. Song Yunxian is quite looking forward to seeing how things will turn out. Will Song Yunjia and Song Yuncheng save their father? The reason why the old man of the Song family receives the attention of the public is undoubtedly the partitioning of estate. And now, two people of the Songs are missing, which causes a big noise in Yunqing. Song Yuning has been crying, but actually she is more at ease inside than anybody else. After Song Yan disappeared for 17 hours, Song Yuning received news from the kidnappers. Song Yunxian has been killed. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, yet she was filled with excitement. As long as Song Yunxian dies, nobody can threaten her. The next will be her father, who only cares about his elder daughter. She couldn't fall asleep the whole night. The next morning her eyes are swollen, and she gets under-eye dark circles. The outsiders think that the second daughter is so worried about her father that she couldn't fall asleep at night, but the truth is on the contrary. The police station begins to intensively investigate the case, after Song Yan disappears for 24 hours. Song Yunjia and Song Yuncheng finally are tired and return to home to wait for news. Xue's family is relatively quiet, and Xue Tao's parents won't return to China until noon. Only Xue Tao has been anxious all morning, covering the two knocked-out teeth and walking around in the bedroom. His embarrassment quickly turns into anger. He then starts to scold Song Yuning. Song Yuning laughs at him. How can I control the strength of the person who beats you? They are at your command. You are hurt by the people you hire. How can you blame me? Xue Tao covers his mouth and glares at her. But the specific details are arranged by you. Couldn't you ask them not to beat me? Song Yuning sneers. Tao, no pain, no gain. If you are not injured, others will think that you give my father to the kidnappers. If you were not beaten, who would believe that my father is kidnapped by others? What Song Yuning says makes sense. Although Xue Tao is angry, he can't refute it. He just looks at her indignantly. Why, you are not hurt? I am a woman. I will faint with a slight slap. What if he is too hard and hurts our kid? Song Yuning sits up straight and holds her belly with one hand. You have many love affairs outside. I have only this child. Even if it is quite risky, I have to sacrifice my father for my baby. Xue Tao doesn't believe her at all. Come on. You are just thinking about yourself. Song Yuning does not refute it. Xue Tao is right. She only cares about herself. Only if she has power can her son own a place in the Xues. And only by giving birth to this child can she become an official member of the Xues. They have closely mutual benefit. Even if it is exposed, it does not matter. She doesn't care about it. Xue Tao is somewhat unsettled. The old man's heritage partition agreement hasn't released yet. You should find someone to see the content as soon as possible. Song Yuning remains calm. There's no point. My dad will definitely give most of the estate to my brother or sister. We don't need to look at it, just let my father rewrite one. Shuetao nods. Then let's get on it. Song Yuning shakes her head. Not now. Maybe my brother and sister are suspicious of each other, and even keep eyes on our actions. Now it is a sensitive period, we can't take any risk. I will wait till tomorrow morning and find a way to go out. Anyway, I am pregnant. There are many reasons for me to go out. A pregnant woman always has to go to some special places for the baby. Those are the places where men and non-pregnant women cannot easily enter. As long as she goes out, there are many ways to meet her father. The Gu's family does not take any action. As Xiao Tianzi says, Gu Chang'e renews the contract with the representative of Malaysia as Gu Chang'e's sister. The representative looks at her for a long while and talks to the translator with smile. She asks her interpreter what he says. The interpreter is a bit embarrassed and she answers. He says that Miss Chang'e has the charm of Miss Chang'e. Gu Chang'e does not take his words seriously. However, when Xiao Tianzi asks the interpreter about the entire process, he happens to ask how the guests think of his representative. The interpreter tells Xiao Tianzi. The representative of Malaysia said that although Miss Chang'e is beautiful, she is like an empty vase. Xiao Tianzi's eyelids jump slightly and he asks for the contract. Show me the signed contract. The interpreter hands the contract to Xiao Tianzi, and Xiao Tianzi slowly drops his eyelashes after reading it. Chairman Xiao, is there any problem? Xiao Tianzi shakes his head slightly. No. Then Chairman Xiao, the contract with Malaysia is renewed every 2 years. Every year they will send the same representative. The representative has a habit. He will write down his good wishes particularly to our representative after his signature. The interpreter understands. Maybe he doesn't know the full name of Miss Chang'e. No. Our representatives are different every year. But the words are always for Gu Chang'e. As long as she saw the blessing words, she would know that they will renew the contract after 2 years. So this time, Xiao Tianzi closes the contract and becomes silent. This time there's no any greetings. It means that they are not optimistic about the current leader of the Gus, Xiao Tianzi. 2 years later, they may stop doing business with the Gus company. It is really irritating. Why are so many people no longer optimistic about the Gus company after Gu Chang'e died? Xiao Tianzi thinks that he is not inferior to Gu Chang'e. He loosely interlaces his fingers on the desk. There is an obvious hatred toward Gu Chang'e in Xiao Tianzi's eyes. Rong 6 calls him as soon as Chu Machin comes out the meeting room. The assistant takes away the documents in his hand. Chu Machin then heads to the office. Rong 6 has been waiting for a few minutes. Seeing Chu Machin walk in, he immediately stands up and says, Chu, you are finally here. Chu Machin slightly raises his eyebrows. Is there any news about Yunxian? He thinks that Song Yunxian should be able to handle this, so he doesn't have to worry too much. However, Rong 6's expression changes and he even becomes timid when hearing his question. Chu Machin suddenly becomes nervous because of the sudden change of Rong 6's expression. Is there anything wrong? Rong 6 is embarrassed. Chu, don't worry too much. In fact, we are not the only one investigating this thing. There is someone investigating it more closely than us. You haven't heard anything yet? Rong 6 nods. The clues are shared now. The police have already taken the video evidence of the airport. The video evidence of the remaining major streets must also be obtained from the police. Although I have gotten it all, there is no other clue. We can conclude that it is done by someone from the Song family, but it is not certain who this person is. Chu Machin returns to his desk, standing behind the table with his hands on the table supporting his body. His eyes suddenly darken. Song Yunjia has Xiao Tianzi to help her. Song Yunqiang has Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian, while Song Yuning only has a useless Shuetao. Go to investigate Shuetao, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian. Xiao Tianzi is also suspicious. Song Yan prefers his elder daughter. Check Song Yan's will. As long as most of the inheritance is given to Song Yunjia, Xiao Tianzi does not need to help her kidnap Song Yan. He will not be so stupid to get himself into trouble. Although they have known each other for many years, their relationship is still indifferent and hostile. They meet little and don't talk too much. But to his surprise, he is quite familiar with the style of the man. It's just because he is the husband of Guchanga. Song Yuning's tricks of escaping by crafty scheme are more skilled than many people. Even the police following her do not find anything strange. The fake Song Yuning returns to Shue's home, but the real Song Yuning has already gone to the place where Song Yan and Song Yunxian are prisoned. The lights in the room are a little dim. Song Yunxian takes off her coat and puts it on Song Yan. "Dad, are you cold?" "I'm fine." When Song Yan speaks, there's white cloud coming out of his mouth. Song Yunxian feels that the temperature drops down. At the moment when the gate is open, she reminds them, "If you don't keep the room warm, my dad can't take the coldness anymore." Old Six comes over and grabs Song Yunxuan's arm. "I and Zhangchang told the master that you have been killed. Now the master's coming. You must not stay here." The man takes Song Yunxian away to avoid being seen by Song Yuning. Song Yan misunderstands him and cries out, "Don't kill my daughter! Don't kill Yunxian!" Song Yunxian is stunned. She doesn't believe that Song Yan would say that. Old Six is also shocked but does not explain. He pulls Song Yuanxian out. Song Yunxian looks at him. "Is my second sister coming over?" He nods. "We can't decide how long you can live. But since we promised to give you 3 more days, you will stay here and pretend that you are dead. Otherwise, we can't keep your life." Song Yunxian nods. "Don't worry. I have not only 3 more days but also 1 more life. Since she has come back to life, she will never die again easily. As long as Song Yuning shows up, she will be kicked out from the Song's family." The iron door is opened. Song Yuning comes in with her hands on her belly. Zhangchang goes out to keep watching the door after he leads her in. The room is dimly lit and cold. Song Yuning says with dissatisfaction, "Why don't you turn on the heat for my dad?" Half of the door is open so she could be heard by people outside. Zhangchang's voice comes in. "It's cold today, but it was very warm yesterday." Song Yuning pretends to be distressed and scolds Zhangchang seriously. "I pay you to take good care of my father, but you are doing such a terrible job. You'll be paid in full. How can you abuse my father? Go and buy an electric radiator." Zhangchang gives a quick response then goes out with someone else. Song Yan raises his eyelids with effort. His hands and feet are all cold. She scans the room's furnishings and finds that the room is almost empty, equipped only with a desk, several chairs and a low-quality rug. There's not even a bed. Song Yan looks at her with difficulty. Song Yuning looks guilty. She gives him a glass of water and kneels down before his wheelchair. "Sorry, father. You suffer a lot. Do you want to drink water?" Song Yan looks at his daughter with indignation. Although his second daughter has always been arrogant, he never thought that she would kidnap him. Out of anger, his hands start trembling. Seeing it, Song Yuning holds his father's hands. His hands are cold. She blinks and tears come out of her eyes. "Dad, I know that you are suffering and you hate me. But it's not what I want." She is a genius actor. Tears flow from her eyes fluently like pearls. She holds his hands and explains, "Dad, you know clearly what kind of person Xue Tao is. He forced me to do it." Song Yan does not speak, but severely stares at her. Song Yuning doesn't get his reply. She feels strange. She looks up at Song Yan and says, "Dad, are you not feeling well? Why don't you talk? Are you all right?" Song Yan still shaking in anger and can't say a word. Song Yuning is nervous. Suddenly she gets up and goes outside to look for the doorman. "Why doesn't my father speak? Does he have a stroke because the room is too cold?" Zhangchang looks inside. When he sees Song Yan, it occurs to him that the old man said a word when Song Yunxian was pulled away. He says, "Maybe the old man is too angry to speak. Before you came here, he said a few words." Hearing this, she's relieved that her father is fine. She goes back and puts the warm water cup in her father's hand. Her voice is gentle. "Dad, I know you're blaming me and you don't want to talk to me. But I've already told Xue Tao that if you promise me something, I'll ask that bastard to let you go. Holding the water cup in his hands, Song Yin takes a breath and looks at Song Yuning. What do you want? Song Yuning is very happy to hear her father talking to herself. She says, Xue Tao is not too bad to me. At least I have his child. He kidnapped you because of his greed. As long as you redivide the inheritance and give me the most, I promise Xue Tao will send you to Germany immediately. Song Yuning says with a smile. Suddenly she thinks of something and says, since my sister's mother refuses to accompany you in Germany, I can call my mother and let my mother up. Suddenly, the sound of broken glassware interrupts Song Yuning's perfect arrangement and endless talk. Song Yuning feels hot on her face. Drops of water flow down her cheeks, nose and eyebrows. On the ground is the broken glass thrown by Song Yan after he poured the water at her face. Song Yuning closed her eyes when the water was poured on her face. Now her face is covered with water, so she has to open her eyes slowly. Song Yan looks at her coldly. His chest fluctuates fiercely. Yuning, I am so disappointed in you. Song Yuning raises hand to wipe the droplets on her face, as if she uncovered a mask. She smiles slowly and says, Dad, in fact, you disappoint me too. Seeing how angry her father is, instead of continuing to please him, she stands up slowly and says, Dad, I'm also your child. Why do you give my older brother and sister more estate? You have married to the Xue family, and they should support you since they accepted you. You already belong to the Xue family. Song Yan has given her opportunities before. However, she is pregnant with Xue Tao's child and has to get married. He has to give up her. Among the 4 children, Song Yuning is slightly better than Song Yunxiang, but a little bit worse than Song Yunjia. But her dedication to business is a virtue, and her performance in business is good. She has a talent. However, she has a fatal weakness. She is emotional and not clear-headed. Although she is more calculative than Song Yunxiang, she is not as intelligent and thoughtful as Song Yunjia. When Song Yuning chose to marry Xue, he has given up her, and naturally would not give the Song's family to her. Moreover, Xue Tao is just a loser. But it cannot convince Song Yuning. Dad, my sister will also marry someone. Why did you give her so much when you first divided the estate? Although I give it to your sister may not be able to manage it. She may end up giving all her shares to Yunxiang. Why don't you give it to me? If you give it to me, I can manage it while having a good life in the Xue family. Isn't good that my sister still is a doctor? I will assist my brother to take care of the Song's family. Looking at his emotional daughter, Song Yan says calmly, only one person can be in charge of the Songs. Let my brother be in charge, I'll just help him. The Song family can't be separated either. Then why do you divide the estate into 4? Because only Yunjia or Yunxiang can swallow the other shares, and then control the power of the Song family. They will not coexist in the Song family. Song Yuning listens to her father's explanation and is shocked. After a long time she laughs and slowly says, Dad, you are so cruel to provoke the fight between my older brother and sister. His tone is emotionless. It's just for the sake of Song's future. The Song family can't fall apart. Song Yuning nods. Dad, please change your will and give me all the inheritance. I will certainly make Song survive and develop well. Song Yin smiles and says, Are you serious? There is contempt in his eyes. Song Yuning looks at her father's eyes and nods. But Song Yin looks away. You have killed Yunxian. If you have it all, you will destroy the Song family. A woman who kidnaps her father and kills her younger sister is purely a snake. Besides, there is a useless Xue Tao with her. If the Song's future is put in their hands, the mess will never end. He would never give the Song family to Song Yuning. Seeing that her father is determined, Song Yuning picks on her eyebrows and says, Dad, you are so confident. Are you sure that my brother and sister are filial? Song Yin looks at her in disgust and says, At least they are better than you. Better than me? Song Yuning sneers at her father's naivety. She puts the paper and pen on the table. Then she pushes Song Yan's wheelchair and talks to him in a chatty tone. Dad, man's heart is incomprehensible. You can never tell it's good or bad unless you see it. Now you think my brother and my elder sister are better than me. If you give them less inheritance, the result will be different. She pushes the wheelchair to the table and hands the pen to Song Yan. Dad, you'd better rewrite your will. Otherwise, our family would be in a mess because of your muddy brain. Song Yan refuses to take the pen. He insists, I will not change my will. Dad, are you forcing me to do something rebellious? Song Yan stares at her angrily. Dare you? Song Yuning looks at Song Yan's angry face and smiles. Dad, there's no point to bluff anymore. You are now just a paper tiger. Without inheritance, my brother and sister would fight against you. Bullshit. Song Yan is furious. Song Yuning puts the pen on the table and looks up at her wristwatch. Dad, it has been 36 hours since you were kidnapped, but my brother and sister still haven't found you. Song Yan's voice is low. The police must be investigating it. Song Yuning shakes her head. Dad, you're wrong. Brothers and sisters already know the contents of your secret will. They are busy in planning how to issue a powerful wills to benefit themselves after your death. They want you to die. How can they save you? Song Yan feels his chest is in pain and he can hardly breathe. Song Yuning is kind enough to rub his chest and then says, since you don't believe it, I'll ask the kidnappers to call them for ransom. Let's see whether they come to redeem you. The Song family rises and falls in the tide of public opinion. However, it can be sure that this is the last disaster of the old master of the Song family. The internal strife is all because of the will. As long as the testament is settled, all will come to an end. Song Yunxian waits quietly in nearby room for Song Yuning to leave. There is a window in the room. Outside the window is deep moonlight, and the cold wind blows in through the cracks on the window. She gets close to the window and there is a waning moon in the sky. She squints a little looking at the moon. The door is opened outside and Song Yuning's voice is heard. How did you deal with my sister's body? Zhang Chang says, don't worry. We have buried her. No one would know that Miss Song has been buried in such a wilderness. Song Yuning satisfied. That's good. By the way, you should be careful when calling the Song family for the extortion. The amount must be a sky-high price. Sky-high price? Song Yunchuan's lips bend slightly and she shakes head with a silent laugh. Song Yuning is smart after all. How could Song Yunjia and Song Yunchang pay such a high amount to save their father? If Song Yunjia and Song Yunchang don't pay, Song Yan will be very disappointed. The two children he thinks highly of won't show any sympathy and care when he is in trouble. However, what can he do with that? People of a rich family are ice cold to one another. She listens quietly. After careful discussions, Zhang Chang and Song Yuning finally decide a number. Song Yuning is very satisfied with it. When she leaves, she tells Zhang Chang, if the thing goes well, go to the place where Yunxian is buried and burn some hell money for her to let her know that the Song family falls into my hands in the end. Song Yunxian laughs softly, but nobody hears her. She puts her hand on the handle of the door and responds to Song Yuning with a voice that only she can hear. Don't worry about me. You are going to have a hard time to protect yourself. The extortion call is made 60 hours after Song Yan is kidnapped. It is 9 o'clock in the evening of the third day. It is unexpected. Even working overnight, the police can't find out where Song Yan is within 12 hours. But it's also a good time for everyone. In 12 hours, Song Yan will disappear for 3 days. If Song Yan could not appear, the will would be announced and the whole Song family would be handed over to others in advance. Only the Song family got the call and strangely the police didn't get it. Only Song Yunqiang, Song Yunjia and Song Yuning knew the content of the call. Song Yuning turns on the speaker when her brother answers the phone. So Song Yunjia can hear the contents of the call. If Song Yunqiang answered the phone alone and nobody else heard it, he probably wouldn't tell anyone about the extortion. Song Yuning turns on the speaker just to prevent Song Yunqiang from concealing the news. The voice of the kidnapper comes out clearly, not very high but heavy. I want $10 billion. transfer it to my multinational bank account in 12 hours, or I'll kill your father. It is short without saying a specific bank account and which bank it is. Song Yunxiang's face turns livid after hanging up. Song Yunjia and Song Yuning have just the same expression on their faces. Song Yunjia remains silent. After a moment of silence, Song Yunxiang says, "The kidnapper did not call until 60 hours after they kidnapped father." Song Yunjia's lips are pale and she says, "The call is too short. The police cannot locate him. They ask us to raise $10 billion in 12 hours. Song Yunjia's voice is cold. It's a sky-high price. Song Yunxiang puts the phone back and stiffens because of the $10 billion. It's about half of the estate of the Song family. If half of the estate is taken away, there won't be much left in the Songs. Song Yuning wants to talk, but suddenly her phone rings. Song Yunxiang and Song Yunjia both focus on Song Yuning's phone. Song Yuning answers the phone with some embarrassment. Her expression changes after hearing a line. She stands up and walks out. "I'll go back right away. Tao, you have to hold on." Neither Song Yunxiang nor Song Yunjia knows what the call is about. Song Yuning grabs her purse and heads out in a hurry. Xue Tao's mother is having a heart attack. He is too busy, so he asks me to go to the hospital. I'll come back later. Song Yunxiang and Song Yunjia nod and watch her go out. In fact, Song Yuning's opinion is not important at all. Song Yuning occupies the leased property. As long as Song Yunxiang and Song Yunjia make a decision, she has no right to say no. She knows it, so she throws the problem to her brother and sister. As long as they don't save Song Yan, he will see the true color of his eldest son and eldest daughter. Song Yuning benefits with no effort. After she leaves, Song Yunxiang and Song Yunjia become even more indifferent. Song Yunjia first asks Song Yunxiang, "In this family, you are in charge without father. What do you think we should do?" Song Yunxiang pretends to be eager to get the phone. "Let's call the police first." Song Yunjia doesn't stop him but says, "Even the police may not be able to find the kidnapper right away. Since we have 12 hours, we'd better think about how to raise the $10 billion first." Song Yunxiang's face is blue and he looks sideways at Song Yunjia. "Yunjia, do you think it is easy?" Song Yunjia frowns. "What else can we do?" Song Yunxiang heavily analyzes. "Now our father is kidnapped. Many people are covetous of our Song family. We cannot raise the money with our current cash and bank account deposits. The stock is not worth so much money." Song Yunjia's eyelids jump. "But if we don't raise it in time, Dad will be killed." Song Yunxiang persuades her reluctantly. "Yunjia, you are not familiar with the Song Enterprises situation. Father asks Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian to assist me. It needs father's own signature to sell stocks. Other groups will take a controlling stake in us and make Song Enterprise change ownership. The will is going to be issued in 12 hours. Song Yunjia reminds him. "However, if we publicize that the kidnapper has called us, the lawyer will not publish the will. You know that the premise of publishing the will is that Dad has disappeared for 3 days. But now we got a call from the kidnapper, so technically, Dad is not missing. So what should we do?" Song Yunjia looks at Song Yunxiang. Song Yunxiang is a bit upset and wants to smoke, but he is stopped by Song Yunjia. "Brother, smoking cannot solve the problem. It's time for us to make a decision. You have to stay calm." Song Yunjia actually has a plan, but she wants to see what Song Yunxiang will do. After all, she has to respect the fact that he is the eldest son. She already knows the contents of the will, and most of the family's wealth will come to her. But if they pay the $10 billion and then the three will share the rest, there'll be almost nothing left. Although the remaining can grant them a good life, Song Yan is unwilling to see the collapse or decline of the Song family. Song Yunjia takes a breath and asks Song Yunxiang, "If you have any idea, you can speak out. I cannot make up my mind. We are the most important son and daughter for father. He should be able to understand our decisions." Hearing this, Song Yunxiang puts the unlit cigarette on the table. Then he sits on the couch next to Song Yunjia, putting his palms together in sorrow and lowering his head. "We have to save Dad, but we can ask the police to intervene after the will is announced." Song Yunchang makes himself very clear. He seems to have considered everything, but in fact he wants to hold the power first. Song Yunjia nods. I agree. We'd better gather the money together in case the unexpected. Song Yunchang nods, but in his heart he scoffs at his sister's words. Since they have already decided to choose money over their father, what's the point gathering the ransom? The kidnappers have said that without the money, in 12 hours their father will be killed. 12 hours later the will shall be issued, and Song's wealth will change hands by then. It is no longer important whether the old man is redeemed or not. The two have made a decision. Song Yuning returns to Shue's home for only a few minutes, and goes back to Song's house in a good mood to see if her brother and sister have made a decision. When she returns to Song's house, she sees Song Yunjia and Song Yunchang sitting on the couch and waiting sleeplessly. Song Yunchang looks at the wall clock from time to time. As long as there is no news before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, the whole Song family will be handed over to Song Yunchang. Song Yuning and Song Yunjia's shares can be slowly switched over to his hands later. Tomorrow morning the kidnappers should kill their father. The old man cannot change his will again after he dies. Song Yunchang's heart beats fast in his chest. He has never been so excited for the past over 30 years of his life. Although Song Yunjia seems to be calm, her beautiful white hands are put together. She's waiting to. She will be in charge of the songs at 9 o'clock tomorrow and Xiao Tianzi will help her. He will help her get a foothold in the business field. As long as he helps her, she will have more chances to meet him. For the sake of Xiao Tianzi, she is willing to give up her job as a doctor, as long as she can be of help to Tianzi. Song Yuning sits opposite to her brother and sister, and can almost guess what they are thinking from their subtle movements. Since they will soon get the estate of the Song family, they must be very excited. She squints her eyes and shows an imperceptible smile on her face. At that moment, however, her phone receives a text message with prompt tone. Song Yunjia and Song Yunchang raise their heads at the same time. The smile on her face is almost seen by them because she barely has time to change her expression. Fortunately, she reacts a little faster and looks down to get her phone. She takes it out from her purse and sees a strange number shown on the screen. She frowns slightly, slides the screen and reads the text message. Just a moment later, she feels a sudden shock in her heart. Then her fingertips freeze and she feels a sudden chill. Song Yunjia and Song Yunchang notice something wrong. They ask worriedly, Yuning, what's wrong with you? What happened? Song Yuning stiffly stands up. Shuetao calls me back because his mother is in shock. Song Yunjia looks at Song Yuning suspiciously. Song Yunchang is not very convinced either. Song Yuning takes her bag and goes out, much faster than the previous time. Song Yunchang and Song Yunjia look at each other, but do not speak. Out of the door, Song Yuning carefully reads the message. It isn't a text but a photo. It's a picture of the biological father of the child in her belly. Impossible. She shakes her head in disbelief. Nobody knows the secret except Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian is dead. She feels her heart is sunk in hell. She walks to her car ponderously. She is in a state of confusion. Now that Song Yunxian is dead, how can others know her secret? She panics with the unsettling and horrible feeling in her heart. She shivers to start the car. A few kilometers away, the Song family. She looks at the telephone number from which the message is sent. She hesitates whether she should dial the number to find out who the person is. Cars outside swiftly pass by and her car is lightened by the high beam of the oncoming cars. But she sees nothing but the phone number. Who on earth knows it? She grits and puts her finger on the dialing key. However, just as she is about to press it, the phone rings suddenly. She hesitates for a moment and answers it as calmly as she can. A man's low and cold voice is heard. Is Yunxian in your hand? Hearing the voice, Song Yuning shivers. She says with surprise, Chu Machin. Chu Machin's voice is cold. I don't want to interfere with your Song family's business, but I can't allow you to hurt Song Yunxian. What did you do to Yunxian? His words are oppressive. Song Yuning never thought that Chu Machin would know her secret. Song Yunxian is the only key to make Chu Machin pretend not to know it. But she has already killed Song Yunxian. Yunxian. She repeats Song Yunxuan's name in a low voice, and her mind is blank. Yunxian has been killed by her. But Chu Machin is asking her about Yunxian. What should she say? Is it okay to pretend to know nothing? Or is it okay to say that Yunxian is good now and she doesn't hurt her? How should she say? What on earth should she say? She is frightened as if her heart was clenched in someone's hand and about to explode. She opens her mouth but cannot say a word. How would Chu Machin react if she told him that Song Yunxian is dead? She says slowly, Mr. Chu. My sister. Where is she? In the eastern suburb. Be specific. She is in the eastern suburb wilderness. Underground in the eastern suburb wilderness, she has become a cold and stiff body. But she dares not say so. So she tells him, in the abandoned refinery dormitory in the eastern suburb. Chu Machin senses something and asks her in a low voice, is she still alive? Yes. Song Yuning answers positively without thinking. Child Chu, please pick her up. I didn't hurt her. Chu Machin narrows his eyes before he hangs up the phone. Behind him Rong Six is nervous. How is Yunxian, brother Chu? Yunxian is indeed kidnapped by Song Yuning and Xue Tao. She is in the abandoned refinery dormitory in the eastern suburb. His face is cold and angry. Rong Six dares not say anything more. He just walks out with him quickly. Let's go to find Yunxian. Rong Six pauses. Should we call the police first? Chu Machin just goes ahead. Don't call the police now. Although he has a bad feeling, he still thinks that it's not the time to call the police. Yunxian hasn't been found yet. It won't be too late to call the police when Yunxian has been found safely. If something bad happens to Yunxian, he will skin them. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuning speeds up the car and drives to the Xue's house. When she arrives, Xue Tao is still sitting on the couch watching the beauty contest held in Yunqing. Xue Tao pleasantly focuses on those beautiful women in sexy swimsuits on the tea stage. He doesn't look at Song Yuning at all. He says, Number 9 is good. I heard she used to be an editor of a magazine. Can you introduce me to her? Tao, pack your bags quickly, and we'll book tickets to leave Yunqing right away. Xue Tao is stunned hearing that all of a sudden. After she turns around and takes a few steps away, he suddenly rises from the sofa and says, You are crazy. Why are you leaving Yunqing? The top 3 of the beauty contest will appear soon. He is very interested in the number 9 and has asked someone to find out her details. Song Yuning looks a little pale. Seeing Xue Tao getting so emotional and refusing to leave, she slowly turns back and firmly says, Tao, we must go. Xue Tao looks at her earnest and vague expression, so he notices something wrong. After a careful reflection, he is immediately shocked. Has the police caught evidence of your kidnapping of the old man? Song Yuning shakes her head and hurries up to the second floor. She has to pack quickly. It only takes Chu Machin more than an hour to drive to the eastern suburbs. If Chu Machin knows that Song Yunxian is dead, she will not be able to leave. Xue Tao also panics. He follows her upstairs and asks her, What are you panicking about now that you have not been found by the police? Song Yuning takes a breath and squints. She says unwillingly, It is not found by the police but by Chu Machin. Xue Tao is shocked. He grasps Song Yuning's hand and scolds her. Are you crazy? Did you confess to Chu Machin? He asked me for Song Yunxian. Xue Tao is even angrier. He raises his hand and slaps her. Song Yuning staggers and falls on the big soft bed. She covers her face and stares at Xue Tao. What are you doing? Shouldn't a brainless woman like you be slapped? Xue Tao takes a step forward and points at her. His face is fierce. You are really abnormal recently. Song Yunxian is dead. When Chu Machin asks you, you should not admit it. What's wrong with you? Song Yuning covers half of her face. She feels a hot pain on the side of her cheek. Chu Machin is onto us already. You are still going to deny it. If you admit, we'll be dead. Song Yuning will certainly not tell Xue Tao that Chu Machin knows her secret. She is afraid that her secret is enclosed. Shui Tao, Chu Machin said that he didn't want to participate in the inner struggle of the Song family. He just wanted Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian is dead. Shui Tao warned Song Yuning loudly. Song Yuning nods and says, I know. That's why I asked you to pack up and leave Yunqing with me. Shui Tao is at a loss for a moment. Song Yuning gets up and packs her passport, travel documents, savings and bank cards. She only packs a few pieces of clothes. Now we have to leave quickly. I cheat Chu Machin that Song Yunxian is still fine. It will take him more than an hour to get there. We should head to the airport now and catch a plane that takes off as soon as possible, so that when he finds out the truth, we are abroad. But my family. Shui Tao hesitates a little. Shui Tao is useless abroad. If the Shui family collapses after being revenged by Chu Machin, how will he survive abroad? Song Yuning has already packed up while talking. She takes her suitcase downstairs as fast as she can. Shui Tao is still standing in his bedroom. He does not want to leave Yunqing, but Song Yunchuan's death would plunge Shui's family into crisis. Chu Machin would neither let him nor his family go easy. If he leaves with Song Yuning, his parents are left to bear the pressure of the Chu family. He hesitates. Song Yuning finds Shui Tao doesn't follow up. She shouts, if you don't leave quickly, Chu Machin will let you pay for the blood debt. Shui Tao shudders all over his body. He clenches his teeth, turns around and rushes out of the bedroom. Between his life and his family, he'd rather be alive. Time goes by. Zhang Chong and Old Six are staying beside the phone. Song Yunxian accompanies Song Yan. The electric heater radiates precious warmth in this empty room. Song Yunxian rubs Song Yan's fingers and asks him, Dad, do you feel warmer? Song Yan's breathing becomes heavier. His condition takes a bad turn. Zhang Chong notices that Song Yan is suffering, so gives Yunxian the tablets and warm water which he has prepared for Song Yan. He sneers. There are 6 hours left. If the Song family has not come to rescue you, we would send you to hell. Song Yunxian takes the water cup and the tablet, puts the tablet in Song Yan's mouth and lets him drink some water. Dad, you will be comfortable after taking the medicine. Zhang Chong and Old Six sit beside them. They are bored waiting for the phone call from the Song family, so starting mocking Song Yan. It seems that even though you have tens of billions, your son and daughter are not willing to spend half of the money to redeem you even if you are dying. Song Yan breathes heavily and hard. Song Yunxian starts rubbing his chest after he takes the pills. She says, Dad, don't worry. Brother and sister will save us. Song Yan looks at his little daughter with his gloomy eyes. If Song Yunxiang and Song Yunjia had the intention to save him, they should have started working out a rescue plan with the police, and would have called to ask about the location. However, half of the time for them to think has passed. His daughter and son haven't taken any action, let alone a phone call. He senses that there's something wrong. After 6 hours, Song Yunxian has also concluded that they would not come to rescue him. Her eye shows a little bit sorrow. Song Yunjia and Song Yunchang are mostly waiting for the lawyer to announce his will after 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. As long as they can get the estate of the Song family, they are not so foolish to spend $10 billion to redeem an old man who could not survive for a month, even though the old man is their father. Zhang Chong and Old Six smoke in the room while waiting. The room is filled with smoke. Song Yan begins to cough violently. Song Yunxian pats him on the chest to relieve the pain. She also shows her dissatisfaction to Zhang Chong and Old Six. You make my father uncomfortable. Can you go out to smoke? Waiting exhausts Zhang Chong and Old Six patience. Zhang Chong jumps up from his chair and grabs Song Yunchuan's arm. The 3-day deadline is coming. I think it's better to kill you a few hours earlier than your father. You are too noisy. Old Six looks at Zhang Chong and continues to smoke without objection. This old one is still useful, but the young one is useless. Song Yuning asked them to kidnap Song Yan in order to change the will. The old man can be killed as soon as the will is changed. But the will has not been revised, so they must keep him alive. He puts out cigarette and then goes to open the window to let the smoke out of the room. But as he opens the window, he suddenly sees several powerful off-road vehicles are parked in the dark. These cars, He is shocked and goes to find Zhang Chong immediately. Zhang Chong, with a rope in his hand, is about to strangle Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian's cold eyes makes Zhang Chong feel chilly. Old Six gets scared too when seeing Song Yunxian's eyes. He grabs Zhang Chong's wrist and says, "Now hide her and kill her later." Zhang Chong says, "Is Song Yuning coming? The will of the Song family will be announced in 6 hours. It will be too late if Song Yuning doesn't come now. Several cars come, so there should be many people. Song Yuning must not know that we haven't killed her yet. Lock her up here. You come out to deal with Song Yuning." Old Six drags Zhang Chong out, and Zhang Chong knows that dealing with Song Yuning is the right thing to do now. He throws the hemp rope and locks the door. Song Yunxian frowns. Does Song Yuning come to change the will? Song Yuning should be discussing the issue of ransom with Song Yunxiang and Song Yunjia. Xue Tao should be sent here if they wanted to change the will. And is it necessary to drive several cars? She places her ears against the door and listens carefully to the outside. The doors and windows of the abandoned dormitory are old, and the handrails on the corridors have been demolished a lot. Many people step on the stairs, which makes Zhang Chong and Old Six a little nervous. The men outside walk quickly and open the wooden door of the room. "Miss Song." Zhang Chong's voice is stuck in his throat. The man in front of him is tall and slender, with eyes as sharp and dangerous as an eagle in the dark. He takes a step forwards and Zhang Chong and Old Six step back in fear. There is a sad cough in the room. Chu Machen's eyesight falls on the door of the room where the cough comes. Zhang Chong and Old Six are alert. "Who are you?" Chu Machen's eyes are cold. "You don't need to know who I am. Just give me Song Yunxian." Zhang Chong is stunned, unable to determine whether the man wants alive or dead Yunxian. Then he answers, "You're late, she's dead." If the man was from Song Yuning's side, he would cause trouble if he were told that Song Yunxian is still alive. Chu Machen's heart sinks. Rong Six behind him shouts out, "It is impossible." The uneasy expression on their faces makes Zhang Chong and Old Six believe that the fact that they have not killed Song Yunxian causes them trouble. Old Six says, "Song Yunxian has indeed been killed, and her body has been buried." Chu Machen stands still for a long time without moving. Rong Six reacts quickly and asks the people behind him, "Take them down." The men behind him are the bodyguards of the Rong's family who have good combat skills. At the order of Rong Six, several men immediately come out and restrain Old Six and Zhang Chong. Even those outside the room who want to help them are pinned on the floor with their hands locked behind. Old Six is pressed on the ground and looks at Chu Machen angrily. "Who on earth are you?" Chu Machen's commanding eyes fall on his face, as cold as a demon. "Gag him." He speaks softly and slowly, showing no emotion. Rong Six has a deep friendship with Chu Machen, and he knows his calm character at all times. Rong Six waves to indicate the people around him to gag the two. "Take them outside." Rong Six asks the men to drag the people they have tied up outside. Zhang Chong and Old Six realize that they come to save Song Yunxian, so they cry desperately to speak. But they are dragged out without any mercy. Chu Machen does not speak, but his cloudy eyes are as endless as the sea dyed with ink. Rong Six notices that he clenches his hand so hard that the blue veins even pop up, as if he was using all the strength he has. Nobody can understand Chu Machen's current feeling. Nobody can understand him. There is a big stone in his heart with sharp edges twirling his heart. He feels extremely painful. Besides, he cannot breathe. But he still has to alleviate the pain, although it's no use. When he first saw Song Yunxian, he thought that this girl would be special for him. Over time, she reminded him of Guchanga. She had wisdom, courage, and calmness. Yet she always kept distance and he could not get close to her. He wanted to hide her and trap her in his own hands. Besides, he wanted to protect her well. However, she just walked forwards in the direction she wanted, and refused to stop for him at all. Now she has died. She didn't even give him time to react. Rong Six calls him gently. "Brother Chu." Song Yen seems to be in the room inside. Chu Machen nods. "You go out first." Rong Six comes out with others. Chu Machen does not immediately rescue Song Yen. He does not come to rescue Song Yen. He just wants to see if Song Yunxian is safe. But how ironic. He was told that Song Yunxian has died. After everyone goes out, he is left alone in the room. He raises hands slowly, covers half of his face, and takes a breath in the room with dim light. Suddenly his eyes get red and watery. He has never cried since he could remember things. His joy and anger are invisible, which is the standard requirement of the master of Chu. He has always behaved as his father wants. He becomes such a person. Today, however, he feels that he can't deal with the result calmly. He hits the wall with a heavy blow. When his finger bones hit the wall, it hurts badly, but he has no time to worry about it. He slowly collapses on the floor. He has to cover the sharp pain in his chest. It is the same case when Gu Chang'e died. He couldn't do anything. Even though he had loved her silently for many years, he could not say anything. He could not even come back to see her when she died. He could only mourn her as an outsider, because she was someone else's wife. Now Song Yunxian comes back to his life with the shadow of Chang'e and becomes his fiancée. But suddenly she disappears. It's like a phantom coming and going in the blink of an eye. He looks down and feels something coming out of the corner of his eye. It's so strange and so painful. Behind him is the sound of opening iron door. Then the sound of footsteps comes. He looks down and does not want to see anyone. But a hand gently puts on his shoulder. "Hey, are you crying?" The voice is soft and caring. The voice is gentle. Chu Machin is stunned. He turns his head stiffly and slowly. He sees Song Yunxian in the dim light. Her eyes are pure like a pool of water, warm and clear. She is fine without any wound. There is just a little dust on her hands. "Is that tears in your eyes?" She points at his face and feels amazed that this man would also cry. Chu Machin touches it and does feel wet. Song Yunxian raises the corner of her mouth slightly. "You think I am dead, so you feel sad for me?" Hearing the question, the blue veins pop up from his forehead. Chu Machin has a strong feeling that he has been played. It's the first time that he has had such feeling. Song Yunxian reaches out her hand to him. "Well, don't cry. I am alive. Get up now." Chu Machin does not grasp her hand. When he stands up, he feels quite embarrassed. Song Yunxian looks at his cold and gloomy expression. She sighs and turns around. She thinks that he should hate people to see his tears. Chu Machin suddenly pulls her over, grasps her shoulders and presses her against the wall. He clenches his teeth in anger, and his eyes are fiery. "What on earth are you doing? Why are you so angry? I've been kidnapped for 3 days. Haven't you found out what's going on?" Chu Machin takes a breath and suppresses his anger. "Okay, you've done enough. Now come back with me right away." "You mean now?" Song Yunxian is not sure. Chu Machin understands that she obviously does not want to stop. He nods at once and tells her seriously, "Now immediately go with me." He just thought she is dead. She has taken a risk once and he has tasted the feeling of losing her. He doesn't want to taste it again. He must take her away. Song Yunxian watches his brows wrinkle and shakes head. She lays her hand on his forehead. "Although you are worried about me, please understand my situation a little. It is the critical time for me. Extortion amount is too large. Your brother and sister will not pay. I will take Song Yen back and tell others that it is you who helped him out of trouble. Can it convince others?" Song Yunxian thinks. "If you hesitate, your father will die." Song Yunxian sighs. "My father won't last long because of his illness, but..." She looks at the room where Song Yen is in. "If the Song family is unstable, my father will not be relieved even if he dies. What do you want to do?" Chu Machin becomes vigilant. Song Yunxian kisses Chu Machin gently on the cheek. Her lips are attached to Chu Machin's ear. Her voice is soft and gentle. "My father has to make the final decision. You help me finish the last step." She is determined. Song Yunchang and Song Yunjia think that all will be settled as long as Song Yen is not saved. Song Yuning thinks that Song Yunxian has died. But Song Yunxian just wants to show the settled can also be changed and the dead can also come back to life. Nobody can stand in Guchanga's way. That is also Song Yunxuan's way. Her eyes are sharp and hardened, which is rarely seen in other girls. Looking at her, Chu Machin feels like the young version of Guchanga is back. He sighs, which is a silent compromise. Even if he wants to argue with her, he will have to wait. What do you want me to do? Song Yunxian quickly whispers to Chu Machin and then leaves. Chu Machin hears her clearly. He can't stop her, so he can only help her. The human heart is unpredictable. You have to be careful. I know. Song Yunxian goes to Song Yan's room after Chu Machin leaves. She finds the key of the iron door. Inserting the key into the lock, she opens the iron door. Song Yan struggles to look back. Song Yunxian goes in and says, "Dad." Yunxian. Song Yan is startled and then he asks her nervously, "How could you?" "Dad, Zhang Chang and Old Six are taken out by Xuetao to discuss things. I was locked in another room, and I happened to find the key there." Then she shows it to Song Yan. Song Yan nods and tells her, "They've been trying to kill you. You'd better run away." "But Dad." "Come on, Yunxian. If you stay here, you will be killed by your second sister and Xuetao. These two are cold-blooded." Song Yunxian lowers her eyes. She is sad. "Although my sister and brother-in-law do not care about you, I cannot abandon you. Dad, I will go with you." Song Yan is surprised. Song Yunxian is going to go with him. Under this condition, it's already difficult for one to get away. Yet she's going to take him, this sick old man, with her. His eyes are teary. "Yunxian, just go. They won't dare to hurt me. Your second sister still needs me to give her the will." Song Yuning will ask him for a new will before the lawyer's will is issued. Now Song Yuning hasn't come yet. Even if they escape, she will chase them. "Yunxian, as long as I am here, your sister will ask for the will first. She won't chase you right away. You can run a little farther." Song Yunxian sighs. "Dad, even if I can run away, my sister won't let me go because I know that she kidnaps you. You'd better go with me." Song Yan still has something to say. But Song Yunxian comes push his wheelchair and tells him, "Dad, don't talk. Let's go out carefully." For the first time, Song Yan has a close understanding of the little girl, who isn't worse than the other three children. She is even better than them. Song Yunxian pushes him out. The sound of playing mahjong and cards is heard in the surrounding rooms. Song Yunxian pushes the wheelchair forward quietly. When they reach a corner, suddenly a voice comes from the room. "It's quite disturbing that the girl has not been killed. I go get rid of that girl first. The old man can wait for a little longer." Song Yunxian turns to see Song Yan's face. Song Yan gives her a push. "Go, you should go first. Hurry." Song Yunxian stays calm, pushes Song Yan into the next room where she was prisoned. She holds her breath and waits at the side of the door. But Song Yan is not at ease. He asks her in a low voice, "What are you going to do, Yunxian?" Song Yunxian gives a shush gesture to stop Song Yan from speaking. She takes a stick in the room with the other hand. She clenches a fist with firm eyes. She tries to calm herself down. Looking at her little daughter, Song Yan is getting nervous, and his eyes move nervously between the door and Song Yunxian. The old door is opened with a creak. A man comes in and says, "What?" The old man. Bang! With a thud, he falls forward before he could get the whole line out. Song Yunxian wants to give him a hand, but the man is too heavy. She could only pull his clothes and alleviate the sound. Song Yan is nervous. Song Yunxian puts the stick aside gently and drags the man to the side of the room. She takes away something from him. The door is closed, and no one can see what is going on in the room. After pulling the men aside, she walks to the wheelchair and grabs Song Yan. "Dad, I don't think it's easy for the wheelchair to go down the stairs. I'll carry you down." Song Yan is stunned. "You carry me?" Yunxian is slender. Song Yan really doesn't believe that an 18-year-old girl can carry him on her back. Song Yunxian nods. She is firm. "I can do it." Song Yan has lost much weight because of his illness in recent years. He is only about 50 kilograms. When Song Yunxian pulls him up from his wheelchair, Song Yan suddenly grabs her hand. He looks at her and says, "Okay Yunxian, let it go. I know you care about me, it's enough for me." Song Yunxian looks at Song Yan, but suddenly hears two low voices outside. "Song Yunxian, this little bitch. She's been messing with me the whole time. I'm going to kill her today. Her father can't run away either. Zhang Chong, wait. Calm down." The voice outside is getting closer and closer. Song Yunxuan's eyebrows suddenly jump. She feels something wrong. She feels as if she had been suddenly poked at heart. No matter what Song Yan says, she lifts him up with great strength. "Dad, things have changed. You have to go with me now. Yunxian." It's really dangerous this time. She has a very bad feeling. She goes out of the room with Song Yan on her back with unknown strength. Fortunately, the stairs are so close to them that she takes Song Yan down quickly. There is a kick at the door upstairs. "Shouldn't that bitch be here? Zhang Chong, calm down. If you go against his orders, you will be." Suddenly there is a sound of striking, and the voice of Old Six disappears. Song Yunxuan's eyes are fierce, and she carries Song Yan to the first floor. The first floor is empty. When they just get out of the first floor and get to a wild and grassy yard, a man jumps out suddenly from the second floor window. Although the man's face is markedly bruised, he is vicious and holds a dagger in his hand. He seems to be filled with hatred. Even his eyes are bloodshot. "Song Yunxian, you don't have to threaten me with my daughter. Today either you die or I die." Song Yunxuan's first reaction is, Zhang Chong wants to kill her now instead of going with the plan. Zhang Chong's sudden appearance tightens Song Yunxuan's nerves. If Zhang Chong talks too much, all she does might fail. Even she might be destroyed. She has lived for 32 years as Guchanga, more than 20 years among which she has been surrounded by crisis. Although Gu's power was in her hand, she has never been relaxed. Life is really important, but sometimes words are more important than life. Zhang Chong, holding a dagger, stares at her. "Do you think Chu Machin can save you?" She doesn't have any response, just stares at him carefully. Zhang Chong grins fiercely and walks forward step by step. Water far away can't save the fire near. Chu Machin's men are not near. All around are mine. Although they can be bought by money, it still needs to prove whether they are loyal. Song Yunxian steps back, carrying Song Yan. Song Yan is about to lose support and his legs begin to soften. But Song Yunxian stares at Zhang Chong and struggles to support Song Yan. She cannot let Song Yan die in front of her. Song Yan can't die. Her soul won't be peaceful if Song Yan dies. She bites teeth and steps back half. Zhang Chong cuts across suddenly. At the same time, Song Yunxian and Song Yan lean backwards, and the shining dagger draws an arc in the air and is taken back by Zhang Chong. Nevertheless, the dagger carries a string of gorgeous blood beads. Song Yunxian doesn't realize it until she sees Zhang Chong stretches out his scarlet tongue and licks the blood on the dagger. She is astonished and raises her hand to touch her cheek. There is indeed a wound on her right face and blood is flowing. She touches the wound and the blood on her finger is scarlet and dazzling. Zhang Chong sees her changing expresses. He spits out her blood and laughs. "I will paint your face with my dagger, and then see if Chu Machin will like you, an ugly girl." He rushes over and the knife is going to cut across her face again. In a panic, she raises her hands and touches her waist. However, at the moment when Zhang Chong reaches her, a figure suddenly rushes forward and blocks him in front of her. The man is thin and the knife cuts right across his head. The tip of the knife pierces the scalp and hair floats down in midair. She is stunned, and in that instant everything is fixed in a frame and becomes slow. She seems to be in a trance. Zhang Chong furiously pulls Song Yan up from the ground, presses him on the wall and pinches his throat. "Old dog, you are good at screwing up things. But I can't believe that you really love this little savage. No wonder Song Yuning hates you." His big hands pinch Song Yan's throat like a forceps and tighten to strangle him. Song Yunxuan's heels are a little soft. She watches Zhang Chong pinch Song Yan's throat. Suddenly something flashes through her mind. The face of her biological father, Gu Cheng, flashes in front of her. Gu Cheng's eyes, expression, and tender lips all flash in front of her. Gu Cheng once blocked a knife for her. The face of the man pinched by Zhang Chang suddenly changes. He is not Song Yan but Gu Cheng. It's her biological father. Someone is pinching her biological father's neck. Once she realizes this, it seems as if a sudden intense light of hatred spreads throughout her brain. Anger makes her eyes darker. She takes out a cold object behind the waist. She tightens fingers slowly. Her toes gather much strength as if it would crush the ground. Suddenly she waves her hand forwards. She snaps the cold dagger into the man's back. The blood splashes her face as the blade is pulled out. It's like a basin of hot water bumping into your eyes. She is suddenly dizzied and then blurs into darkness. Her body collapses and finally the whole person loses consciousness. She has a long dream. In her dream, Gu Chang'e was 7 years old. Gu Cheng was 29 years old, full of vigor and vitality. However, Gu Cheng, a single man with a 7-year-old daughter, made all the women covet him. Many beautiful women who wanted to sleep with Gu Cheng were targeting at Gu Chang'e. Someone flattered her and someone despised her. There was once a woman pinching her cheek with a sarcastic smile. "You are just a girl of a dead woman. I don't believe that you can still occupy a part in the family when I give birth to your father's son." In fact, she was afraid. The woman was beautiful, even more beautiful than her mother in the picture. Her father always smiled when he saw the woman. Everyone said that they were made by nature when this woman appeared beside her father. However, in spite of her fear, she slapped the woman in the face as she pinched her cheek and gave her this speech. The cracking sound stunned the whole room. The beautiful woman's face was blue and white, and she stared at her as if she would swallow her. She rubbed her wrists and warned her in a childish voice. "Aunt Yu Lu, I will see till you give birth to your son." The woman seemed to be more submissive to her father because of the slap. In a rainy night, the woman even stayed at the Gu's home. The woman lived in her father's bedroom, where her mother's photographs were kept. There were pictures of her mother wearing a wedding dress with her father. She was 7 years old. She tossed and turned as if a cat was scratching in her heart. The nanny comforted her to fall asleep, and she pretended to be asleep nicely. But after she left, she knocked on the door of Gu Cheng's bedroom with the puppet of Winnie bought by her father. She knocked and cried, "Dad, I'm scared. It's thundering outside." In fact, the thunder and lightning outside couldn't frighten her. She could ask the nanny to accompany her all night. But she just didn't want the nanny tonight. Gu Cheng and Yu Lu inside ignored her. She kept knocking, and the nanny came to take her away in horror. "Miss, let's go back. Mr. Gu has gone to bed." She continued to knock without listening to her. At last came Gu Cheng's angry voice. "Take her away." Gu Chang'e was stunned by such loud shouts, and the nanny trembled with fear. But Gu Chang'e bit her teeth and continued to knock relentlessly. "Dad, please open the door. I'm scared." Gu Cheng would certainly open the door without the woman. However, this time Gu Cheng did not open the door. He even scolded the nanny. In fact, she knew the meaning of scolding the nanny. Her father was driving her away, but she just refused to leave. The nanny couldn't stand it any longer, so she picked her up and forced her to go back. She bit the nurse's wrist and she put her down. She was also anxious. "Miss, shall we go back?" "Shut up." With tears in her big eyes, she stared at her like a ghost. The nanny seemed to be frightened by the child and couldn't speak. She turned her head and continued to knock the door. "Dad, I'm scared." "Dad, open the door. I want my mom." The man finally compromised. The door was opened. He was wearing comfortable light white pajamas with slightly untidy hair. Gu Chang'e jumped over and hugged his leg, whispering, "Daddy, I'm scared. I dreamed of my mother." Gu Cheng sighed, put his big hand on her head and rubbed her hair. "Good girl, don't cry. Dad is here." Gu Cheng picked her up and put her on his big bed. He covered her with a quilt and patted her on the back. She entered the room as she wished. The beautiful woman, instead of showing much anger in front of her father, pressed the bitterness in her eyes and tried to touch her face. Gu Chang'e thrusted her head in Gu Cheng's arms and avoided her hand. Gu Cheng saw the situation and laughed. "Although my daughter is young, she is very precious. You can't touch her." The woman was awkward, but she adjusted it immediately and said gently, Chairman Gu's daughter is really beautiful. Does she look like her mother? Her eyes were cold and she retorted coldly, Nonsense. I look like my father. The woman was stunned. Gu Chang was in a happy mood. He touched her hair with his big hand and echoed, My dear daughter, you are the one who looked the most like Dad. At that time, Gu Changa had a click in her heart, and she thought that Dad had other children. Her guess was correct. Gu Chang had other children. Moreover, the woman who pleased her father gave birth to a son the following year. The woman began to be unscrupulous and did not take her seriously when she went in and out of the house. Although she was 8 years old, she knew clearly what position she was in the family. She could only depend on her father. If he married another woman, there would be a new hostess in the family. With her stepmother, her life would be very difficult. So she began to hate all the women who were close to her father and began to think about things that should not be done at that young age. Women wanted to do the same things as Yulu, the woman who had a son with her father. When she was 10 years old, a woman was pregnant for 6 months. After checking, she found out that it was a boy. She came to Gu Chang with joy. Unfortunately, Gu Chang was on a business trip at that time, so Gu Changa, who despised the woman, knew the news in advance. Gu Changa asked someone to follow the woman back and take her to have an abortion. The woman refused. She came to the woman's house and asked her, Do you want money or life? I don't want your money. I want to save my son's life. Having Gu Chang's son, she would have as much money as she wished. Even the whole family was hers. Gu Changa, however, smiled and reminded her, But if you die, there will be 2 bodies. Aunt, you have to think twice. The woman's face turned pale at once. She wore a lovely and festive red jacket and asked the guards to drag her into the house to have an abortion. She told her with depress, Dad is not at home. Everything is in my charge. Aunt, you really make a trouble for me. 10-year-old Gu Changa was regarded as a little devil in the upper-class circle of Yunqing. The woman who gave birth to her father's son was so fearless that she even began to act boldly. The woman was beautiful, but unfortunately her kid was more like her. So when she brought him back, Gu Chang smiled and said, Changa looks like me most. His words indirectly showed that although the child was the descendant of the Gu's family, and he was a son, Gu Chang didn't like him. In fact, Gu Chang did not mean to have children with those women, but they always thought they were smart. They wanted to get rich all life with a chance. But they didn't know that if some things didn't belong to them, no matter how much effort they took, it was useless. But this woman named Yulu was not only beautiful, but also ambitious and resourceful. 3 months after she gave birth to her son, Gu Chang let her go abroad and gave her regular maintenance. Gu Chang never saw her again. When her son was 3 years old, he had a high fever. She cried and called Gu Chang to accompany the child in hospital. She said that the child would die with the high fever, but the doctors in the private hospital invested by Gu Chang did not take her seriously and did not treat her son well. Gu Chang had no choice but went there by private jet. However, Gu Changa disappeared after school. Her nanny and guards were so frightened that they called Gu Chang at once. Gu Chang laid down his son and wanted to come back, but Yulu knelt on the ground and didn't let him go. She asked him whether his daughter or his son was more important. Gu Chang left her without thinking. Yulu gritted teeth with hatred and asked her people to kill Gu Changa. But unfortunately, Gu Chang spent a lot of money on those who kidnapped Gu Changa. In order not to leave Gu Changa with the psychological shadow of being kidnapped, he asked the people to pretend to pick up the wrong child. Gu Changa was sent back. She did not know what to say looking at her father. This time Yulu failed, so she came up with another plan. Yulu thought that as long as this girl died, Gu Chang would put his heart on her and the son. He even gave the whole family to her son. So when Yulu came back, she hid a dagger and wanted to stab Gu Changa to death. However, it was stopped by Gu Chang. The dagger stabbed Gu Chang on the back. In order to prevent Gu Changa from seeing the blood, Gu Chang held her tightly in arms and did not let her open eyes. However, Gu Changa remembered his father's wound on his back. Yunqing is a magnificent city where the rich families are complex places with deep conspiracy, inhuman and intriguing rivalries. But Gu Chang'e, who lost her mother, survived peacefully with his father's protection, and the dangerous status of inheriting the power of Gu's family. There was no longer a girl of rich business families as fortunate as her. So she always remembered that her father was stabbed for her. She promised herself that no one could hurt her father again in front of her. When Song Yunxian wakes up, the first thing she sees is the gold luxurious wallpaper and the medieval-style chandelier with elegant and retro design. Beside her is light mist from the humidifier. It has a faint smell of lavender. She opens her eyes and wants to see around. Fingers moving, she finds a man lying beside the bed. She lowers her head and looks at him. It is Chu Machin. She quietly pulls out her hand, looking at him. She couldn't help smiling and touches his hair. His hair is very clean, dark as ink, but not very hard, just like him who looks hard, but sometimes is surprisingly gentle, for example when he cries. She will be amused when she thinks of the teardrops hanging around his eyes. What was he thinking at that moment? He never cries. She has never seen him cry from childhood. It is unexpected that he should burst into tears when he thought she is dead. It is strange that when she saw his tear, her heart is soft. The sunshine outside the window penetrates, indicating that morning has arrived. She inserts her fingers into his hair, gently touching it, and rarely looking at the sunshine quietly. If only she married Chu Machin when she was Gu Chang'e. Chu Machin would be good to her. The men who cry for women will not be too bad. As she thinks, she kisses him gently in the ear. Her lips are so soft. His skin is so smooth. Instantly the time-space seems to change. It's Gu Chang'e who is kissing her, but not Song Yunxian. She kisses him and he doesn't wake up. She pulls hand out and quietly gets out of the bed. The sunshine falls on the ground. She walks out in her cotton slippers. She is thin but her back is straight. The hour hand of the clock points at 8:30. Doctors are busy. They shuttle back and forth in the corridor. As soon as she goes out, a nurse comes up and says, "Miss Song, are you okay?" Song Yunxian nods. "Where's my father?" The nurse leads her forward. "Miss Song, please come this way." The nurse is very respectful. Besides, the decoration style of the hospital is totally different from people's hospital. After walking for dozens of meters, she knows which hospital it is. This is the hospital that Chu Machin built 3 years later after he came back from Chicago for studying. It is a Sino-American joint venture hospital, so the decoration style is quite different from that of domestic hospitals. It is a private luxury hospital, and it's very safe. There won't be any accidents that will damage the patients here. However, this hospital seldom appears in magazines, and not all Yunqing residents know it. She gave birth to children in this hospital, which is called Nanding Hospital. The nurse leads the way, and Song Yunxian follows her. In front of an ICU ward, the nurse stops and whispers to her. The patient is resting, but Miss Song can go and have a look. Song Yunxian almost understands Song Yan's current situation from the look on the nurse's face. Song Yan's condition is very bad, and he can die at any time. Otherwise, the nurse would not let her go in without waiting for the patient to wake up. She watched Gu Chang lie in the ICU ward for dozens of days, and every time she wanted to come in, the nurse would said that she could not go in until the patient woke up. But Gu Chang did not wake up at all. So many years later, she still regretted it very much. If at that time she went to the ICU ward every day to talk to the unconscious Gu Chang, would Gu Chang not die? Maybe Gu Chang would wake up when he heard his beloved daughter's voice. Maybe he didn't want to die when he heard his daughter's voice. So many maybe made Gu Chang'e feel heartbroken. She opens the door and goes into the ward. She gently holds Song Yan's hands and whispers, "Dad, I'm here." Song Yan does not wake up. Song Yunxian sits in the chair beside the bed. Looking at Song Yan's thin hands, she feels a little sad.
I'm sorry, Dad.
Although she anticipates that Song Yuning would kidnap him, she fails to control the ending. Zhang Chang's revolt is beyond her expectation. She thought that Zhang Chang would cooperate with her until they escaped, But she didn't expect that Zhang Chong would suddenly change his attitude. There must be something wrong about Zhang Chong's sudden changing of attitude. But now she can't continue to investigate it. Now the most important thing is to stop the Song family from being fragmented. She hasn't asked about the Song family yet. She should go there later. She lowers her eyelids and is about to leave. Dad, forgive me for not being here with you all the time. It's almost 9 o'clock. I want to go back to see my brother, elder sister and second sister. She stands up and whispers to him. Dad, have a good rest. The Song family will not collapse or disperse, and I will support up the Song family. As long as Song Yan does not die, there is still the possibility of the will being revised. She gets up and takes a long breath. She releases Song Yan's hand and is going to leave. But just as she is about to put down his hand, her fingers are suddenly grasped by someone. She is stunned. Then she quickly turns back to see Song Yan. Song Yan's eyes open laboriously and tiredly, which are not clear and have a little focal length. Song Yunxian is surprised. Dad. Song Yan closes eyes and opens them as a respond. Song Yunxian turns back. She wants to call the doctors. Song Yan grabs her with strength. Song Yunxuan's call to doctors is stuck in her throat. Looking back at Song Yan, she asks him with concern. Dad, do you have anything to tell me? Song Yan blinks his eyelids. Song Yunxian approaches him and removes the ventilator from Song Yan's face with his consent. Song Yan's voice is old and tired and he utters a word. Pocket. Song Yunxian feels a little strange. Song Yan says again. Will. Song Yunxuan's heart jumps again, and for a moment, she feels that she cannot move all over. Song Yan takes hard breath for a few times. Song Yunxian helps put the respirator mask on his face again. But Song Yan grasps her hand and holds it tightly. He opens his mouth weakly and says, I give the Song family to you. It seems that time-space are suddenly disordered. Song Yunxian looks at Song Yan, who is dying in bed, as if suddenly Song Yan's face turned into Gu Cheng's. Gu Cheng said the same thing. I give the Gu Enterprise to you, Chang'e. She takes a breath. Her eyes are filled with tears and her nose begins to ache. Song Yan looks at her, eyelids half raising. He puts her hand on the chest pocket of his clothes. There's something in the position of heart. It summons up. Song Yunxian feels that the blood on her fingertips stagnates for a while, and then begins to flow rapidly. That's a new will.